What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. We got some good stuff to react to today, but what up Anna Kinski for being first in the chat? What up Mike Co? What up Clay Moraine? And what up JJ? What up JJ? We got some good stuff to react to today. And here it is. Daddy Dana. We're going to react to this post-fight press conference. And, this will be the official UFC 323 post-show reaction. So we'll talk about everything. All the matchups that got announced during the card. Petr Yan winning. Whether or not the trilogy is going to be run back immediately. Pantoja's injury. New updates. So we're going to get into all of it. But we will need to start with Dana White's post-fight press conference because there was a lot of good moments in here. We will get started with this, but let me just post a link to my story real quick on Instagram so that more people can join. So just give me like 2 more minutes and we'll get started. What up, HT? What's poppin', brother? Give me 1 second. And then let me do something else real quick. But yes, you boys see the title, right? Arman Tsarukyan still in the doghouse. Here's my main things I want to talk about. Arman Tsarukyan still in the doghouse and this whole Pantoja injury. What's going on? Right? Apparently, Dana's claiming dislocated shoulder. Megan O'Leary's saying the same thing. Them saying Pantoja will be out for a long period of time without even getting any information on how long the recovery is going to take. I find it very interesting. They're like rushing this whole process to get Joshua Van to get a fight booked, which is fine. All that is fine, but I'm going to need to bring it up. I'm going to need to expose it for everybody. Because it's of my belief that the UFC is already trying to whitewash Alexandre Pantoja from people's minds, and they're moving on with Joshua Van despite the controversial result, with Pantoja getting injured 26 seconds into the fight. I think they're trying to whitewash Pantoja now, so we're going to get into it. But let me post this link real quick. What is it? Dana confirms Arman's still in the doghouse. But if there's anything you guys want to talk about as well, drop it in the chat. I'd love to hear what's on your boy's mind. What is on everybody's mind coming out of UFC 323? Let me know. Tell me what's on your guys' mind. Okay. Live now. Once again, shout out to all the returning viewers. Shout out to all the new viewers. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed yet. Okay. All right. Miata boy, we got a video to react to? Shit, we got a good one to react to right here with Daddy Dana. Okay, so as far as the Dana White press conference goes, we got a lot of hard-hitting topics in this. Let me tell you. Let me go over the timeline. What we will be covering in today's stream, all right? Dana paying homage to Petr Yan and Merab for their war at UFC 323. Dana gives an injury update on Pantoja. But you know what? Ariel has given an injury update on Pantoja, and they're conflicting. Dana on the Ali Act and the WBC stripping Bud Crawford. Dana also responds to Tom Aspinall's recent comments. The new pay-per-view model for Paramount. How are fighters going to get paid as far as championship fighters go? The real reason why Van isn't fighting Pantoja next. That's the most hard-hitting topic. Next to Dana White responds to backlash over recent title fight bookings and Arman Tsarukyan not being the #1 contender. Okay? Then we'll also take a look at BSD versus Dan Hooker announced, Fizia versus Ruffy announced, Strickland versus Fluffy announced, Strickland's tweets during the UFC 323 broadcast, Patty and Arman going back and forth, and for good measure, we'll read Henry's tweet after retirement. And then whatever else you boys want to talk about, we can get into. So without further ado, oh, HT, I need to look into that. I can definitely talk about Dylan Dennis suing the UFC and MSG. I haven't seen any reports, but if you want to fill me in, I'll take a look. Miata Boy says Brian Sutter, MD, breaks down Pantoja's arm break. Perfect. Perfect, Miata Boy. Where do I find that? Is that on Ariel's channel or what? James Steele, looks like I'm getting no sleep tonight now. Shout out to James. That's okay. It'll be worth it. It will be worth it. Anna Kinski, Pantoja, Moreno, Merab losing was probably a good thing. I think that's what the UFC wanted. Anna Kinski. I think the UFC was betting against those boys. They gave them all younger fighters, and they're banking on these younger fighters to win. And guess what? All these younger fighters, well, at least 2 of the 3, have big markets. I'm talking about Tatsuro Taira, and I'm talking about Joshua Van. Joshua Van's a fucking star now. Joshua Van is a fucking star. Louis says, if O'Malley wins versus Song, think they will make him next for Yan? They always want to give him title shots. That would be doing Merab pretty dirty. That would be doing Merab pretty dirty. I'm of the belief they won't do that to Merab. I'm of the belief they won't do that to Merab. However, they totally set up Pantoja and Van and Brandon Moreno and Tatsuro Taira in hopes that Van and Taira would win, and they did win. Now they got 2 big markets, and they're going to book that fight. I can almost guarantee it. In fact, it's all but guaranteed. Okay, once again, shout out to everybody. Clay Moraine. Oh, okay, I already shouted you out. But shout out to everybody. Soda Pop. What up, Soda Pop? Love you, Josh Van. Yeah. Josh Van is a beast now. Miata Boy says that's his YouTube channel. Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. As we're breaking down the Pantoja story, we will get into that. We'll take a look at Brian Sutter's breakdown. Because apparently it is an elbow injury. It is an elbow injury. And let me give a quick preface. We're going to kind of go through this whole press conference chronologically, but let me give a preface here. As far as the Alexandre Pantoja topic goes, it's very weird because, all right, we had Joe Rogan, starting with Joe Rogan immediately after the fight. If you guys want to know why am I saying, what's the rush? What's the rush here to diagnose Pantoja before he gets a real diagnosis from a doctor? What's the rush? Here's what I'm talking about. Joe Rogan already putting it in the air in the post-fight Octagon interview with Joshua Van, saying, look, you might be able to run it with Tyra first because Pantoja's shoulder is very badly injured and he's going to be out for a long time. This was like a minute after the injury happened. Literally a minute after the injury happened, Joe Rogan saying, oh my goodness gracious, Pantoja's going to be out for a hot minute. Van, you're probably going to have to defend against someone else. I believe they told him that in his fucking ear. That little earpiece that Joe Rogan wears, they told him, they said, hey man, tell Van he's probably going to fight Tyra next. Pantoja's going to be out for a long time. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me because Pantoja hadn't even made it backstage yet. And they're already doing this, trying to whitewash Pantoja from history. Then, after the pay-per-view ends, Megan O'Leary gets on the broadcast and she goes, it was a dislocated shoulder, not an elbow injury. Dislocated shoulder. Okay? It's been popped back in the socket, but we're going to have to wait for a further diagnosis. And then Dana White gets on here, confirms again, it was a dislocated shoulder, not an elbow injury. They put it back in place, backstage, but then he shuts down. He completely shuts down the potential for Joshua Van's first title defense to be against Alexandre Pantoja. And here's the cliffhanger. Here's the cliffhanger. Dana White, later on down the line in the same press conference, he reveals the real reason why Joshua Van won't be fighting Pantoja next in his first title defense. So you boys are going to have to stick with me on that one. That's the cliffhanger. All right, that's the cliffhanger. But I just want to lay that all out for you boys beforehand. And then Ariel Helwani, I just saw it on X. It said like 11 hours ago, maybe 12 hours ago now. But Ariel goes ahead and he says Pantoja's team has confirmed it was in fact an elbow injury. It wasn't a shoulder injury. So again, what's the rush for this diagnosis? I think I have an idea. But we will react to this whole press conference chronologically. All right, from beginning to end, but I do have timestamps, so any of the boring shit, we're just going to skip through that. And shout out to everybody in the stream. Shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to all the day one viewers. All right? Like the stream. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. We are live every single day. Okay. It's time to get into it, boys. It's time to get into it. Let me get my timestamps ready. And also, Petr Yan absolutely killed the press conference. So we're going to react to Petr Yan's as well, and then Joshua Van as well. Joshua Van is only like an 8-minute post-fight press conference. So we're going to do all that stuff as well. Okay, first timestamp is Dana reacting to Petr Yan and Merab's war and paying homage. That's at about the 1 minute 8 second mark. We out ya. Yes, sir. That's right, James. You know what? I just want to watch the first minute because Daddy Dana, he looked like he gained some weight, didn't he, boys? Dana is fat again. I just figured I would point that out to you guys. Dana is fat again. He off whatever diet he was on, he's off it. You can clearly tell.
All right, gang. The attendance was 18,603. The gate was 4.7 million.
That's really all I want to say. We can skip past it now. All right, 1 minute 8 second mark. Dana pays homage to Merab and Petr Yan.
No, this, like you said, incredible night of fights, a lot of great performances. But the main event, Petr Yan, a masterclass there. Can you just talk about his performance, especially given how one-sided that fight was the first two times that those guys competed?
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, we were looking for a fight, and we were in Jersey, and Merab was the main event of that fight, and we ended up signing him. And Matt Serra literally told me that night, this guy is going to be your world champion, and he's a special fighter, I'm telling you. And Matt Serra was absolutely right. One of the toughest fighters that I've ever come across. And let's just say, Merab and I didn't get off on the right foot early on. I have nothing but respect for him and everything that he's accomplished. And yeah, and for Petr to come in and do what he did tonight, and I mean the body shots and the head shots and the wrestling. I mean, it was an incredibly high level fight. That was, you know, what a hell of a way to end the ESPN era.
Yeah, really well.
I'll take it a step further and I'll say Petr Yan versus Merab is like the future of MMA, boys. It's the fucking future. We're tired of the grappling. All right? We want guys to bang it out. And if you are going to grapple, make it exciting. This whole point grappling thing that people do, we hate it. And yeah, low key, I'm talking about Khamzat too. You know, it is high level, all right, and it's hard to do. But at the end of the day, I'll take a Petr Yan fight over a Khamzat fight any day of the week. Any day of the week, I'm taking a Petr Yan fight over a Khamzat fight. So shout out to Khamzat. That's one of the biggest compliments I can give Petr Yan. I'd rather watch Petr Yan over Khamzat. Grappling, it needs to start phasing out a little bit. We prefer striking. We don't mind grappling, but it needs to be on the level of a Merab and Petr Yan. Go for it. Entertain the fans. Don't just go for the win and to fucking pad your record. Entertain the fans as well. All right, let's continue.
Do you think, I mean, there is a case for a trilogy, right? I mean, I'm sure Merab's going to need some time off after that, but I mean, are you thinking about trilogy right now between these two, or do you feel like Petr Yan did enough tonight to move on to other challenges?
You know the answer to this question. I'm not thinking about anything tonight other than, you know, that tonight was a great night of fights, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. As great as the main event was, the co-main event was shocking, right? Nobody saw that coming. I guess your reaction to the way that thing played out.
Yeah, you know, Van was all bummed out. You know, when I got in there, he said, sorry about this. I said, listen, man, there's nothing to be sorry about. I said, it's a shitty way to lose the fight. There's no shitty way to win a fight. So you won. It is what it is. Things happen in here. And congratulations.
Do you have a medical update yet on Pantoja? Do we know what his status is?
Yeah, they popped his shoulder back in. I thought it was the elbow.
I did too.
No, it was not the elbow.
Shoulder?
It was his shoulder. And they popped it back in backstage. And, you know, now they got to do, you know, MRIs and check out the ligaments and see how it is. So we don't have a time frame on how long he'll be out.
I know that.
Real quick, it's like, what is it? Is it both? Is it the elbow and the shoulder? I mean, I don't think Dana's necessarily lying, saying that they popped the shoulder back in place. So if that's the case, you know, Pantoja got 2 injuries he got to recover from. That is going to be tough. But again, I find it odd that Dana is just rushing to give this fucking injury update. Like, you didn't even need to give that. You could just be like, yeah, we popped his shoulder back into place, but we're not exactly sure what's going on yet. There could be something still going on with the elbow. I'll wait to give you an update when he sees a doctor and he lets us know. That would make more sense. But Dana's like, no, it's just the shoulder, without an MRI even taking place yet.
Tuesday answer as well. But, I mean, given the way that thing played out, if he's okay, do you run that one back right away? Do you see what he's doing first?
I don't think he's – no matter what happens, listen, I'm no fuck.
So John Morgan, right? John Morgan saying, look, can you at least guarantee that if Alexandre Pantoja is okay after MRIs come back, that he'll get the immediate title shot? And again, Dana is rushing. Dana's like, no, I don't think he's going to be ready in time. I don't think he'll be ready in time.
Doctor or anything, but I don't see him coming back anytime soon. I think that there would be a defense before he comes back. I think he's going to need some time.
That wasn't the question, though, Dana. The question was if he's okay when MRIs come back, and it won't be that long of a time period for him to come back and recover, will he be allowed to fight Van first? And you are just completely shutting it down. You don't want Van to defend his title against Pantoja first. We get it. We get it.
You know, the healing process.
What up, John Dong?
Sometimes, or most of the time, I would say, ligaments are worse than a break. So he's got to come back from that, and then how long till he starts striking again and stuff like that. So, yeah, there'll probably be a defense before.
Last thing for me, obviously.
Confirmed. There will probably be a defense before, but Dana's going to expose the reason why there will be a defense before. He's going to expose it.
So, like you said, the end of the ESPN area, the start of the Paramount Plus era. We saw today the Ultimate Fighter will be there.
Okay, we'll fast forward to 6 minutes, 7 seconds. Actually, you know what? Let's keep this. Let's go to the part where he exposes it, and then we'll come back here. Where is it? 9:55.
Okay, thank you. And now Josh got the belt, and it's been a while since UFC held event in Singapore. And since there's a lot of Burmese Myanmar fans in Singapore, do you have any plan to go back to Singapore soon?
Yes, but it's funny. He was just asking me questions about, what could happen next. Literally, as soon as that fight was over, we started thinking Japan. We haven't been to Japan in a long time, so I already got Pete Dropic looking for venues in Japan.
So there it is. Dana asked, do you plan on coming to Myanmar now that Joshua Van is the champion? And Dana said, yeah, that could be a good idea, but we're already looking at venues in Japan. This is what I'm saying, boys. This is proof that the UFC stacked the deck against their old heads in hopes that they can move on into the new era, the new Paramount era, with young champions who have countries behind them. Tyra and Van in particular, okay? Tyra and Van in particular. They were planning this, and you got to give credit to Dana. His matchmakers are smart. Why does Dana always say, we'll wait till Tuesday? We'll wait till Tuesday, because Dana has a team of guys who are smarter than him. I believe. Okay, this is my personal belief. Dana has a team of guys who are smarter than him. They put together these matchups to get the results they want. Okay, this is my opinion. This is my opinion. That's why Dana doesn't like to give answers yet, because it could be something totally in left field that his team is putting together that he can't even come up with on his own. But again, credit to Dana for that. I believe those same guys I'm talking about, that I'm referring to, that kind of are super smart with matchmaking and are able to, for lack of better word, fix the result or stack the deck against the people that they want to lose. Credit to Dana for that.
But yes, we will be back to Singapore.
Possibly Joshua Van and Tatsuro in Japan.
Who?
Joshua Van and Tatsuro fighting for the belt in Japan.
Yeah. Yes. That's not. I know I'm going to fucking read tomorrow that, he said it's in Japan. I like the idea. It's a great idea. I don't know if it's possible to pull off, but yes, that's what I would like to do.
See, so that's the whole plan. That's the whole plan. The UFC was hoping Van and Tyra would win. They gave them favorable matchups to win against good names with hopes that they could go to Japan. I mean, shit, these guys are smart as hell. I just want to expose it. They're smart as hell. I'll give it to them. Joshua Van is a fucking star, all right? I don't care if he only says 5 words. The man's a fucking star. Dana knows it too. We all know it. We all know it by now. But, yeah. They definitely planned this shit ahead of time. Even think about it, right? Take these examples I just brought up. Think about it with Peyton Talbot feeding him to Henry Cejudo, and the way that fight played out. That's a smart matchmaking from the UFC. They wanted Peyton to win, right? They gave him Henry Cejudo. They knew it. They knew it. That's why I use the word fix the fight to get the result they want. I'm not saying they're fixing fights, but I'm just saying the matchmakers are super, super smart, bro. Dana got a good team behind him that's super smart. They know who to match up against who to make sure they get wins.
Right. Thank you.
Doesn't happen all the time. There's no guarantees, but shit, it worked out perfect for them last night. Absolutely perfect. Talbot won, Tyra won, Yan won, and Van won. All the guys they wanted to win last night won. All the younger guys too. Petr Yan, 2 years younger than Merab.
Last thing from me.
And shout out to everybody in the chat. We're going to read some chats. I just want to get through this. Soda Pop, yes, the numbers on last night's live stream were fucking crazy. So shout out to everybody who was in the live stream last night and who's returning tonight. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate you. And all the day ones, shout out to you guys too. And Loco won. Yeah, Soda Pop and Loco won, right? So they're setting up all the markets. They're setting up all the markets going into the Paramount era. It couldn't be better for the UFC right now. And honestly, let me add one more thing on top of that. Petr Yan, Joshua Van, this is no shade to the people they beat, but I like them being champions more. I like them being champions more because the UFC is kind of corny right now. Okay? And not to even call Pantoja corny or Merab corny, but I'm sure you guys get what I'm trying to say. Pantoja's super respectful, right? Super humble, and good for him. That's fine, right? And then Merab, he a funny guy. He a jokester. He makes a lot of skits, a lot of videos. But what I like, I'm just going to tell you guys what I like. I like the guys like Nate Diaz, personality, you know, gangster, from the streets almost. And that's what Petr Yan and Joshua Van are. They're cut from Nate Diaz's cloth, right? And they actually became champions, right? Imagine if Nate Diaz was good enough to become a champion. That would have been crazy. Well, these guys are, and they became champions last night. I believe the UFC's happy about that. Because guess what? They're also strikers, right? They're not grapplers. Like Pantoja, like Merab. This sells more.
Can you say like hello to like a lot of millions of Burmese fans, Myanmar fans?
Hi, Burmese fans. Thank you.
All right.
Look at him. Look at him. He loves the Burmese fans, and so do I. Shout out to all the Burmese fans that were in the stream last night. Dana loves them, and so do I. If you saw the numbers that Joshua Van pulled in last night, you would be just like Dana. Hi, Burmese fans. Look at him. Look at him. He cheesing from ear to ear, bro. He can't even contain it. Shout out to everybody from fucking Myanmar. All right? Shout out to Myanmar.
Myanmar fans.
Hi, Burmese fans. Thank you.
All right.
He's about to go to Myanmar and kiss the wall, boys. Dana about to go to Myanmar and kiss the wall. Get it ready for him, boys.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Dana.
All right.
Okay, let's go back a little bit, though, to because I just want to react to the whole thing. Dana on the Ali Act and Bud Crawford. Actually, wait, should we do the whole... Let's do the injury thing. Let's wrap up this whole Pantoja topic before we move on to the next one. All right? I'll do that for you guys. So here's what Ariel said. Alexandre Pantoja injured his elbow as we initially suspected. Not his shoulder per his team. Not sure why they kept saying after the event it was his shoulder. His team says no injury to his shoulder. The initial hope is it was a dislocation. Okay, so there's no injury to the shoulder at all. Very odd. Did Dana lie about putting the shoulder back in place? I don't know. We're getting two conflicting reports here. That's all I can say. Literally all I can say. Ariel saying something completely different than what Dana White and Megan O'Leary reported. Now, should we go back and see what Megan O'Leary said? Are we able to find that? Maybe we can. X is a wonderful place to find these small clips. Megan O'Leary. Can we find it? Shout out Megan O'Leary. Okay, wait, let me just look for like champ rounds or something like that real quick. Maybe they would have posted it. Probably not though, right? Alright, I guess not. Anyway. Here's just a quick sentence. Megan O'Leary announced on the broadcast that doctors claimed it was the shoulder. This is false. Okay? But what I do want to go over... is I want to show you guys what I'm talking about with Joe Rogan. Alright? Shout out to everybody in the stream because this is going to get edited out once it gets posted. So if you're in the stream, you're one of the lucky few. Let's listen to Joe Rogan's post-fight Octagon interview with Joshua Van. Him already speaking on the injury before Pantoja even makes it to the back. It's crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But I just explained to you guys why that happened, right? Joshua Van is a star. They're planning to go to Japan. They had Tyra on the card in hopes he would win so that they could book Van versus Tyra for the first title defense in Japan. Is it all making sense to you boys now? Now we got the power of hindsight, right? 2020. I told you guys before, my hindsight better than 2020. It's 25-25. Whatever the best of the best vision is, that's what I got in hindsight. Okay? Let's listen to it.
Referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 26 seconds of the first round. Declaring the winner.
Wayne Tsarukyan.
Does it all make sense to you boys now? Does it all make sense to you boys now? Pantoja not even in the back yet. Pantoja hasn't even made it backstage yet, and they're already setting up Van versus Tyra. It's okay. It is what it is. This is a fucking game now. Okay, and like I just pointed out to you guys, Tyra got a country in Japan, and Van got a country in Myanmar. And for those that don't know, this is the fight game. Whoever has a country behind you, you're getting pushed, bro. You're getting pushed. Having a country behind you is massive. Why do you think Canelo's such a big star? He got all of Mexico behind him. Okay? Why do you think other boxers like, shit, I'm gonna blank on his name right now. Man, he's like Puerto Rican or something like that. He fought Floyd Mayweather. People with countries behind them, that's how you make the real money. That's why the UFC's moving on from Pantoja. Like somebody else said in the chat already, Pantoja, he wasn't selling enough, even with his Brazilian fan base. He wasn't turning over, right? He wasn't turning a profit. This man finna turn a huge fucking profit. Shit, this man gave me a profit last night on stream numbers. And here's Tyra, octagon side. Now, I heard Tyra asked to come out there, but of course the UFC is going to let that happen because they're hoping that Joshua Van won to set this up. Shout out to the UFC matchmakers. These fuckers set my boy Brandon Moreno up, bro. I'm talking about against Tyra. Man, they did Brandon Moreno dirty. Alright, so I just wanted to show you guys that. Just a little hindsight for you to understand everything. Tie it all in. I feel like that ties it all in now. Now, I guess Brian Stutter did a video. You know, we could actually watch the Stutter video later. But Stutter says, oh, they may want to hire some new doctors or check the communication feeds. Was absolutely not a shoulder dislocation. Does he tweet about it? So yeah, Home Fight goes, per Megan O'Leary, the diagnosis of Alexandre Pantoja's injury was a dislocated shoulder instead of a presumed elbow break / dislocation. And Stutter goes, we all clearly saw the elbow go out on the replay. He has to be a translation issue or something because he absolutely hurt his elbow. Let me just peep this Stutter YouTube channel and see. We probably won't watch this whole thing unless it's really good. Eight minutes? All right. We could do 8 minutes. We could do 8 minutes, right, boys? Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'll read some from the bottom. Shout out to everybody, though. Soda Pop, yes, we celebrate after our opponent got injured. We are Joshua Van, and we do whatever we want. Love you, Van. Love you, Kirk. Love you, Myanmar. All right, shout out Joshua Van. Shout out Charlie Kirk, and shout out Myanmar. AD Kid, not going to lie, Van be looking Filipino. Straight up. I would have thought he was Filipino. Prime says, I honestly thought it could have been it should have been a no contest. Yeah, it's a weird one. The injuries are weird. If a fighter gets injured in the fight, yeah, that's how they chalk it up. A win for the person who wasn't injured. AD Kid, the UFC setting up Tyra for the fight. Come on, man, the UFC be fixing fights. Hey, they don't be fixing it, but they do everything but fix it. You feel me? They do everything but fix it. And shout out to the matchmakers, man. They're smart as hell. True Silence. Pantoja is Christian, though. I think he just never thrown a head kick before. I don't know what that means, necessarily. Maybe I missed a chat previously. Prime, Pantoja's not a huge star compared to Charles. We all know that. Yeah, facts. Soda Pop, I'm worried we're going to lose to Tyra. Ooh, interesting. I mean, Tyra's a bad matchup. Tyra can take him down and smother him. And that's not what we want to see, right, boys? We want to see Joshua Van beating ass, belt to ass, on the feet. We want to see Petr Yan doing the same shit. AD Kid, how the fuck did Tyra get to the front row so quickly without the UFC setting up the fight? UFC be fixing shit. Hey, I'm glad you boys see what I'm saying now. I'm glad you boys see it. Prime says Brandon Castro still crashing out after Moreno's shitty decision loss. Yes. Yes. And it wasn't a decision loss. Mark fucking Smith was on heroin last night. Alright? I'm joking. I'm doing a comedy skit. This ain't real. But I believe Mark Smith was on heroin last night. And he fucking prematurely stopped that shit. Now, with everything I just said, if you want to call it a fix, call it a fucking fix. I don't even care. That's how much I love Brandon Moreno. I'll let you guys think that. John Dong, what did Charles Johnson say about the Van versus Pantoja fight? Good question, John Dong. Let's watch this video first, and then we'll look at DJ, what he said.
In a horrific moment of just awful injury luck, Alexandre Pantoja suffered a...
Mark was on that John Jones shit. Shit, Mark on that fucking IV fent, boys. Mark Smith on that IV fent, okay? He getting fentanyl through the fucking IV, Mark Smith. He high as hell.
Gruesome left arm injury just seconds into his fight at UFC 323. And in this video, we'll take a closer look at what exactly happened here, the mechanism of injury, and what he could be looking at for his ultimate recovery. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Dr. Brian Suter, and the goal in this channel is to teach more about the medical side of the sports world. So I know what this looked like was a broken arm, but in fact, I'm almost certain this was an elbow joint dislocation. As Pantoja is going down to the mat here, he extends his left arm to help brace his fall, and by extending that arm, you're essentially trying to lock the bony contours of the joint. And so anything in this whole chain of, joints here, the elbow joint, the shoulder joint, is trying to absorb and stabilize itself to protect the impact of that momentum as you're coming down to the canvas. In his case, what's going to happen is he suffers this, what looks like a valgus load, where his elbow almost wants to bend inward, and that elbow bending inward is ultimately going to lead to what looks like an elbow joint dislocation. The big tell here too is Pantoja is rolling on his back and waving for the fight to be stopped, is that you can see how there's this little deformity, this little step off that we're seeing, that indentation on the backside of his arm. And what typically will happen with an elbow joint dislocation,
I think this is the indent he's talking about too, or I don't know if that's ink from the tattoo, but there's a little bit of an indent right here too, on the elbow.
Is the olecranon, the bone we'll talk about here in a little bit with our anatomy model, gets displaced posterior, and you see this indentation, this dip in the backside of the elbow, where the triceps is going to go down and insert onto that olecranon, from the olecranon being displaced posterior. Thankfully, as they were taking him off back to the locker room, it looked like everything was back in proper position. I don't know if we missed them reducing it there in the octagon, or if it just went back in on its own, because sometimes that will happen. But it looks like here we see nice normal contour. Hopefully things are back in place where they need to be as he's making his way back into the locker room. Next, we'll dive into a little bit more of what can happen in terms of what structures are damaged and how something like this will be treated. But first, I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of this video. Today's video sponsor, Federation Pride, all extremely simple, like your different intuition.com. It's a world channel. Let's get back with this type of an injury. Now, I will say certainly on the differential is going to be something like a distal humerus fracture. Or
I'm hoping he can give us a timeline for the recovery here. I see Ricky LaFair's chat, get this nerd off my television now. I feel you, homie, but I'm hoping he'll give us a timeline that will contradict what Dana's saying. Okay, that's why I'm watching this. Shout out True Silence. I read your chat. Rue said Van's guardian angel broke Pantoja's arm, and I said they both believe in the same religion. I got you. Shout out to Jesus. They're both Christian. They are.
Or specifically what we'd call a...
Pantoja said he talked to God after the fight. All right? Shout out Pantoja. He talked to God now. Dana better be fucking careful. Dana, an atheist.
Supracondylar fracture. I still don't think that's what we're dealing with, just because of the position, the mechanism, that kind of landing on an outstretched arm. I think far more likely this was an elbow dislocation than a fracture, but certainly fracture still, of course, on the differential. And you can also have a fracture when you dislocate your elbow. The condyles of the elbow are going to be the lower parts of the humerus. So let's get rid of some of our capsule tissue here, get rid of some of these bursa, get rid of the cartilage, our olecranon bursa on the backside. Here we go, really nice view. So this inner part, this inner contour is going to be the medial epicondyle. The lateral outer part is going to be the lateral epicondyle. A supracondylar fracture is where there's a fracture above those two condyles. So that is one thing on the differential here for what could happen. But again, I still think elbow dislocation is the most likely sort of an injury. I just mentioned that little indentation that we see whenever there's an elbow dislocation. So we describe an elbow dislocation based on the position of the olecranon, which is the ulna, relative to the humerus. So a posterior dislocation is going to be back this direction. That's going to be the much more common type of injury we'll see, and what I would suspect we saw happen with Alexandre. Now, whenever that happens, we describe them in two different ways, simple or complex. A simple joint dislocation, elbow or otherwise, is going to be a dislocation only where there is no fracture. A complex dislocation is going to be when there is a fracture associated with the joint being out of place. In the case of an elbow dislocation, a very common location to have a fracture is the coronoid process. That's going to be this little tip, this little bump on the front anterior part of the ulna, because you can imagine as that ulnohumeral joint completely dislocates posterior, you can have this coronoid bang against the underside of the bone and cause a break in that coronoid. You are also going to have disruption, tearing of these ligaments. You expect these ligaments are torn. The ligaments are torn because that's what allows the joint to go out of place. In the case of Pantoja, what I think happened was there was this added rotational component to it, probably tore completely his ulnar collateral ligament sitting on the inside of the elbow. There is often some tearing of the lateral or radial collateral ligament on the outside of the elbow. And so there is often very extensive soft tissue damage that goes along with an elbow dislocation, even if there is not a fracture. Of course, the cartilage can also get injured and surrounding nerves, blood vessels, etc. When Pantoja's in this position, this is that valgus stress I'm talking about. So that elbow is wanting to bend inward. And I think what likely happened, if this is in fact a dislocation, is that ulnar collateral ligament sitting here on the inside is going to fail. That's going to make the joint unstable. His momentum, the load continues to carry through with that ground reaction force pushing up through. And then we ultimately will see this little like rotation. There's this subtle little rotation that we see in here. That is when I think the joint completely dislocated. Unlike a shoulder dislocation, an elbow dislocation can be extremely hard to reduce. And oftentimes you have to get somebody to the hospital, sedation, and then get it back put in place. There's also a lot of very important blood vessels and nerve structures that run around the elbow, the median nerve, the ulnar nerve, radial nerve, arteries in the front. And so with any joint dislocation, but especially something like the elbow, you've absolutely got to make sure that they have good neurovascular exam before and after you reduce the joint. Treatment here is very broad, depending on just the situation with the individual athlete, their sport, and then what injuries occur. If there is a fracture, it's more likely that the joint is going to continue to be unstable after it's put back in place. That's more likely to require surgery to fix the fracture, to restore the stability to the joint. If there's no fracture and it's just a simple dislocation, we'll often put them in a splint, immobilize the elbow for a couple of weeks, but then assuming that there's gross stability there, you rarely need surgery for a simple elbow dislocation. Now, a lot of that is sport specific, right? If you've got a high level baseball player who it's their dominant side, there's going to be damage to the ulnar collateral ligament. Most likely, you're probably going to have surgery to reconstruct it. If it's the non-dominant side of an athlete, now mixed martial arts a little bit different, right? You're grappling, there's a lot more load, there's landing, etc. Those are the individual cases where, depending on the athlete, depending on how they heal and recover, surgery may be more likely in certain circumstances. But for just the average individual, the average person who has a simple elbow dislocation, very, very unlikely to have surgery to be required. So step one, make sure the joint is back in place if this is in fact what happened. Step two, neurovascular exam. Step three, see if there's any fracture. If there's fracture, the joint's unstable, he's likely headed for surgery. If there's no fracture, let it calm down, stabilize it, assess the stability in the following 1 to 2 weeks, and then consider surgery depending on the individual circumstances. That's it for the
Okay, so maybe, it sounds like, to be honest with you guys, it sounds like either way, whether there's a fracture or not, Pantoja will probably elect to have a surgery. Because we don't want the same shit to happen to him that happened to TJ, where, yeah, you can make a recovery, but that shit's going to come out again unless you get it surgically repaired because of the nature of the sport, right? The nature of the sport. So either way, even if there's no fracture, Pantoja might be headed to surgery, but again, right? This is why Dana shouldn't rush, because I can't even say that with certainty yet. Maybe Pantoja will elect to not do a surgery, and he'll just take 6 months off and recover and heal. And if he wants to do that, then why can't you run it back with Joshua Van right away? I guess because they want Van versus Taira in Japan, right? They want a big fight. I get it. All right. That kind of wraps that whole thing up. Shout out to Tuxedo Mask for the $2 donation, homie. Thank you very much. TJ's shoulder dislo was a career ender. It was a career ender, but he chose to fight with that. He had that going into the fight. He fought with it. It got worse, right? It got way worse. But yeah, that's true. TJ's was a career ender. Pantoja got to be careful. But I'm hoping Pantoja can make a comeback. However, dealing with a dislocation like that is bad fucking juju. And Soda Pop, I saw your chat. Soda Pop goes, did you make bread from all the Myanmars popping into your stream last night? I did, Soda Pop, I did. We got our money up last night. Shout out to everybody from Myanmar. Prime saying, Jacob, be more active on Discord. Shout out to Prime. I don't know if you're telling me to be more active or if you're saying that I am more active. But either way, I'll be more active on Discord. James Steele going, exactly what I thought happened. This motherfucker still does not see my dono. I saw it, Tuxedo. I saw it, homie. Don't even worry. I was just finishing up the video. Trying to avoid as many interruptions as possible. Prime saying I ate hella good from the stream last night. Yes, sir. We eating good, boys. We eating good. Shout out to all you boys for all the support. First and foremost. Like I said last night, we couldn't have got to this point without the day ones. Without the day ones, we couldn't have got this far. Do I work tomorrow? Shit, I'm going to be on here working tomorrow. So yes. Okay, let's continue this. We still got to get to the Arman Tsarukyan and Dana White feud. But before we do that, let's also listen to Dana White speaking on Tom Aspinall. Fuck the whole boxing thing and Terrence Crawford thing. I know you guys don't even give a fuck about that. So I'm going to save you boys the trouble. Dana's response to Tom Aspinall. 750. Shout out to everybody watching. Like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed. And let me put on a sweater real quick. It's fucking cold. All right. Dana speaking on his issue with Tom Aspinall. He clears the air. Let's hear what he got to say. So not Silicon Valley tech job. No. No Silicon Valley tech job, homie. This my fucking job right here, homie. This my fucking job right here. You seeing me work right now, AJD? You seeing me at work right now?
And last one from me. Tom Aspinall did interviews recently saying that his eye is not better. He was a little bit disappointed with some comments you made. Have you spoke to Tom? Do you know anything about that? And what's your reaction to what he said?
I have not. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't remember exactly what I said. What did I say? That is,
just said you think that
I think his eyes are okay. Yeah.
Since no more pay-per-view, David with MMA Myanmar.
Hold on, sir. I'm still talking to this guy.
Sorry, my bad.
Here's the thing. So obviously, and I know Tom said, you know, I haven't even talked to him and all that stuff, but we have people all over him right now, you know, checking up on him, making sure he's good. Does he need any help or, you know, any specialists? Yeah, I'm no doctor. I'm just saying what I've heard. And that was in no way, you know, it wasn't said in a way that they're like, oh, what do you think? I said, I think he's fine. Or it wasn't like that. I said, I think Tom's eyes are good. He's going to take some time, heal, come back to, you know, that's all I said. I wasn't saying anything negative toward him. You know, and I think the things can be taken out of context, or he didn't see what I said, because I don't even remember what the fuck I said. But never once did I say anything negative about him or, you know, in a derogatory way. You know, I'm sure he's upset and fired up, and, you know, he'll get better, and we'll get him back in there.
All right. So Dana actually doesn't seem to be too mad at Tom. I mean, genuinely. And since Dana's speaking about what he said, right, let's go back and pull up the clip. Let's pull up the clip, shall we? Let's pull up the clip.
Tom Aspinall, what was your reaction to seeing that? And how's he doing physically right now?
Devastated. I was devastated.
Right?
When you're main event, and it's heating up, and it looks like it's going to be a really good fight, and then it ends with an eye poke, and that's how the fight ends. It's brutal. He's at home. He's recovering, and as soon as he's able to fight again, we'll book the rematch. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, you know, we haven't heard that, you know, there's anything. He doesn't have detached retina. There's no damage to the eye, so you know he should heal up soon, and we'll figure out when we can make the fight again.
Dana, what?
There we go. Okay. There's no detached retina. There's no broken orbital. There's no damage to the eye. Okay, that's what he said. I don't think Dana had any malice in his heart while he was breaking this down, but, you know, he's not talking to Tom. He's getting information fed down from his team, and maybe he misspoke a little bit, but I don't think it was that bad, to be completely honest with you. And what I really want to say is, where does the comment originate from? Right, where does the comment originate from when Tom Aspinall said this? Because we got the full quote, okay? Tom Aspinall says, "No, I haven't spoken to Dana since UFC 321. Aspinall said on Ariel Helwani show." Ah, so there it is. There it is. Okay? Classic situation from Ariel here. Shout out to Joaquin Buckley. This is why Joaquin Buckley got mad at Ariel last year. Okay? Because this is exactly what Joaquin Buckley called out Ariel for last year, saying you take your own personal vendettas and you use them to pin the fighters against the UFC. Okay? Ariel asked this question, and I think he should have known better than to ask a question like this with his relationship with Tom Aspinall. Meaning, he should have known that if he asked this question to Tom Aspinall, the UFC is not going to like that, right? And he should have also known when he said, "Have you spoken to Dana?" Okay, that's what Ariel asked. He goes, "Have you spoken to Dana yet?" And Tom goes, "No, I haven't." But I think Ariel knows the deep down truth. Of course he's not going to have spoken to Dana. Okay? Dana's got a whole team of people for Tom Aspinall to communicate with. And Ariel made it seem like Dana White's ignoring him. Yeah, maybe Dana hasn't talked to Tom, but the team has talked to Tom. Hunter Campbell, you know, any UFC doctors and stuff like that, they've all been in communication with Tom probably, just not Dana. So why did Ariel harp on the fact of, did you speak to Dana? Because Ariel doesn't like Dana. Now Ariel pitting Dana and Tom against each other for the benefit of his show. Watch, boys. Watch. Tomorrow, Ariel will react to this, and he's going to be licking his chops, being like, haha, I got Dana to respond again. I got Dana to respond to the clip of Tom Aspinall on our channel. Okay, that's what you guys don't see. Maybe what you guys don't realize. That's why Ariel asked Tom that question he asked him, because he knew what Tom was going to say, okay? And then he knew that Dana White would be asked about it in the post-fight press conference, or eventually get asked about it, and then Ariel would be able to react to it. It's chess, not checkers. So credit to Ariel for thinking that far ahead. But I think Ariel, you know, did Tom dirty here. He made Tom continue waving flames on the fire, or waving on the fire. And Tom didn't even need to answer a question like this. So we'll see what happens, but I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Ariel is using Tom as a way to continue fanning the flames of the fire of his beef with Dana. And Dana, what did Dana do? He shut it down, because deep down I think he knows what's going on. He's like, fuck Ariel, bro. Fuck Ariel. I'm not going to beef with Tom Aspinall because Ariel did this shit again. Because Ariel's sparking a beef again for his channel. I'm going to shut this shit down. You know what Ariel would have probably loved even more? Is if Dana trashed the fuck out of Tom here in response to a quote that happened on his channel. Ariel probably would have loved that even more. Dana's shutting that shit down, though. Dana's shutting that shit down. If you boys know, you boys know. Ariel seeing Dana respond to him, squirting, wet, pregnant. Exactly, bro. Ariel wanted to get a response from Dana, and he got it. But it's not the response he was looking for. Because Dana's going to stay cool with Tom. He's not going to let Ariel get in the way of his bullshit. And then, almost Taco Tuesday. Yes, 2 more days till Taco Tuesday. Shout out Taco Padilla. All right, we also got the new pay-per-view model. This is just a quick one.
Yes, sir.
All right. So thank you. I'm sorry about the first one.
That's all right.
Since there is no more pay-per-view, the fighter they used to get cut from pay-per-view, now, like, are you going to replace, you know, based on the view or something like that, and pay the fighters?
Yes. There is a model that we have figured out that can figure out how to pay guys based on pay-per-view still.
Okay, thank you.
Now, it would have been nice if he explained that to us, but I guess time will tell. We'll find out eventually. But fighters will still be getting, like, quote-unquote pay-per-view points for these non-pay-per-view cards. They figured out a model. So I'd like to find out what that model is. All right. Dana responds to backlash over recent title bookings, and then we'll move right into Dana on and that's also part of the whole Dana and Arman thing. So I'll fast forward to that after this one. Dana responds to backlash over recent title bookings. It's barely an answer, but you guys want to hear it, right? Because you guys are wondering, why did Dana give us the fights we don't want to see? Well, here's Dana's answer.
House, it's all good shit.
And unrelated to this fight card, we haven't got to speak to you since all the big title fight announcements. Fans were a little surprised, I think, at the interim title and then the main event in Australia. Probably wasn't the matchups they thought were going to happen. So I guess why did you settle on Justin and Patty and Diego and Volk rather than like Arman or anything like that?
Yeah, that's the way it played out in the war room. Yeah.
That's the answer. That's the way it played out in the war room, boys. And what I tell you about the war room. Them boys be scheming against certain fighters. They be trying to put other guys up and bring other guys down. That's okay. It's a part of the game. But I'm just saying. They're setting something up. And I believe they're setting up Patty to knock out Gaethje or get a finish over Gaethje and then fight Ilya for the super fight. Not a real super fight, but you know what I'm saying. A big-ass fucking fight. One of the biggest fights you can make of 2026. The only fight bigger than that is Ilya versus fucking Islam. If Ilya can get past Patty. So that's what they're setting up. And that's what he meant by that. Okay, now Arman Tsarukyan, right? Arman Tsarukyan in the fucking doghouse. The headline. The reason why most of you guys are here probably. Alright? Dana on Arman. This is too good. Before this even gets started, I got to rub it in a little bit to you guys because I've been telling you guys have been disagreeing with me, and I try to tell you it doesn't matter about what we truly want. It's about understanding what's going to go on with the UFC, what the UFC is going to do. And I was right. I told you guys, Arman Tsarukyan is not getting a shot because of why he pulled out of the fight against Islam Makhachev. I got the date on that. Let me see real quick. Okay, so yeah, Arman Tsarukyan not getting the shot because he pulled out of UFC 311 on 24 hours notice. All right, and everybody's saying, who cares? Who cares? Well, Dana cares because like I've been trying to explain to you guys, and what Dana's going to explain to you is it's more than just rankings. Okay, he left the UFC high and dry for tickets that they sold with his name on it on 24 hours notice. The UFC was like, look, bro, you can still fight. Just fight, man. We need you. And he said, no, fuck that. I don't want to do it. All right? And he let the UFC just fucking fend for themselves. And luckily, the UFC was still able to put together a new main event with Islam and Moicano. But guess what? They had to open up the fucking wallets for Moicano. You think they wanted to do that? They're already taking a loss because the main event just fell apart. They're not even going to sell as many tickets now because Arman just pulled out. Now they got to create a new main event, right? And on top of that, whoever they're bumping up into the main event, they got to compensate them even more money than what they're used to so that they can even take the fight in the first place because they weren't even training for it. So that's why Arman Tsarukyan doesn't get the shot. On top of that, like Patty's been saying, he punched a fan during his walkout. Not only that, but then he goes and headbutts fucking Dan Hooker before the fucking fight even takes place at the ceremonial weigh-ins. I mean, bro, this guy's a liability. If you think Dana White is going to risk anything on this guy for a second fucking time heading into the Paramount era, everybody tripping. Everybody tripping. So that's why Paddy Pimblett got it. So everybody who's up in arms about Paddy Pimblett getting the shot over Arman, you all can finally rest. Okay? You all can finally rest. Arman Tsarukyan was never getting the shot. It don't matter about the rankings. It don't matter about Ilia Toporia's last 3 opponents are 0-13. It don't matter that fucking that Patty beat Chandler last. None of that fucking matters because guess what? The only thing that matters is that Arman Tsarukyan pulled out of the UFC 311 main event on 24 hours notice. They lost pay-per-view sales because he pulled out. That fight was sold with tickets with his fucking name on it. tickets with his name on it. And since I'm already going down this path, let's go down the whole thing. Because we got some new viewers in here. So let's go down the whole thing. Arman Tsarukyan could have fought that night. Okay, he could have fought. He came down with a back injury that was going to get in the way of his weight cut. I'm telling you boys this right now. Arman Tsarukyan came down with a back injury that was going to get in the way of his weight cut. He wouldn't have been able to make weight. Okay, but he still could have fought. Why didn't he choose to fight? Because the title wouldn't have been on the line if he didn't make weight. The title wouldn't have been on the line. And guess what Arman said? He said, fuck that. If the title's not on the line, I don't want to fight. And that's why Dana hates him so much. That's why he's still in the doghouse till this day. Till this fucking day, he's still in the doghouse. How many times has he fought since he pulled out of the Islam fight? One time? One time he fights after pulling out of the Islam fight, and you guys think he gets it that easy. Hell no. Hell fucking no, he doesn't get it that easy. So there you boys go. There you boys go. It's been solved. Everybody can rest now. It was so obvious that Patty was going to get the shot. I'm sorry if you guys didn't see that. Now you understand. Dana's saying the same shit I've been telling you boys for weeks. For weeks. And it's not even a debate anymore. All right? This is just how the business is run. It's show business. This is show business. It's not the NFL. It's not the NBA. This is show business. We're selling tickets here. And I don't want to hear the thing, well, the UFC always, they always break numbers no matter what. That's a cope, bro. That's not how you fucking run the business. You got to do shit that's going to fucking work and last. Not just bank on the fact that they're always breaking their records. And obviously, Arman Tsarukyan throwing him in a main event, it doesn't work. It barely fucking worked with fucking Dan Hooker. What if Dan Hooker pulled out? What if Dan Hooker pulled out after that headbutt? Think about it. What up, Dylan? Shout out to Dylan. Shout out to Buyer Seller saying valid. Let's hear what me Autoboy got to say. Oh no, Ricky's saying Arman's a loser. We don't care about him. Okay, all right. A lot of people do care about Arman. They're upset that he didn't get the shots. Prime goes, that's why he was slammed into a fight night. No pay-per-view cards for him now. Like I told you boys, right? We're heading into the Paramount era. You feel me? They ain't dealing with that shit. And think about it. Arman really did them dirty. I don't think you guys take a minute to really think about how dirty Arman did them. Just think about if somebody did that to you. Think about if you had all this money invested in someone, right? And they did you like that. They left you high and dry. And they said, I don't care how much you lose from this. I don't want to do it because a belt's not going to be on the line because I can't make weight, even though I can still technically fight. My weight cut's just fucked now. How would you feel? I would be fucking pissed. I'd be like, listen, bro, fuck you too then. I can't wait to fucking get this one back on you. And that's what Dana's doing. So I fucking ranted long enough. I'm going to read Miata Boy's question, and then I'm going to resume this. Miata Boy goes, it sucks because they wasted Van's star power. He's going to lose to these high-level grapplers. He was already getting outstriked by Pantoja, so he might linger in the top 15. Interesting, Miata Boy. Interesting perspective there. Joshua Van's a beast. He did get pushed to the title shot pretty quickly. He's the second youngest champion in UFC history. I guess time will tell him, Miata Boy. Obviously, if Tyra beats him, right, when they run it in Japan next year, we'll come back to this comment of yours, and you might be right. That will definitely be vindication for you. So we'll see. But if Van can get past Tyra, maybe that'll add confidence to him as far as facing grapplers go. And to be honest with you, Miata Boy, just to give you a quick thought on the whole Pantoja fight, for what it's worth, I thought Joshua Van did pretty good for that 26 seconds. Pantoja was coming after Van, and I thought Van did pretty good. He was warding off takedowns. He didn't get taken down. Pantoja was trying to land with a big overhand right. He couldn't really land with it. Just my opinion. I thought Van did pretty well against Pantoja for however long that fight lasted. It was only 26 seconds, but that's all I have to judge. So anyway, Dana saying Arman Tsarukyan is still in the doghouse. Sorry for the wait on this. I just had to explain all that shit.
Right now, she'll be the greatest athlete you ever worked with over there. I'm telling you, I can't say enough good things about her. She was great when she was here.
And last thing on lightweight, Arman Tsarukyan, obviously the odd man out now. We expect Ilya to be unifying against the interim title winner, which would make a long runway for his
I wouldn't
title.
say that he's the odd man out. he had an opportunity, and you guys know how that played out, and he's gonna have to work his way back. I don't give a shit what the number says. He's gonna have to work his way back.
So we don't give a shit what the number says, boys.
There's just too much goes into this for those type of things to happen. You know, we had a little. We were talking back in my room tonight, and we were talking about all the crazy shit that's happened over the last 20-something years. But you can't do that. You can't get the opportunity, and then it can't end that way. So he's got to work his way back.
So the message is take the next fight you offer him, obviously?
No, I mean, he obviously he knows what's going on. I don't give a shit what everybody else says. He knows what's going on, and he's got to work his way back to that title shot. Yep.
Dan over here.
Licking the lips at the end. So there you boys go. Now you understand it. At least I hope you do. At least I hope you do. Okay, that's pretty much it for the Dana press conference. He did get asked if his contract to be UFC president was extended. So we can watch that real quick, and then we'll move on to Joshua Van's press conference and Petr Yan's press conference.
February will be 25 years since you first appeared on UFC television as president and CEO now. I believe in 2019 you announced you had signed a 7-year extension for your position. That would bring it to next year. Have you signed anything new since then, or is this a contract year for you?
I have been extended.
For how long?
That's a good question. 5 years? Yeah. Another 5-year extension. Literally this year.
Okay, congrats.
So we got Dana till 2030 at the very least. He's always going to get extended as long as he wants to continue being president, but Dana locked in till 2030. Miata Boy says, Van only landed 2 strikes, Pantoja landed 6, and that big head kick, then the end. Yeah, if that's what the stats say, that's what the stats say. But, I thought Van did pretty good still. That's what I'll say. Okay, let's do Joshua Van. That was only an 8-minute presser. So we'll do Joshua Van and then Petr Yan. Joshua Van says, fuck anyone who says he's not a real champion. I want to know what you guys think. Is Van a real champion or what? Is that considered a real win or not? Let's put a poll. Is Joshua Van a real champion? Yes. No. All right, vote up that poll, boys. This will be a quick presser.
Yeah. He's like, what? That's his belt. That's his belt. Fits him. It fits better. That's his size.
Josh, congratulations. Is there any particular reason you've chosen to sit up there with this rather small belt rather than the larger championship belt that was awarded to you in the cage?
It was just too heavy, man.
Can you put into emotions? I mean, I imagine you're still processing, right? Because there's this build to this moment, and you don't really get the whole fight, like everything that you were expecting, but you get the reward that you wanted, right? So can you put into words, just process what you're feeling right now?
Man, like I said, it was this whole week. It was kill or be killed. I knew I was going to win the fight, but I didn't want the fight to end that way for sure. And as soon as he's recovered, man, I want to run it back. Just because I respect him so much. He's one of the greatest of all time and things like that. So I do want to run it back with him.
Yeah. You didn't get a lot of time to feel him out in there, but he was very aggressive. You had some great exchanges early on. Yes. I mean, how were you reading him early? How did it play out versus what you were expecting?
It was everything I expected. He's aggressive, and like I said, he's a champion for a reason, man.
Yeah.
Man, a few words. That's all right. It's all right. To be honest with you guys, I find it kind of refreshing a little bit. I can't fully explain it because I do like a guy who can cut a good promo, but Van's being authentic to himself, and I can respect that. I can respect that. He got a little bit of gangster to him too. I think it works out. Not everybody can be quiet like Van. If you're a quiet guy like Van, you got to have a little gangster to you. All right, and Van got a little gangster to him. I'm going to give him that. Tuxedo Mask, thank you again for the $2 dono, homie. Tuxedo Mask answers the question. He goes, Van slammed him. The slam caused an injury. He legit. I'm going to give Van the credit. I'm going to say he a legit champion. I'm going to say Van a legit champion. Okay, it was a freak accident. But to Tuxedo's point, yeah, you know, Pantoja threw that head kick. Van reacted. Resulted in Pantoja falling and having to brace on the ground, and shit happened. Okay, is that the way I would have wanted him to win, or anyone wants him to win? No. Right? But I'm not going to take away from Van. I'll say he's a real champion. And hopefully he can prove his mettle in his next fight, because this one only lasted 26 seconds.
Is your idea that, hey, let's see how he's doing for, like, would you...
Tuxedo again. Oh my God, you boys liking that one is hilarious. Thank you again, Tuxedo, for the $2 dono. Do you feel a kinship with Van being Asian? There's a little something there. There's a little something there for sure. There's a type of brotherhood with him being Asian for sure. No, I'm playing. I don't got any like bias towards him because he's Asian, but I fuck with him. That's for damn sure.
Prefer to run it back with him first before someone else? Does it matter? Like, does it matter who you face next, knowing that you want to face him eventually?
I would say it don't matter, but like I said, man, I feel like he deserved it. You know what I mean? So whatever the UFC want is what I'm going to do next, but I do want to run it back with him for sure.
Yeah, it's been incredible the pace you've kept to get here. Do you need a break now? Do you need some rest? Or are you like, hey, let's get me in February? Like, can you keep this pace? Like, what's your plan as champion?
I want to be the, active champion for sure, but I'm taking this month off.
A month off, nice.
A month off, yes.
And I guess last thing for me would be, you know, what would you say to somebody that says, I can't count that guy as a real champion? That fight didn't really play out. Like, what would you say to him?
Fuck them. Yeah. If you do good, they will talk shit, and if you do bad, they will talk shit. So do what makes you happy. You know what I mean? So it don't matter what they think, man. I won.
John.
Fuck them. It don't matter what they think. I won. So honestly, even if let's say I was on the other side and I didn't think he won, I still respect what Van said there, right? As a champion, you got to think that way. As the fighter, you got to think that way. Fuck what they say. I don't care what they think. I won. I like it.
Over here. Tatsura was in here and he said he ran into you backstage and you met, and he said in his mind the fight's already booked. So can you elaborate on that meeting and what did you make of his performance?
Yeah, he looked great tonight. You know what I mean? Like I said, I do want to give the champ. I mean, I am the champ now, but I do want to give Pantoja a rematch for sure. But like I said, whatever the UFC want, you know what I mean? So whatever it is, man, they got my number. So
you know, you're famous for just being incredibly active and all, but it's adding those 2 extra rounds. Are you going to be able to keep up this activity? Because like we just saw Merab in the main event, it seemed to maybe 4 title fights in 1 year maybe catches up to you near the end. Do you think you can stay this active as champion?
I ain't never been a champion, so I don't know. You know what I mean? So this is my first time being a world champion, and I'm going to see what's up. You know, my first camp as defending this title, I'll see how hard it is and things like that. So, and we go from there. But I do want to fight at least 3 times a year, every year. So maybe if we could push it 4, 5, let's go.
Oh, and then just last one for me. Normally when
I want to add one more thing, because I said Van got a little gangster in him, right? He kind of like the Nate Diaz type of guy, right? Which I love. I love the Nate Diaz characters. Petr Yan just like a Nate Diaz too. But here's what I want to add. Speaking of Nate Diaz, when Nate Diaz and Dustin Poirier were booked to fight and Poirier pulled out of the fight due to injury, right? Nate Diaz said, I won that shit. You didn't make it to the war. Right? We were booked. You pulled out of the fight. You didn't make it to the war. I won that shit. I was ready to show up to the war. Right? Take it in real life shit. If you got a war, If you go to war, it's not about, oh, now's not the time, I'm not ready, right? It's a war. I'm coming whether you're ready or not. I'm taking everything. You better be fucking ready. You better be there to defend your village, or I'm taking it. Or I'm fucking taking it, right? That's how I like to look at the game. Primal shit like that. And guess what? This takes it a step further, okay? Like I just said, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Nate Diaz claims to Dustin Poirier that he technically beat him because Dustin didn't show up to the war. He pulled out of the fight due to an injury. Make of that what you will, okay? But at least in this case, keeping that same concept in mind, at least in this case, Pantoja made it to the war. He showed up to the war. They fought, right? The war played out for 26 seconds. Pantoja got injured. He couldn't continue the war. If we're in primal times, okay, he couldn't continue. Joshua Van just took all the bitches in his village. All of them. His. Everyone in his village. His. Right? So that's how I'm going to look at it. Joshua Van is a true champion. They both made it to the fight. Pantoja couldn't continue the war. Joshua Van is a true champion. It's not the way he expected it. Like Dylan says, Van did not expect this outcome. It's not. But you go to a war, you show up, both men on the battlefield, right? One of them couldn't continue. He got injured because Van threw him on the ground off a head kick. Okay? Van caused it. That's my opinion. I think it's legit. I do think it's legit. If Nate Diaz can say that he beat Dustin Poirier because Poirier pulled out of the fight, which I think is valid. I think is valid for anybody, because how many dudes be pulling out of fights? I think that shit's valid. At least Pantoja showed up to the war. Pantoja showed up to the war. He got injured. He couldn't continue. If we were in primal times, if there was no referee, if they were fighting at Pantoja's village in Brazil, guess what? Van is the king of Rio. Van just took all his bitches. You feel me? I'm trying to speak to you guys in simpleton terms. You feel me? Van just took all his bitches, whether he got injured or not. Whether he got injured or not.
A champion from another country gets their first belt, they go home and they have a parade. They have the videos of their country meeting them in the airport. So have you thought of that yet, going back to Myanmar with the belts and the scenes in the airport and getting the parade and the hero's welcome and everything?
Wait a minute, hold on. They just mentioned Myanmar, okay, and then I see the Myanmar flags in the chat. I gotta say it one more time. Shout out to Myanmar. Shout out to all the Myanmar fans, okay? Naung and new Joshua Van dropping the Myanmar flags in the chat, dropping the heart emoji. Shout out to Myanmar, okay? Shout out to Naung. Anyways, we're continuing. He's married. You boys get what I'm saying. All right? Back in the day, in the primal shit, them boys weren't married. They were fucking all the bitches in the village. So you boys feel what I'm saying. We're taking it back a step to primal days, but shout out to True Silence. Bobo says, congratulations, Asia Man champion, Joshua Van. Yes. Eric says, Van too friendly to be a Diaz, bro? Nah, bro, he just like Diaz. You know that viral picture with Nate Diaz, Petr Yan, and Triple G? Shit, they need to retake that shit with Joshua Van in there. Joshua Van just as gangster. He nice, but he gangster too.
I do want to go back to my country if it's possible, but you know, right now it's the government and all these things going on and stuff like that. So hopefully soon I will be able to go back home, you know. But yes, I do want to go back for sure.
Josh, how does it feel to be the first homegrown Fury FC champion?
It's crazy, right? I started with Fury from amateur to pro, and
hey, I need
now
to go turn
UFC champ, you know what I mean?
I need to go turn something off real quick, boys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, but I'm gonna just keep this playing, and then we'll move into Petr Yan's press conference. You don't want to miss it. Petr Yan was super fucking hilarious, trolling everybody. Can't miss TV. Petr Yan. I'll be right back, but I'm gonna leave this video playing for you guys.
And I gotta give a shout out to my teammate, you know what I mean? Shout out to Micah, Houston Marza, and Dakota Hope, and things like that. You know, they was helping me this whole camp, you know what I mean? And shout out to 4 Ounce Fight Club, 4 Ounce to Aslan Boxing Gym, Temple Construction. You know, they helped me a lot this camp.
With the UFC going back to Houston, obviously you're probably not going to be finding that card, but is it going to be nice to be in the crowd as the champion?
It'd be dope. Yes.
Congrats, man.
David here with MMA Myanmar. First of all, congratulations, Josh.
Thank you.
Do you want to say something to Pantoja and his family?
Well, Pantoja is a great champion, so hey, man, I hope you recover quick, and maybe we can run it back.
Okay, thank you. Did you say something to your mom, or your mom say something to you right after the fight? If so, what was it?
I don't know what I said, bro. I was in the moment, so I don't know.
Okay, do you want to say something to your mom now then?
I love you, Mom.
Thank you. So, if Dana or UFC listen to you, where do you want your next fight to be? Like somewhere close to Burma, or where do you want it to be?
Like I said, man, at the end of the day, I'm just a fighter. Whatever the UFC want is what I'm going to do next.
All right. Okay, so last thing.
You gotta love it. This shit low-key refreshing, man. Low-key refreshing. And to be honest with you guys, I usually hate on shit like this. But there's just something refreshing about it, man. He not trying hard. You feel me? Reminds me of Nate Diaz. I'll say it again.
From me, again, တန်းနေကြည့်တဲ့မြန်မာပရိသတ်တွေကြည်နေတယ်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးကြတယ်အဆုံး ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
Thank you.
Josh over here to your left. Congratulations on the win tonight. At one point last year we thought you were going to fight Castro in June, and fast forward we're now here where we potentially could see that fight for a belt. So did you expect your guys' career to take off the way it did since that point?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I knew for a fact that we gonna run into each other. You know what I mean? It's either now or later in the chapter. You know what I mean? So, like I said, man, whatever the UFC got planned, I'll do it.
Given how you guys have both evolved in such a short amount of time, how differently do you approach that fight this time around compared to how you would have done last year?
I would have whooped his ass last year. Same thing. That's the way I feel every time.
Josh over here. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations on the last 18 months. 18 months ago, you had a knockout loss to Charles Johnson. You've obviously rebounded so well. Is that a fight you'd like to get back one day?
Well, he got yeah.
And 2 victories ago, you bought your mom a house. What are you getting her besides the belt?
I don't know. That's a surprise.
Okay. Leave it to that dude to always ask a stupid question. Without fail. Okay, Petr Yan. Petr Yan trolling Merab about the jacuzzi. Petr Yan quoting Khabib and Hamzat smash everybody, send me location. Petr Yan saying O'Malley still looked like a motherfucking hooker. I mean, Petr Yan, he checked all the boxes in this press conference. And Petr Yan, another gangster. The UFC just got 2 gangsters as champions, and I believe this is what they wanted heading into the Paramount era. Damn, Rhett Nose goes, Van is a fraudulent champion. I will stand on that. Van will get chinned by Charles Johnson again. Damn, Rhett. Charles Johnson got to find his way to that title shot first, though. Kiao says, respect to Pantoja, come back stronger, fight to Van. Yeah, respect to Pantoja, nothing but respect. Rhett goes, here we go with a real champ. Yan is a savage. He's a certified gangster, not Van. Okay, all right. At least you guys agree with me here that Petr Yan a fucking gangster. Because Petr Yan another fucking gangster. You know what? I need to pull up. I just need to pull it up. All right? I don't even know how this link up happened, but I'm glad it did. All right? One of the most legendary picks of all time, bro. I'm gonna get this shit framed in my house or some shit. I want that shit framed back here. I think I might print this shit out and frame it and put it up on my wall. One of the most gangster picks, bro. Shit. Imagine these boys pulling up on you after you fucked with one of their girlfriends or something like that, or their sisters. These 3 dudes pull up on you after you just did something to their sister. Oh, you fucked. That's your last day on earth, I promise you. Nate, Petr Yan, and Triple G. Straight gangster. And guess who's the most gangster of them all? Nate fucking Diaz. Nate fucking Diaz, the most gangster of them all. Yeah, Triple G got to bend the knee. Petr Yan Petr Yan a 135er, but you guys get it. Nate Diaz, the real gangster, the OG gangster. All right, the Petr Yan press conference. Shout out once again to everybody watching. One more time, like the stream and subscribe if you're not subscribed. We are live every night. And since I'm plugging real quick, yes, the SD Dumas interview was supposed to drop today. I'm going to give you guys the full backstory. SD Dumas interview was supposed to drop today. We obviously had a busy weekend here streaming the fights. I got it edited. I got it finished editing at like 7 p.m. today. So I'm just going to post it tomorrow. But it's locked in. It's ready to go. It's fully edited. And if you guys do want to see some of it, maybe we could play it on stream at the end. If you guys request it and you really want to see it tonight, since I promised it tonight, okay, if you guys ask for it, maybe we could watch it at the end of the stream. Okay, I'm a man of the people. I didn't live up to my word on that one. It was supposed to be posted tonight. It's not, so if you want to see it, I'll let you guys see it. Just let me know. Or if you can wait for tomorrow, it's going to be posted at like 9 a.m. tomorrow. Whew.
Peter, congratulations on an incredible performance tonight. I can't imagine that it could have gone much better, but as you sit there, how do you feel about how the way things played out tonight?
Поздравляю, невероятное выступление сегодня. Не думаю, что что-то могло еще лучше пройти, но в принципе ты сейчас здесь сидишь, оцени, как это прошло.
Спасибо большое, очень приятно ваше внимание. Я очень рад, что пояс вновь оказался у меня.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with all of your attention. I'm very happy that the belt is back in my hands.
Nice. At what point in the fight did you feel like this is definitely going to be my night? Like, I mean, you were out wrestling and you were out striking, but when did you say, I'm definitely the better man tonight?
Когда ты понял в бою, был ли момент, когда ты понял, что ну точно этот бой мой, сегодня мой вечер, я выиграю, и был ли такой момент переломный?
Ну, чтоб типа я точно так думать, я так не думал. Я знал, что мне нужно каждый раунд показывать свою инициативу, показывать урон, наносить.
You know, I don't know if there was actually a moment when I realized, you know, the fight is mine. I knew that the entire time I had to push my initiative. I had to make sure to give damage, to damage him. So there wasn't like an actual moment where I knew.
Я же понимаю, я дерусь дома у чемпиона. Я прилетел сюда 30 часов с другого континента. Я понимаю, чтобы выиграть у человека дома, нужно это сделать очень явно.
I understand, you know, that I'm fighting in the champion's hometown. This is his backyard. I flew 30 hours to get here. I knew that in order for the belt to go in my hands, I had to make sure to leave no stone unturned, no questions.
Nice. And kind of two major accomplishments tonight, right? Like getting the title back, but also winning against a guy that, you know, didn't go so well the first time around. Which one is sweeter? Is it being champ again, or is it proving that first result wasn't the way it should go between you?
Если так подумать, то сразу две заслуги в один и тот же вечер. Во-первых, да, понятно, обратно забрал пояс, но забрал ты у человека, которого не так все хорошо, не пошло по плану в прошлый раз. Что для тебя слаще?
Это очень приятно. Реванши, они всегда более, возможно, профессиональный подход к ним у меня. Ну и опять же, вот это на кону огромнейшая мотивация.
You know, it's an incredible feeling. With rematches that I said before, I do better. It's like I'm more intelligent in the rematches. And, of course, this thing right here, this is the motivation.
Yeah. Obviously, you want to enjoy everything now, but do you feel there's a need for a trilogy with Merab at some point, or is it done at this point?
Понятно, сейчас время как бы насладиться этим, но думаешь ли ты, что все-таки трилогия неизбежна?
Я думаю, Мерабу надо сейчас опять посетить джакузи с мальчиками, отдохнуть, а там посмотрим.
You know, I think Merab should really just get the boys, get into the jacuzzi, think about it, and then we'll see.
I almost can't follow that up. Last thing.
I mean, come on now. Come on now. Petr Yan, I love it. I love it. He really being himself. This is Petr Yan, a straight bully. A straight bully. But that's okay. He don't be bullying innocent people like the fucking Dagestanis and Team Makhachev. He bullies other fighters. He bullies his opponents. He bullies his future adversaries. He don't bully no fucking innocent ass fucking people in the stands like fucking Ased and all those fucking goons from Team Makhachev. No. He a bully, but he bullies people just like him. Unlike fucking Team Makhachev. Shout out to Dylan, because Dylan said, Dagestanis give Russians a bad name. People forget that Russians can be some of the most gangster people you'll ever see. Shout out to Dylan. Alright, shout out to Dylan. True silence. He booing. He not too happy with fucking Petr Yan, but that's alright. That's alright, true silence. Dylan also said, imagine being cornered by Triple G, Nate Diaz, and Yan. Shit, that'd be a fire-ass corner. Fire-ass corner. Striking from Yan, right? MMA striking from Yan. Jiu-jitsu from Nate Diaz, plus boxing. I mean, boxing from all of them, right? But Nate Diaz, jiu-jitsu. Petr Yan, striking. GGG, straight boxing. That'd be the most fire, one of the most fire corners one could put together. Rhett goes, Yan is top 10 fight. Yan is top 10 fighter. Yan's a beast, bro. Saxby missed the whole card. Only saw Merab versus Peter. Was the card good? Yeah, it was a pretty good card. It was a pretty good card, man. You should go back and watch it. Henry Cejudo versus Peyton Talbot was fire. What else was fire? I'm drawing a blank right now because I wasn't even thinking about that. But there were a lot of good fights, a lot of good finishes. Oh, Brandon Moreno versus Tyra, you know, it did end kind of abruptly, but it was good while it lasted. I'm trying to think of the other fights. Yan versus Bogdan ended in a draw. That was interesting. It was a good card. But honestly, Petr Yan versus Merab was like, all you need to see is that, bro. That was such a good fight. That's really all you need to see, man. That one and Peyton versus Henry. That one and Peyton versus Henry.
Thing for me, what is your plan this time as champion? Like, do you have certain goals that you want to accomplish in this run, or a certain path that you see yourself following in this championship run?
В данный момент планы на чемпионство какие у тебя? Ты хочешь быть активным? У тебя есть какие-то имена, какие-то планы или что будет?
Я никогда в жизни не выбирался.
And Saxby, I just gotta say this to you. Did you see that Telegram gifts are on UFC and every fighter is sponsored? I guess it was not a scam. No, I still think Khabib's thing with Telegram was a scam. I think Khabib's thing with Telegram was a scam. And, you know, fighters are known grifters. Fighters are known grifters. They'll fucking do anything for money. Just look at all the fighters who have gone on Derek Moneyberg's fucking show. You feel me? That's really all I need to say. You show fighters a big enough dollar sign, they'll do anything you ask them to do. Anything. Dylan says, add Buckley and Van in that photo. Now you got the gangster Avengers. Shit. Shout out to Joaquin Buckley. Shout out my man. That's facts, Dylan. That's facts. Gangsters only in that pic. Rhett, thoughts on Strickland versus Fluffy? Personally, I got Strickland. Rhett, that's going to be a good fight. The difference is that Fluffy actually grapples. You know what I mean? Strickland refuses to. Strickland's good at grappling, but he refuses. I usually tend to lean towards the fighters who use more of the MMA game and not the fucking one-dimensional game. But boys, stay tuned because we're going to react to all the matchups that got announced. I already told you guys that, so just stay with me. This is the last thing about the UFC 323 post-fight press conference, and then we will react to some of the matchups. We'll do some polls, see where you boys stand. We'll get a good gauge on what you guys think of all that. Saxby, shout out to you. I'm going to read one more chat. The UFC and Khabib are all doing the Telegram gift. It was on the UFC this weekend. Khabib is just the bigger name, so they made him on the poster. No, I don't think that's necessarily the case, Saxby. Khabib was selling fucking papakas with his dad's name. That has nothing to do with what the UFC is selling. The UFC is selling something totally different. They're not selling papakas. And the Telegram owner liked Khabib. Now, I think the Telegram's business deal with the UFC and the Telegram's business deal with Khabib is totally separate. I think they're totally separate. Khabib not even an active UFC fighter. He has nothing to do with that. Telegram did a deal with Khabib, and then they also did a deal with the UFC. I have to look into it more, though. I don't know much about it. But I have been seeing all the fighters wearing the Telegram shirt.
тебе с кем драться, то, что UFC планирует.
And if the UFC is doing a gift separate from what the Papaka was, boys, don't be an idiot and buy that shit. Okay, don't be an idiot and buy that shit. You know better.
Matchmaking, полный газ.
You know, I never chose what to do as a champion. I never chose my opponents. Whatever the UFC, whatever the organization tells me to do, let's go. Pedal to the metal.
Smash everybody.
Shout out Hamza.
Петя, привет, я здесь. С победой тебя, всю твою команду. Поздравляю. Скажи, вот если бы все-таки пришлось выбирать, ты бы выбрал бы следующий бой? Трилогию с Мерабом или бой с Умаром? И кого ты считаешь соперником более опасным, более сильным?
Congratulations on the victory, Peter. So, if you had to choose, what do you think is the next step? A trilogy with Merab or a fight against Umar? And who do you think is a more dangerous opponent?
Вы же видели бой Мераба с Умаром. Вы видели, как он прошел, как он проходил. Кто более опасен был?
But you saw the fight of Merab versus Umar. You saw the way that fight went. So, who's more dangerous?
Они могут провести реванш, и мы посмотрим.
They can rematch, and then we can see what happens.
Okay, спасибо.
Peter, no sir. Peter's about to argue with this reporter, so I won't spoil it, but he's about to argue with the reporter, and then I'll tell you what I gotta say.
We're here. Congratulations on becoming champion again.
Вы просто, опять же, понимаете, чтобы я повторно подрался за пояс UFC, 3 боя дали, чтобы я провел 3 боя. Очень долго я к этому шел, понимаете?
You know, just understand the fact that for me to get the opportunity to fight for the belt again, UFC made me go 3 more fights before I was able to get into the contender position again.
Но как, извини, ну как мы видим, некоторым дают сразу, там условно Перейры.
But as you see, some guys get it right away, like let's say Pereira.
Перейра это звезда, он много боев выиграл, он был чемпионом, да.
Pereira is a star, you know. I mean, he won a lot of fights. He's been the champion before, so there's a difference.
And, you know, Merab might not be like a big star, but he's another one of the people that the reporter was talking about and that Peter was talking about, where, yes, Merab is warranted an immediate rematch, in my opinion. And Petr Yan agrees. Petr Yan agrees. And I'll show you. In an interview after the fight, probably after the press conference, Peter said, "No one has ever damaged him as much as I did. He was just broken today. Now he's in jacuzzi with his boys. I knew he's a strong guy of a championship caliber. I think he's one of those guys that he was just talking about at the press conference who actually deserves any rematch. He fought so many times, cleared out the division. If the UFC wants it, I am all for it." So Merab confirms here, Peter confirms here that Merab is deserving of an immediate rematch. So let's run that shit back next June at UFC White House.
Peter over here. So you mentioned your wife and 2 kids in your post-fight speech. Did you get a chance to speak to them yet? And how excited are you to celebrate with your family?
Ты говорил в октагоне.
Сына одному я думаю, что
way, you know, I have 2 sons, one's 9, one's 5. They understand everything. They watch the fights, and I'm sure they're really, really happy for me, and I'm sure they cannot wait for me to bring this home.
And I know Merab fights near his home in Vegas, right? But where would be the ideal location for you to fight your next fight?
Сказал, что Мераб дерется у себя дома, а для тебя какая локация? Hours to get here. I don't care. I flew 30 hours to get here. I don't care. Put me on Alaska, anywhere.
12 часов разница со временем, с моим домом. Абсолютно разные климатические условия там. Блин, куда, скажите, и все.
12-hour time difference, completely different climates, continents. Just tell me where. That's it.
Peter is so proud of himself.
Congratulations, champ.
Give me location.
Someone over here, Peter. Congrats on the win. You mentioned that the first time you guys fought, you had a pre-existing injury. So was tonight like a sigh of relief for maybe what you should have showed the first time, in your opinion?
Ты сказал, в первом бою у тебя была травма. Сегодня для тебя было как выдох, да? Показать, что ты можешь сделать, когда у тебя нету травмы.
Вы все видели сами.
You saw everything yourself.
Saxby goes, nah, UFC is doing Sean O'Malley versus Peter in the White House. America versus Russia as co-main event. You know what, Saxby? That's not the worst idea. If they do that, Saxby, I would like to see Peter versus Merab run back in like, March, April. If Merab is willing. But we'll have to see. Saxby, that's not the worst idea I ever heard. In fact, it's kind of a better idea. But the one thing where I disagree with you, Saxby, is that I think Merab deserves it. I think Merab deserves the immediate rematch. He's done a lot for the promotion, right? Dana even said at the press conference, look, we started off on the wrong foot, but I got nothing but respect for Merab. I got love for Merab. So, put your money where your mouth is, Dana. Put your money where your mouth is. You got respect for Merab. You got love for Merab. Then don't overlook him for fucking O'Malley again. Okay? The O'Malley fight will be there because O'Malley not that active. O'Malley going to be out for another 6 months after his fight against Song Yadong. You feel me? O'Malley probably won't even be ready necessarily for UFC White House, knowing his ass. So after Petr Yan rematches Merab in his next fight in the first title defense, okay, then you can run it with O'Malley. O'Malley going to sit out anyway. O'Malley finna sit out anyway. We all know it.
Peter, obviously that first fight, you've told us that you were physically compromised. How annoying was it to hear people sort of write off your chances in a rematch when you knew how compromised you were, and then how exciting and fun is it to vindicate yourself by performing tonight?
Ты единственный, кто знал, насколько серьезная была твоя травма в первый раз. И в этот раз такое впечатление, что люди просто на тебя не ставили, совсем думали, что он ничего не сделает, мы уже в первом бою видели. Насколько для тебя это было как отомстить тем людям, которые говорили такие вещи про тебя? Доказать?
Я знаю одно, что для всех...
One thing I know is you cannot be liked by everyone in life, right? So for me, I am who I am. So you like me, you don't like me, you say things, whatever. I am who I am.
Я просто люблю то, что я делаю. Вот. Если у меня есть, так сказать, подвижники, те, кому это нравится, значит, мы одна команда.
I just like what I do, and if there's those people that see that I get joy from doing what I do, then we are a team. We are one team.
Was the final takedown in the last 10 seconds a little bit of a message to Merab?
Последний проход, который ты сделал, когда ты его перевел в конце боя, это просто была небольшая галочка ему поставить, да, небольшое сообщение послать.
Блин, что вам еще сказать, я не знаю, вот. Просто сегодня...
I don't know what else I can tell you. It's just, tonight was my night.
If Sean O'Malley wins in January...
Get ready, boys. Get ready. Get ready. Sean O'Malley question. Let's hear it. This is gold.
Is that a rematch that you like to fight?
Если он победит в январе, ты хочешь с ним реванш?
Правда? Блин, я слышал последнее какое-то интервью, что когда он услышал, что я сказал, что у него вид, как у девушки с дороги, я на себя посмотрел со стороны, это реально так. Я его встретил буквально где-то там, видеозапись на днях, блин, он вообще не поменялся.
When I heard that, he didn't like the fact that I said that he looks like, a lady from a corner because of the way he looks. And then he saw himself and he was like, oh boy, maybe he was right and I need to change myself. I just saw him somewhere, or maybe a video of him a couple hours ago, still looks the same.
Он вообще не поменялся. Зачем он мне нужен?
He didn't change. What the heck do I need him for?
Я хочу, чтобы люди менялись в лучшую сторону.
I want people to improve themselves.
So, he low-key kind of shut down that rematch with O'Malley next. If O'Malley beats Yadong, he low-key kind of shut it down. That was hilarious, though, and it's so true. O'Malley just went back to the dyed hair, and of course Petr Yan had to see him with the fucking freshly dyed hair. And yes, O'Malley did go back to the natural hair color after his loss to Merab and shit like that, so that shit's funny as hell. Petr Yan funny as hell, bro.
Last one. Piotr, can you just speak on how gratifying it is to have that belt in you now, especially in front of you now, especially if you think back to the night where you need Aljamain Sterling in the head and it just seemed like things could never get back on track from there?
Расскажи, какие ощущения сейчас перед тобой этот пояс, особенно по сравнению с тем, какие были ощущения, когда прошел этот удар коленом в голову Аljamainu и казалось, что ну теперь уже только вниз.
Блин, я вообще в шоке был от происходящего. Но вот этот характер бойца по жизни, опять же, если ты любишь это дело, ты делаешь. Я просто люблю это дело, поэтому я здесь.
You know, I was personally shocked by that whole skid of going down that road, but this is just a fighter's character. You know, as a fighter, you see when somebody loves what they do, and I want to tell you, I love what I do.
And you were winning that fight with Aljamain, the first one, until that mistake happened. You weren't able to get a title defense in that reign. How important is it to you now to get one and many more in this title reign?
Стерлингом вести защиту.
Кто в этом?
Mine. No, man, I don't care.
Защита будет 100%. Кто в это не был?
You know, man, I don't care. It took me so long to get here and get what's rightfully mine. There's definitely going to be a defense. It doesn't matter who.
Я многое поменял реально в своем профессиональном подходе, в своем тренировочном процессе. Если вернуться 5 лет назад, когда я первый раз дрался за пояс с Жозе Алдо, не было у меня такого вот осознанного, прям ясного понимания, что я должен делать.
You know, I changed so much professionally. I changed the training, the preparation. If you look back at the 5 years ago when I was fighting against Jose Aldo, it was a whole different mentality. Like I didn't understand correctly what you must do to prepare to be a champion.
Есть пословица такая, поговорка, не знаю. Если хочешь идти быстро, иди один. Если хочешь идти далеко, нужно идти с командой. Вот, нужно обрастать командой.
You know, there's a saying, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with a team. So this is what I understood. You have to make sure to create a team around you. Фоточки сейчас с поясом надо сделать.
Okay, so that's that press conference. We can break down some more fights now. Let me see here. I saw a couple chats I want to read. What's good, Jacob? I saw you debating people about Max versus Charles, and I gotta let it be known I'm Team Max. Hashtag the best is blessed. Choo choo. All aboard the Blessed Express, baby. Shout out Max Holloway. Shout out to Sag. That's right. I was debating everybody. I was debating Prime and fucking everyone else in the chat on Friday. Shout out to you boys if you were in the chat on Friday. Rhett, I think Yan versus O'Malley 2 would be good. Yeah, it would be good. But honestly, like, I really want to see that one. But I just feel like Merab deserves respect. But Saxby going, no, Merab will ruin it and beat Peter. Shit, I don't know about that. I think Merab's time beating Peter is done, to be honest with you. Peter 32, Merab going to be 35 in January. You know? They could run it back. I think Peter's going to win that regardless. Let Merab fight Umar. Okay, that's another good option. But again, does Merab want that? Merab's management's going to be like, nah, man, I'm not fighting Umar. So keep that in mind, right? When you're telling me what you want to see, also keep in mind if it's realistic for Merab. Because I don't think Merab rematching Umar off a loss to Peter makes any sense for Merab from his perspective. Louis, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to sneak O'Malley into the next Yan defense. I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, I kind of would be surprised at the same time. If Yan fights Suga, we need Merab Umar 2 for #1 contender. I just answered that one, Sag, so hopefully you guys get what I'm saying about that. I mean, shit. Why not do O'Malley versus Umar? Why O'Malley get the fucking privilege all the time? Off one win. Rep, Van versus Tyra gotta be the lamest title fight. Damn, Rep. I mean, I get where you're coming from. I totally get where you're coming from. But that's probably what's gonna happen. In fact, I know that's what's gonna happen. And I think we all do. Saxby, UFC need an American fighting for a title that can win. Sean O'Malley can beat Peter, but not Merab. That's a fair opinion, Saxby. That's a fair opinion. We'll see if that happens. Rhett saying Jacob Michael Johnson versus Alexander Hernandez is announced for UFC 324. Okay. Michael Johnson versus Alexander Hernandez. That's going to be a good fight. I like that. Shout out to both guys. Dylan, remember when Petr Yan went up to a homeless man and called him Aljo? I do remember that. I do remember that. Wasn't as bad as fucking Khabib and his cousin Abubakar making homeless men do push-ups for fucking money. That was disgusting. Saxby, have you ever seen that Somalia was promised America 3,000 years ago, Mems? No. I got no clue. They did Arman wrong for Patty versus Ilya at the White House. More like Arman did the UFC wrong and the UFC's just getting revenge on his ass. Not even revenge. It's just like he did the UFC so wrong that the UFC can't even trust him anymore. And they would be stupid to trust him. Rhett, is it crazy to say that I think Max could beat... Oh no, is it crazy to say that I think Max would beat Ilya by decision in a rematch? After watching what Yan did and with how good Blessed looks at 55, I truly believe he could do it. Rhett, that's not crazy at all, homie. I truly believe it too. I truly believe it too. And guess what? If Ilya wants to be the BMF champion, he got to do it again at 155. We're putting everything on the line. We're putting everything on the fucking line. After we knock out Charles Oliveira, flatline on the canvas, he could choose to go out on his back, his side, or his face with his ass tooted up in the air. Okay? Once we get past Charles Oliveira and leave him flatlined on the canvas, all right, we put it all on the line against Ilya Topuria. 155 for the BMF strap and the 55-pound strap. Because Ilya walking around with that BMF belt, right? But he beat Max at 145. That ain't a BMF weight. You got to do it again at 55. So let's see it. Let's see it. And guess what? Guess what? Max Holloway walking away with both belts, baby. Both belts. The lightweight championship, and he retained in the BMF championship. That's how we going to do it. At 155. At 145, Max was weight drained against Ilya. Okay? He couldn't take his shots there. But just watch. Max Holloway at 155 against Ilya is a whole other fight. A whole other fight. UFC could always pay Yan screw you money to fight O'Malley. Dylan. It's not about paying Yan the screw you money, right? The UFC would have to pay Merab screw you money to fight Umar. That makes sense to you guys? Dylan? I hope that makes sense. The UFC, right, would have to pay Merab fuck you money if they're not going to give him the immediate rematch against Petr Yan. Because Merab's the one getting screwed, right? Yan don't give a fuck if he fights O'Malley or Merab next. I'm sure if Yan had the choice, he would choose O'Malley. O'Malley got no wrestling, right? Yan not going to beg for more money. O'Malley not going to beg for more money to get a title shot off of one win. No, no, no. Merab's the one who's going to say, no, I'm not fighting Umar, and then the UFC got to open up their pocketbook. And maybe that could work, right? Because how many fights does Merab have left? Not that many. This is one opportunity to make some good money by taking that Umar rematch, right? To hopefully, in the UFC's eyes, prop up Umar if he can beat Merab in the rematch. Because they all know Merab's on his way out. But again, we will see. Shout out to Dylan. AD, Merab needs to take 6 months before he returns. Dude was running out of steam. He already a GOAT. Yeah, I mean, 6 months would be ideal. 6 months would be ideal. If I was Merab, I want 6 months. He deserves it too. Rhett, it's not because of Van. He's cool, but Tyra is mad lame. Okay, I got you, Rhett. I got you. I'm happy, thank you. Oh. Oh my gosh, if I hear that one more time. AD Kid, O'Malley and Peter are different fighters. O'Malley on the decline. Peter complete different fighter. Yeah, and I think O'Malley just coming off one win doesn't warrant a title shot, bro. We got to stop glazing O'Malley at some point. You guys are going to speed run O'Malley's career too, bro. Keep throwing him into that title shot, bro. He ain't going to have nowhere else to go after he loses for a third time. He ain't going to have nowhere else to go, right? So maybe delay Sean O'Malley's instant title shot with the win over Song Yadong. But hey, the UFC could be setting him up for that. We don't know their plans. They usually think like fucking 5 steps ahead. Think about it. They were already looking to rent out a venue in Japan before this card even started in hopes that Tyra and Joshua Van would win. A big event in Asia. CPA Jacob, I'm faded. You that guy though, need me. You and the MMA homies on a pod. Shout out to CP. Shout out to CP. Shit, I'm going to be live with MTK this Wednesday. So tap in on Wednesday, homie. And I appreciate the love, Pete. I appreciate the love, homie. Louis says O'Malley should be fighting someone like Umar, or he should have fought Talbot. UFC trying to give him an easy win with Song Yadong fight. They think it's a favorable matchup. They do. They do. And it is a favorable matchup. It is. AD, Patty may be able to beat Ilya because Ilya on the divorce tip. I mean, yeah, I think Patty definitely has a chance of beating Ilya, even before the divorce. Because Patty's big at 155, bro. Big at 155. He got the jits. He's got the Scouser chin. He don't get knocked out. We got to see it. Everybody counting out Patty against Ilya. I think it's going to be a great fight. 50-50. Max would have a better shot at 55. He would, AD. Rhett, I completely agree. I think Max was downloading data in the first fight and was weight drained and got caught. Not saying Ilya ain't good. He's a beast, but I think Max would figure him out at 55. And he could take the shot. Yeah. And he could take the shot. I like Max in a rematch. Just like Peter in a rematch, I like Max in a rematch. Download the data, right? Come back stronger. Dylan says, screw it, book Zahabi versus Merab. You know, what do you think about fucking Peter versus Zahabi? You guys think there's chances of Peter versus Zahabi if Zahabi wins? Because, like I said, bro, O'Malley coming off a 1 win doesn't warrant a title shot. Merab was talking about fighting Zahabi next if he got past Peter, right? What about Zahabi versus, or if he got past Peter. What about Zahabi versus Peter? We all forgetting about Zahabi now. AD, UFC definitely wants Patty to beat Ilya. I mean, I don't know how much they want Patty to beat Ilya, but I know they want that fight, AD. I know they want that fight. Saxby, Merab has to fight Umar. UFC will never let Merab beat more contenders. He beat them all. O'Malley deserve a title shot more than Patty and Lopez. What the hell are you talking about, Saxby? How are you going to say O'Malley deserves a title shot more than Patty and Lopez when he's coming off a loss? What are we talking about, Saxby? He 0-2 in his last 2 fights. 0-2. I mean, I get Lopez, but you can't disrespect Patty like that, Saxby. It's just ridiculous. AJD, Sean almost KO'd Merab multiple times. Yeah, but wasn't that a split decision or something? Yeah, split. Who else is a American then fight in the White House? The hype video for Volk was a disgrace. They only played clips from like 2019 shit, because that's when I don't know, Volk, the last couple years he hasn't put together any highlights. I mean, he did drop fucking Diego pretty bad, didn't he? AD Jacob, should Aljo return to the 35 class? I think he's too big. Even if he wants to, he's too big. He gotta stay at 45. HGJ, Ilya and Holloway both weight drained at 45. Holloway will still get KO'd at 155 for BMF, so how can you say Holloway lost due to weight drain to Ilya? HT, because I'm fucking biased towards Max, I'll say it. You already know it. You already know it. I will never say anything negative about Max. I'm biased towards Max. There we go. I'm letting it be known. I ain't hiding from it. I'm biased towards Max. Shoot me now. I'm biased towards Max. Self-admitted. I will find any excuse to root for Max, HT. I'm just keeping it a buck. I know you respect that. I'll find any excuse to fucking cheer on Max. Any excuse. With that being said, HT, you're not wrong, right? You're not wrong. You're not wrong in what you said. Although Holloway will still get KO'd at 55, we'll have to wait and see. I'm never gonna say that, but you saying Ilya was weight drained at 45, I won't disagree with you there. I won't disagree with you there. How can you say Holloway lost due to weight drain to Ilya? My answer to that will be Max Holloway can't take a shot at 45 anymore. I mean, he got dropped at 55 too against Dustin. So Max getting a little bit older, his chin is a little bit cracked. That's the worst thing you're going to hear me say about Max. AJD says, not Ilya's another level. Shout out to Ilya. Holloway BTA's him in rematch at 55. Belt to ass, baby. Shout out Ret Nose. Belt to fucking ass. Sag, if the UFC wants entertaining fights, no doubt they make Sean versus Yan too if Sean beats Song. We'll see. We'll see. Everybody seems... Okay then. Okay then. Let's do a poll. Right? Let's do a poll. I see where this is going, boys. HT goes, hee hee, yeah, I know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You already know, HT. Come on. You can't get your... Don't take, picks from me when it comes to Max Holloway. All right, guys? Steer clear of that. Because I'm only rooting for Max. No matter what anyone says. HT goes, you support Holloway like myself support Shavkat. Yeah, bro. I'm a self-admitted Holloway glazer. I can't help it. The new poll, since this is the debate right now, it got everybody up in arms. Petr Yan's first title defense. Merab, okay. I'm going to go in order of who's most deserving, okay. Merab, you guys are going to hate this, but Zahabi... Zahabi just an easy lick for fucking Petr. I kind of want Petr just to get Zahabi out of there, if that makes sense. Merab Zahabi or O'Malley if beats Yadong. Okay, vote that shit up. Let's find out. The streets, let it be known. Who do you want Petr Yan's first title defense to be against? Merab, Ayman Zahabi, or Sean O'Malley if he beats Song Yadong? Let it be known. Rhett trusted Holloway would beat Ilya in a rematch. Shit. I'm going to get on my hands and knees and pray for that shit once Holloway beats Charles Oliveira. Rhett goes, I think Max already fought great at 145. And Max is better at 155 and more powerful. He schools Ilya, potentially. Dylan, people forget that Max stunned and cracked Ilya multiple times in their fight. Yeah, the fight was going well for Max until it wasn't. The fight was going well for Max until it wasn't. Trust me, it wasn't that fucking lopsided of a fight. Ilya just put him out. Ilya found the shot and put him out. You feel me? But Max was in it until he wasn't in it. Shout out to Dylan. Dylan's got a fucking deep bag of knowledge here. Rhett, exactly. Max wins rematch. AD Jacob, how do you think DJ would have done against the current 35ers? Well, the game has evolved, right? The game has evolved. I think DJ would have still done pretty well. But, shit. If you want my genuine opinion, prime DJ versus Petr Yan right now, I'd probably take DJ. I'd probably take DJ. But that's pretty close, you know? But I might take DJ. Why Zahabi and not Umar? Because Zahabi got a massive win streak, and Umar already got his title shot. How many fights has Umar won? How many fights has Umar won? One. since his loss to Merab. He booked against Figueiredo. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. But Umar needed to win probably 3 fights. What's with the privilege for Umar? Petr Yan had to win 3 fights, right? What's it different for Umar? Why is it different for Umar? Now let's look at Zahabi. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7-fight win streak. 7-fight win streak. So that would be why. Just bring Peter to Vegas, LOL, or Dallas. Yeah, DJ's still the GOAT. He's still the GOAT. He's still the GOAT. Okay, give me a second here. I'm pulling up the matchups that got announced yesterday. Did they really not make a post for fucking Sean Strickland? Oh, here it is. Okay. Who wins the shit? Who wins it? Sean Strickland or Fluffy Hernandez? UFC Houston main event. I'm gonna go Fluffy. What do you guys think? Fluffy or what? I'm gonna go Fluffy, bro. Fluffy got that dog in him. Who's younger? Fluffy's 32. Strickland 34. Not the oldest. Not the oldest by any means. You know what? I picked Strickland. I picked Strickland. I picked Strickland. I'm going to change my pick. I picked Strickland. Rhett said Strickland. AD said Strickland. Dylan said Fluffy. Sag said, I don't know who wins. I think it's going to be close. Maybe split decision. I'm going to pick Strickland simply because Fluffy lost to fucking Brendan Allen. Fluffy lost to Brendan Allen. Fluffy coming off an injury. Who else has Fluffy lost to? He also lost to Kevin Holland. Oh, no, he beat Brendan Allen. That's my bad. He beat Brendan Allen. That's my fucking bad. That's my bad, boys. But I'm still gonna pick Strickland. Should I pick Strickland though? Considering Fluffy did beat Brendan Allen. Look at Fluffy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-fight win streak. Tough one to pick. What are the fans picking? Oh, they haven't submitted picks yet. Tough pick, boys. That's a tough fucking pick. Eric says Fluffy by sub. Strickland got a throw on the feet, though. Jacob, you see, you turn to the right side. AD Strickland needs to stop talking smack and focus solely on the fighting. Then he wins. America first. What up, America first? I got a good conspiracy theory. Merab gave us signal it wasn't going to be his night by wearing both USA, Georgia flag, letting us know he was taking an L and get White House card. That's my theory, Brandon. Let me read that again. I got a good conspiracy theory. Merab gave us signal it wasn't going to be his night by wearing both USA/Georgia flag, letting us know he was taking an L and getting the White House card. I see what you're saying. He showed love to US by wearing that flag, and he took the L to set up the trilogy at UFC White House. That's a crazy conspiracy theory, America First. I don't know if Merab would have taken an L just to be on the White House card, but I do understand your logic. Strickland going to dial in, just watch. Okay, Rhett, I got you. I got you. Man, it's a tough one to pick. Let me see what the poll says if we can end the poll yet. Vote up the poll, and I'll end it in a minute here so we can do a poll for Strickland and Fluffy. Who we think's gonna win. My pick for Petr Yan's first title defense. Shit, man. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. I'm surprising myself. I almost want to pick Zahabi. Zahabi, if he wait, does Zahabi have a fight coming up? Is he fighting Figgy? Oh no, Umar's fighting Figgy, right? Zahabi doesn't have a fight coming up. Who'd he beat? Marlon and Jose Aldo. Split decision, unanimous. I'm going to go Merab. Merab. I'm picking Merab. But it's tied at 44%. Oh, now 50 or 45% of people are picking O'Malley if he beats Yadong. Yeah, keep voting it up. Keep voting it up. Saj, it hurts seeing Merab get that ass whooped. It's okay. Merab's a warrior. Strickland gives me little spoon vibes. Oh my god, Dylan. What else we got here? Fluffy got this. Max Ilya poll. We will get there, Rhett. We'll get to a Max Ilya poll. Maybe we'll end the stream with that poll. Merab is a co-main and will do whatever daddy... Oh, Merab is a company man and will do whatever Daddy Dana tells him to do. When hasn't he? No, Merab's a company man for sure. America First, Strickland W, Figgy W. Okay, America First. Damn, I don't know how to pick that one. I wish Soda Pop was in the chat right now so he could tell me what he's thinking. Soda Pop, if you in the chat, drop who you're picking between Strickland and Fluffy. I'd love to know. I'd love to know where you stand on the matter. Also, shit, Miata Boy. If Miata Boy in the chat too, let me know if you got Strickland or Fluffy. Ruby Z, Fluffy got this. AD, Merab needs to chill and recuperate. Similar to Alex Volkanovski, dudes were fighting too much. That's why GSP would pace himself and overdo fighting. That's why GSP would pace himself and not overfight in 1 year. I got you. Nah, Petr Yan's next title defense is kind of complicated. I'll admit it. Petr Yan's next title defense is complicated. Can we get one more vote for a tiebreaker? One more vote for a tiebreaker. Merab, Zahabi, O'Malley, if he beats Yadong. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. 45% are picking Merab. I'm going to end the poll and do a new poll. Strickland versus Fluffy. Who wins? Nico Bellic. Morales is the only one who can dethrone Makhachev until Shavkat returns. I mean, Morales is a threat. He a little bit green. But we just saw what happened with Van, right? We just saw what happened with Van. Just because you're green don't mean you can't get a win. I know Van was a fluke win, but that's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to say. Strickland or Fluffy, boys? Strickland or Fluffy? Vote it up. What other fights got announced? Sag goes, Strickland's last performance was so bad he's got to bounce back. Hopefully. Hopefully Strickland can bounce back. As we're voting up that poll, let me pull up two videos I think you guys wanted to see. One of them was Demetrius Johnson, right? Demetrius Johnson completed 11 consecutive flyweight title defenses, a record which looked unbeatable until Pantoja became the flyweight champion in 2023. Pantoja had completed 4 successful title defenses and was going for his 5th against Van until he broke his arm in a freak accident. Johnson has now admitted that he thought Pantoja was talented enough to break his title defense record. I truly felt that Pantoja was going to break my 11 consecutive title defenses. Even though he was only at 5, he had 6 to go. Even though he was only at 5, he had 5 or 6 to go, but I didn't see anyone who could give him a challenge. Okay. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Pantoja just throws a kitchen sink at you, even when he throws his leg kick. That Pantoja.
I got you, AD.
That Pantoja just throws a kitchen sink at you, even when he throws his leg kick. Oh yeah!
Hey boys, guess what? The 11 consecutive title streak stays intact. I mean, that's part of the game, guys. Like, to keep going in and doing it over and over, time and time again, over and over and over. It's hard, man. I mean, it's a sport where anything can fucking happen. You know what I mean?
That Pantoja just throws a kitchen sink at you, even when he throws.
I mean, I wish we got a better video than that, but I did read you the quote, so. Oh, here it is. Here's the quote.
Going to be able to break my 11 consecutive. I truly felt that Alex Pantoja was going to be able to break my 11 consecutive title defenses. Even though he was only at 5, I mean, he still had 6 or 7 more to go, but I didn't see anybody in that rise that can give him the challenge. Granted, Alex Pantoja is 35 years old. Now that he has lost the belt, that clock starts all over, baby. Starts all over. And all I got to say is, when you think about trying to be consistent in mixed martial arts, whether I was ahead of my time or I was just that fucking good or everybody just sucked, as you guys said, showing up 11 consecutive times on weight, passing every single drug test, and being dominant and continuing to get better with flowing the mighty whiz bar and the flying knee and all that stuff, it just shows you how hard it is to do. So I truly felt that Alex Pantoja.
That flying whiz bar. Shout out to DJ and his flying whiz bar. I got a few bookmarks. Let's see here what I got. Oh, Peyton Talbot apparently sent a photo of his nutsack to Tommy Richmond. Tommy Richmond posted this. Shared a DM from Peyton Talbot sending a picture of his balls. Peyton Talbot is a predator. Sent me a photo of his genitalia unwillingly last year. Glad it's all coming to light now. I'm sure he's just trolling low-key, but yeah, Peyton goes, album sounds good, man. Like the first 2 a lot, and I'm sure Vanity will do numbers. Thanks for sharing. Here are my balls for collateral. That's crazy, Peyton Talbot. Absolutely crazy. Tommy Rich responded, man, what? Sag goes, UFC 325 announced. We'll take a look at that in a second. Oh, I also want to pay homage. Check out this stat. Petr Yan is the first UFC fighter to recover from a 3-fight losing streak and regain UFC gold. 1 of 1. You know what we call that, boys? A unicorn. Petr Yan, a fucking unicorn. The first fighter to ever recapture UFC gold after going on a 3-fight losing streak. That's crazy. O'Malley loss. Sterling loss. Merab loss. He rebounded. He bounced back. A true champion. Like a true champion, bro. Merab bounced back like a true fucking champion. That's what I want you boys to say about Merab, okay? He a true fucking champion. A true champion. Merab. Or sorry, not Merab. Peter. Peter, if you see this, homie, you are a true champion. A true champion. 2-time UFC bantamweight champion. The first fighter to ever regain UFC gold after a 3-fight losing streak. Come on now. Come on now. Petr Yan, a true champion, man. I know you boys love him too, and you boys have been giving him his flowers. I'm just adding to it, giving him his flowers.
Boxing ways, a lot of people do.
Connor teaching Mike Tyson a little something. This is hilarious.
Low to the body. You see Canelo, you see Joshua do it. They go low to the body and go high. You see that's a whump bump. So I was doing this right, like you. The boxing way is, a lot of people do this in boxing. They step forward, yeah? You jumped in. So get me, you jumped in and then you're here. You're right here. So I'm just doing the simple drill. Low to the body.
Sag goes, I like DJ, but him laughing and saying that as his first reaction doesn't look good. Rhett goes, I agree. Okay. I didn't think that, but I mean, I get what you guys are saying. He's celebrating it, that's why. He likes celebrating that his 11 defenses is still in fucking tact. Dylan, the only way Van beats Tyra is if he can chin him because Tyra is a big flyweight who probably cuts a crap ton of weight. I don't know, man. Van got that thing in him. Van got something that you can't really contextualize. That's what I'm learning about Van. He got something in him, bro. He got something in him. I know what you're saying, Dylan, but I think Van got something in him to make it hard on Tyra. Like Van said when he got asked about Tyra, I would have whooped that ass. You know what I mean? Van fears no man. Van fears no man. He doesn't let that fucking hype go to his head, knowing that Tyra's a grappler. He don't give a fuck. And that might be Van's biggest fucking weapon. He just don't give a fuck. He just don't give a fuck, bro. It's hard to contextualize it, but trust me when I tell you, Van, if he fights Tatsuro Taira next, there's potential that he fucking surprises you guys once again against a grappler. Has Joshua Van ever been out grappled in a fight? I'd be curious to know. Nico, worst 2 consecutive UFC cards at the start of the year. Why didn't they do immediate Aspinall Gone rematch in 324, 325? Nico, because Tom Aspinall hasn't even returned to training, homie. He's still injured. I used to want that too. I wanted that shit too. But until Tom Aspinall can say he's returning, we're not going to get it. It can't even be booked yet. Tom hasn't even returned to training. So yeah, they're not the best 2 cards to open up the year, but I mean, it's the best we're going to get. Rhett, Castro, is Talbot taking D from Frank Ocean? Rhett, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I should fall back on all that stuff or like keep it going. But genuinely, it doesn't seem like it. I get where all this stuff was coming from, but either Talbot's really good at hiding it, or it's all cap. I feel like maybe that was all cap. Maybe that was a weird way of promoting himself. Sag, I was salty yesterday Merab lost, but Yan deserved that win, and his performance was one of the greatest I've ever seen. Yeah. Yan, I mean, he's a true champion, Sag. He's a true champion. True champion. Came back from 3 losses, recaptured gold, man. Who done it? No one. Only the unicorn Petr Yan. Dylan, his name is Fearless for a reason. You're right. Yeah, bro. Let's just see. Let's see if I turn out to be right about that. But that's my, like, sneaky suspicion right now. Joshua Van, he just don't give a fuck. You feel me? He gangster. He just like Nate Diaz. There's just something about Van where I'm like, dude, These guys who fight boring, Van gonna make him look bad every time. You know how Nate Diaz always wins even when he loses? Just watch. That's gonna be Van's career too. Even if he does lose, he gonna win at the same time. I guarantee it. Because of his fighting style. He's a fan favorite. Joshua Van's fighting style is a fan favorite, bro. Fan favorite. Rhett, he certainly didn't give a fuck when he got knocked the fuck out by Charles Johnson. Oh my gosh, Rhett. Oh my gosh. Shout out to Charles Johnson. Charles still celebrating that one. Hey, did you guys see this? Merab was crying after his win. Nothing but respect for Merab. Nothing but respect. This ain't rubbing it in. I'm just showing Shout out to Merab, man. See how much it means to him, bro? Shout out to Merab, man, for being a real one always. Even though he's crying, man, I got nothing but love for Merab. You feel me? Love you, Merab. Love you, homie. AD Kid said, Jacob, did Brandon Moreno come out saying anything about the early stoppage? Let me take a look. Oh, this is hilarious too, by the way. You gotta love Petr Yan. AI fucking in the jacuzzi with ladies. And guess who's serving him drinks? Fucking Merab. Fucking Merab. Derek Brunson, haha, damn. Shout out to Petr Yan, man. Peter funny as hell. Somebody DM'd him this pic and he fucking posted it. I just know it. He not that good at AI. Let me look up Brandon Moreno's Instagram because AD asked me. Shout out AD for the question. Brandon Moreno, right? Hey, once again, everybody, shout out to everybody watching the stream. Like the stream. If we could get it up to 100 likes on the evening, that would make my night, boys. That would make my fucking night. 100 likes on the evening, that would make my night. Aside from that, subscribe if you're not subscribed. We live every night, homies. Live every night. No, Brandon Moreno hasn't said anything after the loss. Let me look at his story. 11 hours ago, he posted a Funko Pop or something. And he said, someone after the fight gave me this. I just want to say thank you. It's super cool. Okay. This is what he said after the loss. Someone after the fight gave me this. Just want to say thank you. It's super cool. So Brandon don't want to speak about it, you know? Fucking A, Brandon. It's okay, man. We're going to bounce back, Brandon. We're going to bounce back. Nico, I never thought Yan would be such a good scrambler and counter wrestler. Doing that to Merab is crazy. It is, Nico. It is. The fucking wrestling back was key in Petr Yan's victory. Wrestling back was key in Petr Yan's victory. Oh, wait, did I not show you guys? My bad. I didn't show you. It's this right here. This is it. Sag is asking, Jacob, what was your live reaction to the Moreno stoppage? I thought it was early. Nah, me too, bro. I was fucking pissed. I think Mark Smith is on some fucking drugs, bro. Genuinely, I think Mark Smith on some drugs. Damn, maybe Brandon thinks the stoppage was fair then? Maybe. He's also not an excuse type of guy. You know what I mean? Brandon, not an excuse type of guy. Prime goes back. Sorry, I dipped. No worries, Prime. No worries, homie. Vote up the poll, though. We need more votes in the poll. And also, Merab seemed very tired and injured. I mean, yeah. Wasn't I calling that, Prime, all week last week? Wasn't I calling that? I'm not saying Merab's got a bad gas tank by any means. He got one of the best. But the activity compiled with injuries, right? Going into that fight, the activity compiled with the injuries, I thought was going to zap his gas tank, and it did. It did. But shout out to Merab, bro. He never once has met oh my god, I'm fucking choking. Merab has never once mentioned an injury, right? Since the loss, Merab has not mentioned any injuries. So it's refreshing. Shout out to Merab, because we know he's battling something. We know Merab battling something, and we might never know, boys. We might never fucking know. So shout out to Merab. That's respectable. Nico deleted a chat, which I don't like. Nico, I don't like that shit. I'm telling you now, homie. Don't be doing that. Or you better be retyping it, and it was just a typo. Prime, the main events were too hard to watch, so I just switched to Pitbull vs. Roach. I got you, Prime. Damn. You rather see Pitbull vs. Roach than the main events? You crazy, homie. Hantar Hitao, love from Myanmar. Hey, Hantar Mitao, love from California, USA, baby. Love from California, USA. We love all the Myanmar fans who subscribed yesterday, who tuned into the live stream, and who are watching right now. Shout out to Myanmar. I'm telling you, boys, you guys support more than anybody I ever seen. That's why I respect you guys from Myanmar. You guys supported your boy more than anyone I've ever seen. Nothing but respect. Yan clearly adjusted throughout the fight. Merab's overhand right was landing early, but later in the fight, Yan would parry it and punish him to the body. Yeah, bro, because, you know, Yan better on the feet anyway, right? He was bound to adjust on the feet, especially if Merab couldn't get takedowns. That was just adding to fucking Petr Yan's confidence. Magoat would have idled Petty Yanni if he was 100% health. Well, they're going to run it back, Prime. We need that trilogy. We need that trilogy. I don't know if that will be Petr Yan's first title defense, but it might be. Because I don't know if Petr Yan wants to sit out for 6 months. Something tells me he doesn't. Prime diddled. 80 Yan kicks to the body. Took all the energy out of Merab. Facts, though. And Merab got to stop doing that old school weight cut. 4 old school weight cuts inside a calendar year is crazy. You boys know how Merab cuts weight? Do you boys know how Merab cuts weight? Merab stops eating food on Sunday. On Sunday, Merab stops eating food. Then, on either Tuesday or Wednesday, Merab cuts out the water. Okay, the water, bro. So, Sunday to Tuesday, Merab doesn't eat anything. He only drinks water. Sunday to Tuesday, Merab doesn't eat anything. He only drinks water. Tuesday night, I believe it's Tuesday night. Tuesday night to Friday morning, no food, no water. That's how Merab cut weight 4 times this year. Just like how I said that shit. That's way too much, bro. You cannot not eat food for 7 days straight. Merab does that, or what? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. For 6 days, or, till Friday morning. So, like, what? 5.5 days? 5.5 days, Merab doesn't eat any food. Any food at all. And from Tuesday night to Wednesday night to Thursday night to Friday morning. So 2.5 days, no food or water. That's why he kept getting rocked to the body. I hope you guys know that. It's because of his crazy fucking weight cut. You can't be doing that, bro. You're compromising yourself. Especially the 4th time. Yeah, you can get away with it a few times, bro. But man, your time ran out. Your time ran out. Let's see here. AJD said you can go 40 plus days without food. I'm guessing you're saying water is 2 to 3. I get that, right? But when you're gonna step in an octagon on Saturday, AJD, that shit is ill-advised. Ill-advised. I understand what you're saying, AJD, but not when you're getting ready to fight a world-class fighter like Petr Yan. Look what happened. Look what happened. Proof is in the pudding. Prime goes, I'm here to defend Magoat any single time. Shout out to Prime. Gulag Diet from AJD. Prime goes, by the way, someone look on Merab. Didn't he say he was going to end it if he lost to Peter? I think Merab's doing okay. He's not going to end it. Nico, what if Strickland beats Fluffy? Will they do Strickland Imavov rematch for title shot or Strickland Brendan Allen rematch? Interesting question, Nico. If Strickland beats Fluffy, will they do Strickland Imavov? Let's say Imavov beats Hamzat, then they probably would run Strick. You know what? I'll put it like this. If Strickland beats Fluffy, could he fight himself in another title fight if he beats Fluffy? What do you guys think? If Strickland beats Fluffy, because Strickland building up that Hamzat fight. Let's say Strickland gets past Fluffy. Imavov wins or Hamzat wins. Can Strickland slide in to fight for the title next against one of those guys? Because Hamzat versus Imavov is all but confirmed. In case you guys don't know that. Hamzat versus Imavov is happening next. It's just about when Hamzat's ready to return. Obviously, Fluffy on an 8-fight winning streak, he in the mix for a title shot, right? If Fluffy beats Strickland, he gonna get a title shot. So that's why I'm saying if Strickland beats Fluffy, does he get a title shot too? I know it's just one win. Strickland hasn't won since he fought DDP and lost, right? That's his last fight. But with that being said, if Fluffy's going to get a title shot off beating Strickland, should Strickland get a title shot off beating Fluffy? I feel like, yeah, considering the Imavov fight and the Hamzat fight is there. And what other names are at the top of the middleweight division to run it with? There's not many. There's not many. Is he not in the conversation? Once again, shout out to everybody watching. Like the stream and subscribe. If we can get 100 likes on the evening, boys, I will be very happy. Middleweight. DDP, right? He hasn't even fought since Hamzat, so he out of the equation. Strickland, number 3, right? Fighting Fluffy at number 4. Brendan Allen, no. Izzy, no. No, honestly, I think Strickland will potentially fight for the championship, for the middleweight championship at UFC White House. We need an American, right? If Strickland gets past Fluffy, I could see that. So I will say, Nico, if Strickland beats Fluffy, he'll get a title shot. After Imavov gets his title shot against Hamzat, Strickland can get the winner. And if Fluffy beats Strickland, obviously he gets a title shot too. Brendan Allen. Brendan Allen needs to fight a guy like, I'll show you guys my shit real quick. Not my shit, that sounds weird. Brendan Allen needs to fight a guy like DDP or Izzy. Brendan Allen can fight DDP or Izzy. Brendan Allen isn't getting a title shot yet. He got to fight one more time. DDP or Izzy. Or Kaio. Or Kaio. Or the loser of Hamzat versus Imavov once that takes place. Let me see what else. America vs. Yan will return the belt to his rightful owner, Merab. Potentially, America first. Prime says Imavov's grappling his ass. Getting out grappled by fucking Sean is insane. Yeah, Sean already beat his ass once. Askinov, thoughts on Father's plan turning into Father's scam? I think Khabib's a fucking idiot who doesn't know how to run businesses. And he sold his soul to fucking really bad people. Askinov, that's what I think. I think Khabib is an idiot. And he doesn't give a fuck about his fans. That's not the first time he scammed his fans, Askinov. Can you believe that? That's the 4th crypto scam he's done on his fans. And that's not even mentioning how Khabib is fucking funding the IDF without even knowing it. Shout out Wahead Investment Firm or whatever you want to call it. But Khabib, low-key dummy, bro. Low-key a dummy. Rhett, for some random reason, I feel like Strickland might get the belt back. Potentially. Like I said, I think he deserves a title fight if he beats Fluffy. Why not? Prime, if I don't see the belt going back to Magoat, I'm going to crash out. Honestly, Prime, I don't think it's going to happen. I think if Peter fights Merab again, Peter fucking winning again. I think Peter now has Merab's number, homie. Sag, they might just give Strickland the title shot if he beats Fluffy. Yeah, they will. Rhett, Strickland's getting belt back. Shout out. Prime, Imavov on his bed sheets having a dream about beating Khamzat, but realizing it's Strickland with a beard as the real Khamzat pulls up. Hauntar, I think Tatsuro versus Van gonna be very interesting fight. Hauntar, who you rocking with? Tatsuro or Van? Let me know who you're rocking with, Hauntar. Tatsuro or Van? I'm gonna pick Van in that fight. There's just something about the man. Something about the man. Prime, DDP beat the shit out of him 2 times. Talking about Strickland. Rhett, Strickland won the first fight. I thought Strickland won the first fight. Balthazark. Hi. Hello, Balthazark. Welcome to the stream, homie. Who the fuck is this guy? Shit, Belzark. Prime, Izzy was never in the conversation. Yeah, he wasn't in the conversation. He's still not. AJD. Oh shit, we got the MMA Holes in here. What up, MMA Holes? Fluffy gonna bring out the dog in Strickland. You know what? I'm picking Strickland to win. I'm picking Strickland to win. Call me crazy. Call me fucking crazy, but I'm picking Strickland to win. Balthazar, who else you got? Well, we can take a look here. Where's the UFC at again? Let me see here. Let's look at the other fights that got announced, boys. And shout out to the MMA Holes, boys. Go tap into the MMA Holes as well. They got a poppin' YouTube channel. Shout out to MMA Holes. I fuck with MMA Holes. Okay, so UFC 325 got announced as well. We got Dan Hurker versus BSD. We got Fiziev versus Ruffy. We got Tuivasa versus Teixeira. We got Crute versus Jacoby. Nothing really crazy here with this one. I mean, it's going to be a good fight, but it's not like, you know, a big hype fight. You know. Tuivasa back. Who do we think? Fiziev or Ruffy? Oh, shit. My bad, boys. I keep not fixing the camera. Fiziev or Ruffy? Ruffy got that flashy-ass striking, bro, but BSD dominated his ass. Dominated his ass. I got Ruffy. I got Ruffy. And, of course, I got BSD. Of course, I got BSD. Dan Hooker don't got it anymore, boys. I don't know who needs to know that. I know he got dope tattoos. I know he had a career resurgence. He don't got it no more. I'm rocking with BSD. And I'm rocking with Ruffy. I'm rocking with Ruffy. Balthazar, anyone else poo scrolling? Shit. Prime saying MMA Holes jumping in out of nowhere. What's good? Yeah, shout out MMA Holes. Glad you boys are showing him love. Nico, no way Khamzat returning for 6 to 7 months. I hate Ilya and Khamzat as champions. They're so inactive. That's facts, Nico. That's facts. The UFC hates it too. The UFC hates it too. Ilya, I'll give him an excuse because he's going through a divorce. I don't know what the hell's going on. But Khamzat and the rest of the guys, they're tired of the 6-month fucking sitting out. That's why they offered Islam Makhachev to return in January or February, whatever month it was, and fucking Khabib told him no. But the UFC was trying to avoid him from sitting out for another 6 months because they know if he's not going to return in January, he's going to return in fucking June because of Ramadan. And the UFC's over it. Balthazar Volk just dropped a video minutes ago. Okay. Maybe we could check it out. Prime goes, Jacob Castro grew so much the MMA holes had to pull up. You want to know a fun fact, Prime? You want to know a fun fact? The MMA holes been fucking with me for a minute. They had day one as well. MMA holes been fucking with me for a minute. I've been seeing him in the chat multiple times. I'm talking about like 6 months ago I saw him in the chat. So MMA holes, thank you for the love, homie. And as you can see, the chat is showing you love, homie. So, pop in anytime. And shout out to Prime for that. Rhett knows, by the end of 2026, I got Strickland as middleweight champion. If he gets the right matchup, it could happen. But I don't see Strickland beating a guy like Khamzat. I'm going to be real. I don't see Strickland beating Khamzat. He could beat Imavov in a rematch, but not Khamzat. But listen, who's Khamzat's biggest threat? Potentially Imavov, bro. Potentially fucking Imavov. Imavov a bigger threat to Khamzat than I think Sean. And I know Sean out-grappled Imavov, but I'm just telling you. I think Imavov has evolved since that fight. And improved in his grappling. And also, Imavov will, I feel like 100,000% beat Khamzat on the feet. So it's one of those. You feel me? Khamzat got to get it to the ground, and Imavov got to keep it on the feet. HT, if Khabib really cared about the Dagestani fans, he would allow Makhachev and Umar fight more often. Bro, Khabib is so annoying. Khabib is so annoying, HT. You know how I feel about him. I'm even more annoyed with him from keeping Makhachev from fighting in January, bro. That shit's so fucking stupid. Prime going, the plan against Merab at UFC 311 was shit. Tire him out. Yeah, no, that isn't happening. Prime says he got Fiziev. Dylan says Ruffy is all flair, no fundamentals. You not wrong, homie. You not wrong. But shit, I think the UFC's setting up Fiziev here. With that being said, you're not wrong, Dylan. Rhett knows BSD will be lightweight champ. Kind of doubt it. All right, AJD wants me to respond to him quicker. I'll scroll to the bottom. I will scroll to the bottom. HT goes, that's why I hope Umar doesn't win the bantamweight belt in the future. Khabib will not let them fight when it's time to defend the belt. Khabib will make up some injury news for them. Yeah, Khabib's selfish as hell, bro. He just wants to hold the belts all for himself. They're like privileged, bro. Rhett, I think a Khamzat leaves for some reason. AJD, your mods do something odd. Your control, though. So, no, you'd obviously like seeing it live ASAP. AJD, it's because I'm getting caught up on chats. Nothing's happening. I was just scrolled up. Just confused like how much control you got type shit. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Nobody's controlling anything in the chat right now, AJD. I was just scrolling up a little bit, catching up on previous chats, trying to read all your guys' chats. America First, I'm back, boys. Was watching Ghost with my girl. Shout out America First. Shout out to your girl. Shout out to your girl, America First. All right, I'm going to end this Fluffy Strickland poll. So if you want to vote it up, do it one more time, and then I'll turn it off. And then we'll do a Fiziev Ruffy poll. Nico, Ruffy versus Quillen, Salkilled would be a banger. Dana has lost interest in UFC, so Why so many unnecessary fights? Nico, because they're trying. I can kind of see what's going on here. The UFC is eliminating all their fucking old heads. All their old heads. The UFC's getting rid of them. Fiziev, right? Moreno. They were trying to get rid of Blachowicz, but that fight ended in a draw. Cejudo. I mean, shit. Pantoja, right? Do you not see the trend? They're getting rid of the old heads. So, that's why, Nico, you're getting some unnecessary fights because they're getting rid of old heads. I don't know. Maybe fucking Diego Lopez is going to beat Volk in January. Maybe. Patty definitely going to beat Gaethje in January. So that's what the UFC's doing, bro. They're getting rid of the old heads. Just deal with it for a little bit longer, Nico. Once the old heads are out, probably in like after first quarter of 2026, we'll be back to the matchups we want to see. But right now, the UFC is getting rid of all their old heads. That's why you're seeing this one. Fiziev versus Ruffy. The past versus the present / the future, right? Look at this one. The past versus the present / the future. BSD. That's like 10 examples I just gave you. Shit, even this one. Teixeira gonna finish Tuivasa. We all know it. We all know it. This one, nothing really there. Not part of my example. Let's see here. Long live Mech Warrior. Universal. All I said was and Khabib went crazy on me during training. Long live Mech Warrior. We kind of annoyed with Khabib over here. We not too high on Khabib right now. For several reasons. 1, for scamming his fans. 2, for standing in the way of Islam returning in January. And 3, for being such a fucking dumbass and not knowing that he's funding the IDF as we fucking speak. Alright? 3 reasons why I don't fuck with Khabib right now. AJD, I'm not sure what you said, but you said average equals, I've heard 5 and 17 seconds. Hopefully I'm reading your chat sooner now. I'm reading from the bottom now. So keep them coming. Prime, so it was you that Khabib got angry at. Yeah, man. Nico, Gable Steveson UFC debut at UFC White House. How big it would be? If Gable wants to fight at UFC White House, he needs to be like 8 to 10-0 by the time that happens. Otherwise, I don't want to see it. Nico? If Gable wants to fight at UFC White House in June, he better be 8-0 or 10-0 in MMA. He better be. He don't even have to be undefeated, right? He could be like 8-1, 9-1, right? He could be something like that. But I'm tired of guys getting fucking fast-tracked to the UFC. It's not the same, bro. Gable will get knocked the fuck out by like all the middleweight top, or all the heavyweight top 10. All the heavyweight top 10 would knock Gable Steveson the fuck out. You know who would flatline Gable Steveson? Fucking Derek Lewis. Derek Lewis knocking Gable Steveson the fuck out. So Gable need to really learn MMA and not be so privileged, bro. I don't give a fuck that you're Olympic gold medalist anymore. I don't give a fuck that you're a national champion in wrestling. Guess what? You lost in the NCAA finals last year, homie. You lost in the NCAA finals last year, homie, after becoming a gold medalist. So, Gable Steveson got to prove himself in MMA. I'm not fucking buying the hype. I'm not like Joe Rogan glazing his ass. Long live Mech Warrior. Khabib is worse than drill sergeant in the army. Facts. America First. Morales got no elite wrestling. What the fuck? America First. Everyone is giving Merab a pass. 4th title defense in 1 year is too much for anyone. Mighty Mouse knows what time it is. Alex Poton Pereira. Shama. Shama, my brother. Shama. Feel like Taco Padilla would be more powerful on Tuesdays because that's his day. That is his day, Prime. Shout out to Prime for the funny chats always. Bo Nickel type shit. Exactly, Prime. We done with it. We done with it. We've ran that experiment multiple times. Louis, Fiziev is only 32. He's not too old. I thought he was older. I hear you, Louis. I hear you. But still. They finna get him up out of here. I'm telling you now. Long live McWarrior. I told Khabib I didn't say I had a bad stomach ache, but he didn't believe me. I had to do 1,000 sit-ups. Khabib monster. Shout out McWarrior. Subscribe, homie. And Nick Bellick, also subscribe. You like asking questions? I like answering them. Subscribe, homie. I'm live every night. Alex Poton Prayer, you better subscribe too, homie. Yeah, man, Khabib is a hypocrite. He says Ilya should not get a direct title shot before proving himself. By that logic, Islam should have fought Usman or Sean Brady before getting a title shot. Bro, Khabibs can't be saying anything, bro. I don't listen to a word they say. Not a word they say. And the only reason why Khabib wants Ilya to fight again before getting a title shot against Islam is to put more miles on his fucking, on his, you know what I'm saying? On his fight career. They want Ilya to get more miles racked up before they fight Islam. They want him to get more nicks and bruises and all that kind of thing. Then they can fight Islam. Team Khabib low-key kind of smart. I just see through that shit. To put it in other simple terms, you know how Merab was super active, right? The 4 title defenses in a year. You see how that bit him in the ass, right? They're trying to do that same thing to Ilya, so to speak. They want Ilya to fight multiple times probably before he gets to Islam, right? So that he has more nagging injuries going into that fight, which evens it out more for Islam. Because right now, Ilya is such a fresh fighter, right? On the contrast, Ilya is such a fresh fighter, right? Islam, he got a lot of miles racked up on him, right? He almost out of here. He got like 2 more years left max. Islam got a lot of miles racked up on him. Islam even been knocked out before. Ilya never been knocked out before. Ilya been dropped a bunch of times, but he never been knocked out. So they want Ilya to not be as fresh when he faces Islam. That's why they want him to fight more. I'm not fucking dumb. I know exactly why they want Ilya to fight more. And they just disguise it by saying, oh, prove yourself. Nah, bro. You want him to fucking get hurt more. That's what you really want. Merab 34, Yan 32. The machine will be fixed come White House card and new. Okay, America First. Shout out. Alex Poton Fluffy going to Maul Strickland. Okay. All right. Shit. You see the poll. 52% going Fluffy. Keep voting up the poll. Long live Mech Warrior. Okay, subscribed, homie. Perfect. Poton Prayer, I subscribed you, man. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for subscribing. You won't regret it. I'm live every night. And we actually might watch my unreleased SD Dumas interview tonight. I think we're going to do that. Prime sub count went up. Facts, it did. America First tablet was showing where Cejudo was in his nutsack. Oh my god. Yan is no champ, more like a chump. 3-1 in championship fights. Damn. Prime, by the way, what's India Love and why is it trending? Bro, don't even trip about India Love. She fucking is, She the devil, bro. India Love the devil, and I hate saying that, but India Love the devil. I hope you guys do not fucking pay attention to that bitch. India Love. Okay, she the devil. She the devil. I don't know who needs to tell you that, but she the devil. She really a bad person, Prime. Don't pay attention to fucking India Love. Andrew Tate fighting who? Chase Demore. Poton Prayer, Chase Demore. America First, where are the bots? I don't know. He's fighting Demore. Tate versus Chase. Man, I'm from India. Shout out to India. Indiana Jones. Nico, UFC kind of dumb. Not gonna lie. Why take a risk of making Bilal defend before UFC 317? We would have got Islam versus Ilya at 317 and Bilal would have defended at 318. Interesting. Nico, because Islam wouldn't have taken the fight, I don't think. And Islam moved up to 170 when Ilya moved up to 55. So that's why I think it wasn't going to happen. That's why they say Islam ran from Ilya. Because Ilya chased Islam to 55 and then Islam fucking moved up to 70 to get away from him. Right? HTJ, you're 100% correct about Khabib wanting the more miles for Ilya. Khabib and Coach Javier know how dangerous Ilya is. They want Ilya more beaten up for Makhachev. Yes, HT. Thank you. I'm glad you know that. I'm educating you boys, and some of you boys are already educated. So I love it. I love it. But yes, that's the truth. That's the shit they won't tell you. Because why would they admit that? But that's the fucking truth. They're scared of Ilya right now. He too fresh. He too fresh a fighter. They want him to be compromised. Then they're going to exploit that when they fight. But shit, if Ilya gets that title shot next, that'll be crazy. Ilya's still young. He can add some miles. He can. I just think it's a scoundrel move for Team Khabib to fucking make it seem like he's undeserving and needs to prove himself more when they're just scary. When they're just scary. Team Khabib is just scary. Just say it. Just admit that. We're scary. We're scary of fucking Ilya, and that's why we don't want to fight him. I would respect it more. But they won't admit it. They won't admit it. Making it seem like Ilya got to prove himself more. Bullshit, he got to prove himself more. He already did the same shit Islam did. Champion in 2 divisions. I know he hasn't defended the belt, but I don't really care, bro. I want to see Ilya versus fucking Islam. But, honestly, I really want to see Ilya versus Paddy first. I kind of hope, low-key, Ilya gets past Paddy with the dub. That sets up the second biggest fight you could make of 2026, Ilya versus Islam. Come on now. Come on now, boys. Ilya versus Paddy is going to feed generations. And then we're going to parlay that into Ilya versus Islam. So, Team Khabib can run, but they can't fucking hide, boys. They can't fucking hide. Nico, Islam moved to 170 after Bilal got defeated. So wait, what are you asking exactly? Kind of dumb, not going to lie. Why take a risk of making Bilal defend before 317? We would have got Islam versus Ilya at 317. Oh, so you're saying before... You got to sound it out for me a little bit more than that, Nico. Sorry, bro, but I'm not fully picking it up. I'm trying to, but I'm not fully getting it. Explain more of the timeline in the chat, and I'll try to understand you. Islam moved to 70 after Bilal got defeated. Just tell me how that all ties in. Tell me how Islam moving to 70 after Bilal got defeated ties into your previous comment. Sorry if I'm a little slow, homie. Alex Poton Pereira, I think Anshul Jubilee is Indian GSP at this time. Shout out to Anshul Jubilee. Mech Warrior, True Merab was dumb to fight the hardest fight at the end of the year. Yeah, but he wanted to fucking chase for a record. Maybe he underestimated Petr Yan a little bit. That's kind of what I think. Merab thought that Petr Yan was going to be like an easy win to get that record, and as time played out, he was like, damn, it's not going to be an easy win, you know? Harrison versus Nunes should have been main card headliner. Fuck no, America first. Let's go, Harrison. You man, you. Bro, Harrison got bigger arms than me, boys. HT, Islam had time to fight Ilya before 317. Islam had another 6 months to fight JDM after 317. Okay, HT, okay. But again, I guess that goes back to the bullshit where Team Khabib was going to duck Ilya regardless, right? Team Khabib was going to duck Ilya regardless. America first. Merab gives it 100% every fight. A true champ. Merab's a true champ. And so is Petr Yan, though. Poton Pereira, Anshul Jubilee is a killer be killed fighter. Facts. Mech Warrior goes, yeah, he surely thought it would go like the first fight. Yeah, he did. That's what Nico was trying to say when Bilal lost the belt. Okay, I got you, HT. I got you. Thank you for the context. Here's Nico here. That means Islam wasn't ready to move up until Bilal was champion. If Bilal retained, we would have got Ilya versus Islam instead of Oliveira at 317. Oh, I got you. Okay. Okay. But I will say, remember that conversation earlier this year. Islam wanted to fight Bilal. He was down for it. He didn't give a fuck. Bilal was the one who didn't want to fight Islam. So maybe Islam could have forced that to happen, but I do get your point now. I do get your point now. I do get your point. Like for 100 and Merab getting back his title. Let's go, boys. Shout out. Everybody like the stream. If we could get 10 more likes on the stream, that will make my fucking night. 100 likes on the night, boys. Let's get that. Let's fucking get 100 likes on the night. And anything else you guys want me to look at for this evening? Let me see. I got some things on here we can pull up. Let's go to Arman. Oh, wait. Let's just refresh the feed real quick. Damn, Jamal Hill threatened to knock out Joanna Jędrzejczyk. You guys see this? Shout out the Guru. Shout out MMA Guru. Look at this. Apparently, Jamal Hill, I'll read it to you. At UFC 323, a heated altercation broke out between Jamal Hill and Joanna Jędrzejczyk. Hill, do not touch my girl or I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Joanna, yeah, you will. Hill, period. Context. Joanna had allegedly been aggressive to Hill's partner and was restrained by security. Let's take a look at this real quick. Damn, Jamal Hill threatened to knock out fucking Joanna for messing with his girl. That's crazy. That's wild. Look at Hamza with his fans. Couple baddies. Hamza, put your arm around their waist. Come on, homie. I know you want to. I know you want to.
After Conor McGregor,
exactly what you see is what you get.
Even after Conor McGregor has left the octagon, he still is always doing something. He's still so relevant.
Yep, and making money, and it has created a ton of successful businesses, and he's done well for himself.
How does he have so much energy?
He's young.
He always just looks so alert.
No, it's true. He is. That kid he's a one of one, man. He's a unicorn.
Shout out all the unicorns out there. Shout out Petr Yan.
I get it. I get it. Exactly what you...
That is pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny.
But, you know, I got to be a little bit more clever than him. And yeah, you know, obviously tomorrow there's going to be some things I can and can't say. Granted, the world can know and figure that out themselves. But, you know, I got to be a little bit more clever than him.
I hope you wake up in a hospital. So I'm going to be honest with you, buddy. I'm trying to hurt you.
Well, that's the difference in our characters, and we're going to see which one God rewards.
Well, we don't want to talk about character tonight, buddy. Let's just be honest about that.
This is the devil. The devil reincarnated. Skip right past her. Did you guys see how Dana White admitted to taking down Stream East, by the way? Let me pull this up for you boys real quick. Wait, not this one. Dana White took down Stream East. If you guys were wondering why the streams were so ass this year, it's because Dana White fucking took them down. This shit is so funny. All right, Dana got Stream East shut down. Take a look.
Good morning.
How do you sleep at night?
Go ahead. I can't fucking wait to hear this.
Glenn Balls has been having a hard time streaming recently on Stream East. Do you want to apologize to him?
Did you shut down Stream East? I cut down a lot of streaming.
Really?
Yeah.
That was you?
That's one of my favorite things to do. Yeah.
I fucking love Stream East.
Yeah, we took it serious and went
Same
after
here.
people.
Wow. Narc.
You fucking with me?
We can move on.
Good morning.
How do you?
All right, let me see your guys' reactions to some of this shit. Not trying to be rude to any fans of Jacob that are female, but it's not close to a fight at all. Dylan goes, that's sad. Joanna was kinda a sweet baddie. I know, now she here bullying fucking Jamal Hill's girl. What the hell's going on? Jamal had to stick up for his girl. That's what we doing in the Big 26, isn't it? We knocking out fucking chicks now, Jamal, or what? Long live Mech Warrior. Tom One Eye Aspinall will come for Jamal, man. Shit. Sag, he'll def dropping a YouTube video soon. I can't wait, Sag. We're going to react to that shit tomorrow. Because that shit's going to go viral, that incident. I'm going to post it once I get off stream. Jamal Hill going to make a video about it. We're going to react to it tomorrow. Louis, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Stevenson wrestling would be a problem for a lot of heavyweights. Most of them just stand in range and swing, not complete MMA fighters. Because Nico said, not going to lie, Gable Steveson would be much more dominant just by his wrestling at heavyweight because there's zero wrestling talent in current UFC heavyweight. Nico, what I would say to that? What I would say to that is, still, man, the UFC is a whole nother ball game. Like I said, Derek Lewis don't got that great of wrestling, does he? I think Derek Lewis knocks Gable the fuck out. So what does that say? I feel because that's what I'm trying to say. Like, Gable's wrestling won't save him, bro. Some of these dudes are too big. Way too big. For Gable to come in and think he could just take him down and eat shots while he's trying to take him down. Gable can't even eat very many elbows from Derek Lewis while he's trying to defend. Let's say Derek's defending a takedown, right? And he lands a couple of these side elbows on Gable. Bro, Gable can't take too many of those. Gable got to refine his skills more before he steps up to the big leagues. I'm telling you, bro. What about Tom Aspinall? Tom Aspinall knocking his ass out. Cyril gone, bro. Come on now. It would be foolish to think that Gable Steveson could hang with these guys. Tom Aspinall, Cyril gone, Derek Lewis, shit, even Waldo Cortez Acosta. If Gable can't hang with these guys yet, he shouldn't get signed. I'm tired of the developmental deals for these guys. Go develop on the fucking regional scene like you're supposed to and come to the UFC when you're ready. Otherwise, don't waste my time. 80 says, damn, dudes changed in the 2020s. Motherfucker be saying they're gonna knock out girls. Shit would never be said back in the day. 80, that shit gets said all the time, though. A lot of guys say if a girl hits them, they have a right to hit them back now, too. I'm not co-signing that, but I'm just telling you, it goes a step further than what we just witnessed with Jamal Hill. Jamal Hill is probably the same guy who thinks if Joanna were to slap him, that's a green light to knock her ass out. That's not me. But some guys do go with that narrative these days in the 2020s. Prime, Hill explaining how he will use John Jones' technique that he did to his wife. Shout out Prime. Always on point. Oh, talking about Hamzat and the ladies. Mech Warrior, Merab needs some of those in the jacuzzi. He does. Those are some baddies. The boy saying that's haram. Hamzat looks awkward around girls. That's the word. Muslim and married. All right, I'm going to scroll back to the bottom here. Nico, type MMA stream links without space. You will get all UFC fights for free. Okay, Nico, thank you. Thank you. Derek Lewis, the original beast mode. Poton Pereira thinks Volkan Ozdemir beats Jamal Hill if it's booked. You know, let's book that shit. Poton Pereira, I'd be down. Something tells me that Joanna was drunk. Potentially, Dylan. We're going to find out. Fucking Jamal going to drop a video. Dana's laughing sounds like a demon. Louis, a lot of people think Merab's on something. I would like to see if he comes back with even more unreal cardio. He could. Louis, Derek is hard to hold down, but I don't know. Yeah, a lot of guys will just stand up. Do you think Gable has a slick sub game? He should be working on that. Bro, how long has Gable been training? He just got, like, get this, guys. This is what I'm talking about, though. This is why people need to stop glazing Gable. And no, I'm not talking to anybody in the chat. I'm not talking about anybody in the chat. I'm talking about, like, Joe Rogan and shit. Listen, this is why we gotta stop glazing Gable. Gable just got done with college wrestling last year. Before that, he's fucking spending his time in the NFL, fucking WWE, doing Olympics, right? He did Olympics before he returned back to college. So he's done all these things. Where did he take time to learn jiu-jitsu? Speaking of the sub game, right, Louis? You said, do you think Gable has a slick sub game? He should be working on that. Even if he is working on that, how long has he been working on it? For a year and a half? Guys, a year and a fucking half. Gable been training for like a year. 2 years max. And we think he's just ready to go in the UFC. Fuck no. Fuck no, bro. Dedicate your life. Dedicate yourself. Stop being entitled. Stop trying to fast track yourself. This is the saying. You ready for it, boys? You ready for it, boys? The quicker the rise, the quicker the fall. I'm going to say it one more time. The quicker the rise, the quicker the fall. Take your time, homie. What's the rush? You got somewhere to be, Gable? Gable, you got somewhere to be, homie? Okay, if you don't got nowhere to be, then what's the rush? What's the rush? You've been training jiu-jitsu for like a year and a half. Go compete in jiu-jitsu tournaments. Go hone your skills. Go viral there. Let me post about it. Let's build your name. That's what I would say about Gable. I don't mean to be yelling, but I'm just passionate about that shit. Like, I don't want to see it, bro. Even if he could beat some guys in the UFC and get highlight reel knockouts, the second he ends up at the top, he's not going to be ready. He's not. Nico, Gable just has to improve striking and submissions, then he will be unstoppable. No one would stop him. He is just 25. Yes, if he really improves his striking and submissions, he could become unstoppable, Nico. He could be. But until I start seeing him do it in competition, right? That's how you prove it. Okay, that's how you prove it. Do it in competition. Okay, get 2 or 3 videos of you submitting a fool. Get 2 or 3 videos of you knocking fools out. Right? He got a couple already. He got like 3 knockouts, but where are the submissions? Seems like Gable falling in love with his hands. That's ill-advised too, bro. You're a grappler, right? Don't become a boxer now. That's what I would say. If you guys got more stuff about Gable, I'll answer it, but I'm not going to continue with that Gable thing. How long you been live for, King? Kevin from Chicago. Shout out to Kevin from Chicago. This is the story about the lives. I've been going live since like last year. I started going live last year on YouTube. But recently, I think it was like, oh shit, today's December 7th. So it's been 2 months officially. On October 7th, I started going live every day. October 7th, I started going live every day. I haven't missed a day since. Today is the 2-month anniversary. Shout out to fucking Kevin from Chicago for the question. Yeah, today is a 2-month anniversary of going live every single day. I haven't missed a day since October 7th. But before that, I was going live periodically when there's some big stuff to react to. And I've had a Wednesday podcast, a live Wednesday podcast with my co-host, DJ MTK. We've been filming that for like a year straight, over a year now. But that's been on Wednesdays. So I've been consistently streaming, but I switched over to every day in October 7th. I decided to go every day. It was supposed to be just 30 days, but then I said, fuck it, we're going to keep going. All the boys like it, so I haven't stopped. Shout out Kevin from Chicago. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, homie. Live every day, as I just said. Louis, he should focus on ground and pound and submissions. He's not going to be a BJJ guy. He needs to take advantage of his wrestling. Don't think BJJ approach will work. He doesn't have enough time. I mean, grappling is basically wrestling and BJJ mixed, right? I don't see why he wouldn't want to learn submissions. Genuinely. It could only help him, Louis. It could only help him. It would be ill-advised for Gable to ignore jiu-jitsu. And he has time, bro. He's 25. 3 years from now, when he's 28 or when he's 27, because he's already been training for a year, right? He already been training for a year. So he got 1 year under his belt. In 2 years, that'll be 3 years of training. Guess how old he'll be in 3 years? 27. That's still young as fuck. Still young as fuck. Got plenty of time. And he's actually in a right time, in a right position at that point to start fighting in the UFC against these fucking big-ass heavyweights. So there's nothing wrong with Gable not getting signed to the UFC in 2 years, but I don't think you guys like me saying that, do you? Tell the truth, boys. Tell the truth. I'm saying it right now. Okay, I'm putting myself out there. I don't think Gable should be signed to the UFC for another 2.5 years. 2.5 years. But you boys don't like that, huh? It's okay if you don't. It's a conversation, right? But I want to know what you guys think about that. I don't want to see Gable in the UFC for another 2.5 years. Genuinely. I think he's going to get signed quicker than that. But I'm just telling you guys my opinion. Kevin from Chicago, keep ignoring me. I'll check hook you. Kevin from Chicago, I answered your question, homie. And what up, Eli? I see Eli in the chat too. Let me read Eli's chat. TBH, Joanna is a professional and could seriously hurt his wife if she hit her. Doubt his wife is a fighter. Yeah, she not. That's why Jamal was saying he's going to knock her ass out. Mech Warrior, respect, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I salute your grind. Thank you again, Mech Warrior. I appreciate it. We grinding, homie. We grinding. And the grind is paying off. So welcome all the new viewers, all the new subscribers. Thanks for tuning in. Nico, Alexandre Topuria is the future bantamweight champion. Guy already fights like a mature fighter and has a lot of patience to keep the pace like a champion. Alexandre Pantoja is a good fighter. I agree. I don't got anything negative to say about him. He does fight like a mature fighter. A lot of patience. Pace like a champion. Nico, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Him and Yan will be a sick fight. Definitely. But doesn't Topuria fight at 45, not 35? Oh, he is a bantamweight. Okay. All right, yeah. Alexandre versus Petr Yan would be a great fight. Mech Warrior. It would be. It honestly would be. Kevin from Chicago. My only concern with Gable is his gas tank. I've seen him break late in matches. Well, yeah, I mean, he did lose to... who did Gable lose to in the NCAA finals? Wyatt Hendrickson. I don't even need to look up his name. Wyatt Hendrickson. Shout out to Wyatt Hendrickson. And I did want to show you guys just one more thing real quick. Give me 1 second. I wanted to pull up Arman Tsarukyan's response to Paddy Pimblett. Because if you guys saw, Paddy Pimblett went off on Arman. I'll read it to you real quick. Here's what Paddy said to Arman. I did cover this on Friday, so sorry if anybody in the chat was here Friday and you're hearing it again. But I'm reading it to you because Arman responded. So Paddy Pimblett went off on Arman Tsarukyan over fans criticizing him, saying Tsarukyan deserved the title shot over him. So here's Paddy's official response to all the fan backlash for him getting the title shot over Arman. Here's what Paddy said. People talk about my last 3 wins. Yeah, Tony Ferguson was on his way out. Lad, Dariush looks about 65 years old. He's got a full head of gray hair. Tsarukyan beat Dariush. He didn't beat Charles Oliveira. A lot of people didn't think he won that fight. On his way out to the cage, he punched a fan, got banned. UFC probably had to pay a big fucking fee for the fella not to sue him. He then got his title shot and, I got a bad back. Fucking got beat by back pain. When really he probably just couldn't even make weight. Boys, that's what I told you earlier. I told you the quiet part out loud earlier. Okay? Then Paddy goes, sit out for fucking what, 11 months? Get offered a fight in the meantime against Gamrot? Says no. If I ever got offered a fight against anyone that beat me, I'd be taking that fight immediately. Then fights Dan Hooker, headbutts him at the weigh-in, so nearly ruined another main event. So you can't understand why he's in that position. As much as I like Dan Hooker, lad, he's shit. He can't grapple to save his life. He couldn't grapple if his mother's life depended on it. Oh my god, that's nasty work. If I had that guillotine wrapped up on Arman, he's going unconscious. And if Dan Hooker's nearly guillotining you, you're shit at jits. Okay? So, Arman responded to that. I'm going to give you the response right now. Arman said this. Arman always tweets, though, because Arman can't make a video like Patty, right? Arman can't just turn on the camera and talk shit like Patty does. That's why Arman tweets. And that's why Arman posts eating videos without talking. Because he can't do what Patty does. He can't even necessarily do what I'm doing right now. You feel me? He cannot turn on a camera and start talking his shit. He doesn't know how to do it. So Arman always has to respond in the form of a tweet. You'll never see him getting on video, clapping back, I promise you. If the video exists, then show me it. Then show me it. Arman goes, I could talk about how you only fight senior citizens once a year. Funny because, Arman, I believe you hadn't fought in 18 months, homie. Again, Arman and his semantics, bro. Arman bringing up how Patty only fights once a year. Your last fight was 18 months ago. April 2024. Then you fight in November 2025. 18 fucking months, bro. 18 fucking months you sat out. And you're here trolling fucking Patty for fighting once a year. I mean, you have no room to talk. If Patty's a bullshitter for doing that, then so are you. I'm gonna reread it though. I could talk about how you only fight senior citizens once a year, or how the UFC keeps giving you easy road to that paper belt. But I'll say just one thing. If you ever find the courage to step in the octagon with me, there's only one outcome, the one you fear the most, where everyone finally sees you're a fraud. You can keep running your mouth, just make sure you're not the one shitting your pants in January. Like I said, the only thing that matters is when the octagon door closes. I'll be the one walking out with my hand raised, and you'll be the one getting helped out of the cage. Okay? Personally, I think Arman ignoring a lot of things here. Like, the only thing that matters is when the octagon door closes. Well, shit, you're not going to get closed in an octagon with Patty because you've been fucking up behind the scenes, haven't you, Arman? Haven't you? And then talking about fighting senior citizens, bro, you just beat Dan Hooker. Your last win was Charles Oliveira. Your fucking win streak is just as bad as Patty's. Just as bad. Just as bad, bro. Yeah, Patty's might be a little bit worse, but yours ain't not much better than that. I'm giving you credit. I'm saying, yeah, your win streak is better than Patty's, but not by much, bro. Not by much for you to be bragging like this. Keeps giving you the easy road to that paper belt. Bro, you just beat Dan Hooker. Shut the fuck up. Sorry to all the Arman Tsarukyan fans out there, but it's the truth. And yes, Arman Tsarukyan might beat Patty. He had a tough-ass fight for Patty. That's the truth. I'll give him credit there. Arman Tsarukyan could fraud check Patty. But guess what? The UFC will never even let him get close to that opportunity because the UFC can't rely on him. And Arman proved that they can't rely on him because he pulled out of UFC 311, didn't he? On 24 hours notice, didn't he? When people bought tickets with his name on it, didn't they? Okay then. Okay then. Now we understand. Oh yeah, and he also punches fans as he's walking out, headbutts Dan Hooker, turns down Gamrot. I mean, the list goes on for Arman. The list goes on, homie. The UFC can't even trust you or rely on you for anything. So that's why you don't get the opportunity, Arman. Okay, let's do one more poll. He beat Charles Oliveira, sir. Yeah, he did beat him on paper. That was Patty Pimblett saying he did, not me. Let's end this poll real quick, and let's do who wins, Ruffy or Fiziev, because I think that's interesting. But you can clearly tell Fluffy and Strickland's a pick'em, 51%, 49%. AJD, because he too rich. Yeah, facts. Facts. Let me make the poll real quick. Fiziev or Ruffy? Shout out Kevin from Chicago. I got Ruffy. Ruffy bricks me. Goddamn, Kevin, you crazy, homie. No Diddy. All right, no Diddy. I got you. I got you if it's no Diddy. You just a glazer of Ruffy. It's okay. I'm a glazer of Max Holloway. It happens. It fucking happens. Prime's a glazer of Charles Oliveira. You feel me? It happens. Patty terrible at striking. I mean, we'll see, bro. We'll see. Nico, Patty's chin would never be the same after he faces Ilia Topuria. It's okay, bro. I just want to see the fight. I just want to see the fight. Whatever happens, happens, bro. But that fight needs to be ran. Whatever happens, happens. I need to see it, though. I need to see it. Mech Warrior, I'm a yawn glazer, to be honest. Hey, we all glaze one fighter. We all gotta glaze one fighter. Some people are Arman glazers. You know what I'm saying? Some people are Arman glazers. It's okay. AJD, are you asking me who waited over a year? You said, or he waiting over 1 year. Not sure who you're talking about, AJD, but yeah, Arman was out for 18 months after his win over Charles, bro. He has one fight in 18 months. And he's fucking talking shit on Patty for fighting once a year. Bro, you fought once in a year and a half. Sag, I glaze prayer, not gonna lie. It's okay, let it be known now, boys. Let it be known now. AJD, because obviously Justin versus Patty, winner gets next. I see what you're saying now, AJD. No, so Arman's going to have to fight again, AJD. He's not waiting for over a year. Arman's going to have to fight again because Daddy Dana said Arman is in the doghouse still. Yeah, I got you, AJD. I'm trying to tell you right now. Daddy Dana said Arman's in the doghouse still. Even though he's the #1 contender and he just beat Dan Hooker, he's still in the doghouse. He's going to have to fight again. And we don't know how many times Arman has to fight again to get himself a title shot. But it could be more than once. So the advice to Arman Tsarukyan, when the UFC calls and offers him a fight, he better accept it. Who would he fight? AJD, I got the perfect guy for him. I know a guy. Max Holloway, when he does his thing on March 7th. Okay, when Max Holloway does his thing on March 7th, we finna turn around, return at UFC White House in June, and we're taking on Arman Tsarukyan. We taking on Arman Tsarukyan at UFC White House in June. Max Holloway. That's the fight for Arman, AJD. Max Holloway versus Arman, UFC White House in June. Who would he fight? He said title next and has the cash to say no. Well, AJD, to answer your question, Arman doesn't get to call shots. And if he has the cash to say no, shit, he never getting it. So that cash better be fucking bottomless. Because if he has the cash to say no, he gonna say no forever. Arman gonna say no forever. Because the UFC not giving it to him. And the UFC is sick of him with this whole he got money. That's why Arman pulled out of the Islam fight. Because he has money. But it's daddy's money. You feel me? And that's what rubs the UFC the wrong way. They know what happened. They know that the fucking paycheck means nothing to Arman, and that's why he pulled out of the UFC 311 fight against Islam. They know that. So Arman can keep playing with the money card. Keep playing the money card. You're going to get nothing. Literally going to get no opportunity. I promise you, he'll be spending his money for the rest of his life. His daddy's money at that. His daddy's money at that. Jacob, are you a big Patty fan? I've never really fell into the hype. To be honest, like Patty alone, like it is what it is. Like, I mean, he's just a fighter to me. Like he's a good fighter. Patty alone is just Patty by himself. Like I'm not a big fan of Patty by himself. You feel me? But I want to see Patty versus Ilia. And so funny because Nico just dropped the comment, but that's what I'm a big fan of, Sag. I'm not necessarily a big Paddy fan. I'm a big Paddy versus Ilya fan. I want to see it. Nico says, I don't know why in the world you want to see Ilya versus Paddy. Arman has fought Islam, Oliveira, and Gamrot. All three of these would humiliate Paddy. Paddy has only fought out of prime Burns. Nico, all I can say to you, homie, and I'm sorry to be rude, not even rude, but I'm sorry to be like short with you. But listen, homie, Arman pulled out of UFC 311 on 24 hours notice. He punched a fan in his walkout to fight Charles Oliveira. He headbutted Dan Hooker at the ceremonial weigh-ins. He not getting shit. Keep putting arguments in the chat. It's not going to change anything. This is a pointless argument, homie. It's already been settled. We know why Arman isn't getting the opportunity. At this point, we're just crying to cry. I think, Nico, I'll also take it a step further. I don't know why you don't understand why Arman's not getting the shot. I don't know why in the world that doesn't make sense to you. This is show business. We're not going to rely on Arman when he's done what he's done. He didn't just pull out of a main event, okay? He just almost sabotaged another main event by headbutting Dan Hooker. Does that not click to you? Is nothing clicking to you? He literally just almost sabotaged another main event against Dan Hooker. He clearly didn't learn his lesson after sabotaging the UFC 311 main event against Islam. So at the end of the day, okay, part of the reason why I want to see Ilya versus Paddy is because I've known Arman isn't getting the shot either. I've known that. We should have all known that, but the fans out there don't want to accept that fact for some odd reason. So that's my answer to you, Nico. You're just arguing just to argue for Arman at this point. It's clear as day why Arman's not getting the shot, and you could argue it as much as you want. It's not going to change anything. It gets to a point where you just need to understand what's happening. Sag, yeah, I get you. The build-up to Ilya versus Paddy would be sick. And that's the other thing. See, Nico says, I don't know why in the world you want to see Ilya versus Paddy. You mean one of the biggest fights that could happen in UFC history? In modern UFC history. You don't know why I want to see one of the biggest fights in modern UFC history? Nico? You don't know why I want to see that? I actually don't know why you wouldn't want to see one of the biggest fights in UFC history. The true Conor versus Khabib 2, right? People selling you guys bullshit tickets telling you Islam Makhachev versus Ian Gary is Conor versus Khabib 2. No, it's not, bro. Paddy versus Ilya is Conor versus Khabib 2. They have a real beef. They're from the Caucasus Mountains. They're from Europe. Okay? Paddy fucking, everybody doubts him. They don't think he's a well-rounded fighter, right? Same shit they said about McGregor, right? I hope I really etched that into you. Because it's important. It doesn't even matter what you want. You just need to understand what's happening now. It's not even about what I want, right? It's about what's happening. Shout out to AJD. Nico, don't you want to see Paddy talk mad shit in the press conference, get the UK crowd super hyped to see himself get KO'd by Ilya? I want to see it. Shit. Put it like that, Mech Warrior. I want to see it too. I want to see it too. I'm not saying I want to see Paddy get knocked out, but I want to see it. I want to see the hype. I want to see these guys put their money where their mouth is. They talk all that shit to each other, right? Hand sanitizer boy. They were just doing, like, jawing at each other outside the arena at UFC Qatar. I want to see it, bro. Put your money where your mouth is. AJD, gotta harden boxing in some way to make it more dangerous. Bro, AJD, I kind of feel like, I feel like boxers are getting too good. I feel like these guys are getting too good at boxing. Do I need to show you my example? This is why I think guys are getting too good at boxing, guys. Are you ready for this? Shout out Frank Martin, bro. Frank Martin got a crazy-ass knockout last night, and look what I wrote. So funny, because AJD saying they need to make boxing harder to make it more dangerous, and look what I said today, this morning. Check it out. What's going on here? And also, Nico, I get where you're coming from, homie. Like, you're a purist, is what it seems like, Nico. You're a purist. You don't care about anything but seeing, you know, quote unquote, the best fight the best. But listen, man, a purist mentality, you're always going to be disappointed being a purist. I'm just telling you, okay? I'm not trying to diss, but I'm just telling you, being a purist, it's not going to get you very far, bro. You're going to be disappointed. Because this game isn't just about being a purist. Look at this knockout. Look at homie. He fucking flatlined. He out so bad. You guys want the sound?
The Ghost just scared a bunch of 140-pounders with that knockout of the year candidate.
Shoot, got his whole body into it, landed it clean, got that
Insane.
angle, and good night. And that looks like Bartholomew sitting up on a stool right now, but what a great shot right there. You see him pull that right hand down, and then boom, straight down the shot.
Look at that.
What a perfect angle, perfect
Sublime
picture, perfect left hand.
southpaw shot from Frank the Ghost Martin. That man is scary.
You pulled that.
And I said, they getting too good at boxing, bro. Oh my goodness gracious. I hope the man is okay. Straight up, though. Straight the fuck up, bro. They getting too good at this shit, bro. True Silence, are you still in the chat? True Silence, if you're in the chat, let yourself be known. I have something for you if you're in the chat still. But if you're not in the chat, I'm going to leave it alone. Mech Warrior says, we need to see all the Liverpool fans cope after Paddy gets knocked out. Fair enough. Whatever you guys want to, you know, whatever you guys want to say, it's all good. But I don't think it's fucking a good idea to like, turn a blind eye to one of the biggest fights we can make in UFC history, potentially. Like, if we're talking top 10 pay-per-views of all time, top 10 events of all time, biggest main events of all time, we're talking Ilya versus Paddy. That's going to be up there in one of the top 10 events of all time, promotional events of all time. I don't know why purist fans turn a blind eye to that. It's really weird. Because I try to acknowledge everything, right? I try to acknowledge ranking. I try to acknowledge star power. I try to acknowledge fan interest, right? Skill sets. But the purist fans, they totally want to ignore the business side of things and only talk about rankings, only talk about who's better than who. And yeah, I get all that. But that's not where the conversation ends, right? We have to have a well-rounded conversation. We can't just speak to 2 to 3 aspects of the fight game when there's like 6 aspects we have to acknowledge. Activity is another one. Activity is another one, bro. Arman Tsarukyan has 1 fight in 18 months. He's not even active. Poppy Lester, totally agree. Paddy and Ilya would be proper. They have history. It would be a good fight and build up. It would, bro. And a lot of people saying Paddy versus Ilya isn't going to be a good fight. Yes, it is. I don't know who needs to tell you that, but it is. Paddy's going to be a tough fight for Ilya. That's my opinion. So you guys have your opinion. I have my opinion. Neither person's right until they get locked in the octagon. But I'm telling you right now, a lot of people have my opinion too, thinking Paddy's big as hell, way bigger than Ilya, okay? And that's going to make for a good fight. Paddy also has the grappling. So anybody who says, oh, Ilya going to knock out Paddy in the first round, well, shit, I think Paddy going to hang with Ilya. So what now? Now we got to see it, right? Sag, I feel like Ilya versus Paddy is like 2 Connors. I mean, kinda. But also the things I mentioned as well. I mean, to be honest with you too, Sag, I know you're saying Ilya versus Paddy is like 2 Connors, probably because they both talk shit or something, but Khabib talked shit too. Khabib talked mad shit to Conor. Long live Mech Warrior. I don't think Paddy would last a round, but it would be really funny to see it. A great lesson that talk is cheap when Paddy gets KO'd. Potentially. But I think Paddy would last longer than a round. Nico, but at least say names like Gamera or BSD or Gaethje. Paddy vs. Ilya is a waste of a pay-per-view, not gonna lie. People would say UFC has turned it to WWE. Bro, Gamera, BSD, or Gaethje, Nico? That's the problem with what you're saying right now. You're completely ignoring star power, bro. Why do you want to see Gamera in a title shot? Like, these aren't big fights. Like, I get what you're saying, but the problem that I always have with you guys, okay, because I've been arguing with multiple people in the chat, it's like, you guys don't want to acknowledge what I'm saying, right? You don't want to acknowledge what I'm saying. You only want to acknowledge what you're saying. And that's fine, but listen, bro, the masses aren't going to tune in for Gamera or BSD. I mean, they might do it for Gaethje, but the masses are not showing up for Gamera or BSD. They're just not. And the sport is not all about the hardcore fans, right? To grow the sport, to make the sport more mainstream, yes, sometimes you do have to go and blur the lines and start going slightly WWE. But listen, Paddy vs. Ilya, by you calling that turning into WWE, in my opinion, Nico, is bullshit. You're exaggerating. Paddy vs. Ilya is not turning the UFC into WWE, bro. Paddy's on a 7-fight win streak. Undefeated in the UFC. He's got beef with Ilya. There's total fucking precedent to book that fight. But you're minimizing it by saying, oh, that's going to turn the UFC into the WWE. Well, listen, how about this one? If Ilya fights Gamera or BSD, the UFC going to go broke. How about that? We won't even have a business soon enough. 10 years down the line, keep running Ilya versus Gamera, Ilya versus BSD, and see where we're at. The UFC going to be fucking broke, bro. It don't sell shit. We're gonna generate no new fans. We got to consider that. We got to generate new fans. How do we generate new fans? By putting together one of the biggest fights you can make of modern MMA, of the modern era of MMA. So, to be honest with you, Nico, to take it a step further again, and it's all love, homie. It's all love, but we debating, okay? To be honest with you, Nico, Gamera and BSD, Ilya's too big for them. Ilya, like, that's the other thing I don't think you guys understand. Like, Ilya, it's like, you guys think Ilya's just this guy that the UFC is going to give anybody to, and he's just going to be a good little boy and be like, okay, yes, sir. No, bro, Ilya is so big at this point. He's so big, he's not going to give the shine to Gamera or BSD, bro. They don't deserve it. Guess who deserves it? Paddy deserves it. Ilya is such a big star. Why would they waste his star power alone? Right? Think about it like this. Because everybody hates Paddy. But think about it for Ilya. Ilya is such a big star. You're wasting his star power, bro. By giving him Gamera or BSD, that fight's going to go nowhere. Nowhere at all. Ilya versus Gaethje, maybe. Ilya versus Gaethje, maybe. But Ilya versus BSD or Gamera, that fight's going nowhere, bro. And Ilya's not taking it. Ilya's not a good little boy. He's not just going to take anything the UFC offers him. Okay? He brings something to the table now. He can negotiate. The UFC wants him to come back. He could play a game. He could be like, fuck no, I'm not fighting those boys. Right? And the UFC has to bend the knee to Ilya because they want that money that comes with the Ilya fight. Guess who's going to stink up the show? Guess who's going to bring down the dollars for an Ilya fight? Gamera and BSD. But again, Nico, I know already you don't want to acknowledge that, do you? That stuff is like beneath you or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I got a decent gauge. I've been fucking going to war in the chat for like weeks now. So that's what I noticed. Whenever I present this argument, nobody wants to acknowledge it. And again, actually I won't even bring up the Arman argument again. But that's my argument, bro. Ilya, you're wasting Ilya. You guys are completely just wasting Ilya's potential by giving him a Gamera or a BSD. But what's funny to me also is you guys think you're actually doing Ilya a favor or something. Like, I don't even know, like, this shit doesn't compute to me. Like, you're doing Ilya a disservice by feeding him Gamera or BSD. That's the last time I'm gonna say it. And Ilya's not gonna take it because he's not a good boy. He's a fucking star. Understand that, boys. Ilya's not a good boy. He's a fucking star. Louis, that guy should have not have been in there with Martin. I mean, yeah. Jacob going 60 for 60 shit. Yeah, 60 for 60. I'm 2 months streaming. That's for damn sure. I don't know what the 60 for 60 is. 80. Jacob is correct. Joe Rogan glazing Gable without first proving himself against the best. Come on, look the other wrestler, Bo Nickel. Thank you, AD. Thank you. Thank you. And what's the rush with fucking Gable? He's 25, bro. He's been training for a year. I don't even get it, man. I genuinely don't get it. Gable, 25 years old. He's been training for a year, and we're calling for him to get signed to the UFC. Can someone make sense of that to me? He got 2 MMA fights, and we want him in the UFC. I mean, shit, we already saw this with Bo. But I know what people are going to say. But UFC heavyweight division sucks. So what, bro? Let's not dwindle the product. Just because UFC heavyweight division sucks, we're going to sign a fucking green-ass heavyweight? No, bro. No. 2-0 in MMA, bro. Been training for a year. Okay? It's insane to want to sign Gable. Louis, they do a lot of mismatches, so called tune-up fights in boxing. Martin looked bad versus Davis, so they put him in with this guy to make him look dangerous again. I know, Louis, I know. But still, bro, still, that's such a bad knockout, you feel me? Oh, God, we got Soda Pop in the chat. Soda Pop, yes, I saw that. I just played the clip, Soda Pop. Soda Pop, I just played the clip. I just played the clip for the chat. I saw that. What do you think of that, Soda Pop? I did play it, so I'm not going to play it again. But let me read a couple more chats. Gable is a big motherfucker, but at the heavyweight, dudes be knocking each other out. Yes, bro, and Gable is going to get knocked the fuck out. Mech Warrior, speaking of new fans, would the UFC be able to do a show in Russia with Yan as the main event? I don't know anything about it, Mech Warrior, but there's been no talk, so probably not. Probably not. I don't see a Russia event happening anytime soon, but it could be. It could, Mech Warrior. You know, Islam and Petr Yan, headline and co-headline, potentially. We got 2 Russian champions now. You know, shit, kind of 3 with Hamzat. Soda Pop says, I'm at you under it. Soda Pop, I saw it, but I'm scrolling down to see what else you have to say. AD Jacob going to war in the chat. I know. You boys know I'd be going to war in the chat. Ilya vs. Patty is like a replay of Moicano vs. Islam. LOL. Except, Nico, the one thing you're missing is a lot of people want to see it. That's what I think you just don't want to accept, Nico. I know you don't want to see it, Nico. But what if I told you millions of people want to see it? I mean, like, I've already given all the arguments. I mean, I don't have much more. And also, Nico, what happens if Patty versus Ilya turns out to be a better fight than Moicano versus Islam? Because at the end of the day, Patty's beating Moicano's ass, bro. Patty's beating Moicano's ass. The only difference is Ilya chins him instead of submitting him. Now, I get what you're saying. But what if I told you, regardless of what you just said, millions of people want to see it? We just don't want to give it to them? Because you think that it would be Moicano versus Islam or something? Soda Pop, I can't believe people are hating on Jamal for this. I would do the same thing. No, Soda Pop, I hear you. I hear you. We were joking about it. We were joking about it in the chat. I didn't have much to say. I mean, Jamal's just sticking up for his girl, right? I mean, his girl is a citizen. Jamal Hill's girl is a citizen. If Joanna Joan Jacek is bullying her, I mean, yeah, you got to kind of, you might have to say some shit to her. You might have to say some shit to her. And in the big, we're going into the big 2026. You know, shit changing a little bit out here. Shit changing a little bit out here. Girls don't just get a green light anymore, it seems, does it? Girls don't just get a green light to act out of pocket, it seems. I mean, shit, look at Daddy Dana. I'm trolling. I don't co-sign hitting women. Genuinely, I don't. But I do understand where people come from when a woman's acting out of pocket, so to speak. If that makes sense. Ilya vs. Paddy is way more competitive than either Gamera or BSD. These guys don't even know what they're talking about. Eli. You feel me, Eli. You feel me. Like, BSD? Come on now. Ilya slimes BSD 100% and Gamera 95%. Yes, bro. Yes. And there's no beef. There's no beef there. Like, imagine a press conference. That's what nobody wants to factor in, though. Imagine a press conference with Ilya and BSD. Are you kidding me right now? How about a press conference with Ilya and Gamrot? It's stupid as fuck, bro. It's stupid as fuck. And then guess what? The same people calling for it are going to be like, this shit's so boring. Mech Warrior. Nico, if the shit talker doesn't get KO'd, he will continue to be like that, so let's enjoy it when it finally happens. Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys want. Soda Pop goes, no one touching my girl, especially a pro fighter. Team Jamal for life. I feel you, Soda Pop. I feel you. I feel you. I totally feel you, Soda Pop. Soda Pop, can I ask you, though? Who you got, Strickland or Fluffy? Because I did reference you earlier in the chat, but you must not have been here. So, Soda Pop, let me know who you got, Fluffy or Strickland? I'm kind of siding towards Strickland, Soda Pop, but I don't know. I need your take on this one. Fluffy or Strickland? AD, MMA needs another American-based organization, Strikeforce, to properly filter and grow the talent and storylines. Yeah, man, yeah, it's true. American-based organization like Strikeforce. Yep, no, I feel you, AD kid. Shout out to fucking DC, Luke Rockhold, you know what I mean? Barnett. Mech Warrior, no, nobody will KO Paddy better than Ilya will. Then I know that's what you guys want, so let it happen. It seems like a lot of you guys are trying to save Paddy from getting knocked out. If you guys hate Paddy so much, let it happen. Nico deleting his chats. God damn you, Nico. Please don't do that, Nico. Please don't do that. I'm trying to see what you had to say, homie. And by the way, my neck fucking hurting like a motherfucker right now. So we might have to end the stream soon. But, and also True Silence said he's not in the stream. I had a surprise for True Silence. I guess I can propose the surprise to you boys. Let me read this chat. 2 chats here. Nico says, I hope Usman Nurmagomedov comes to UFC to stabilize this awful division filled with fighters like Paddy and Gaethje who doesn't deserve a title shot. But Nico, okay, that's fine. I would be happy to see Usman come there too. But Nico, you have to admit to me right now, Nico. You've ignored it every time I'm saying it. Actually, I think you kind of agree with me, but just, what's the word? Enlighten me, Nico. Do you think with everything I've said, do you at least understand why Arman doesn't deserve it either? 18 months out, fucking pulling out of a main event the day before, headbutting Dan Hooker with everything that's been going on with him. Like, do you understand where I'm coming from when I say Arman doesn't deserve it? Like, okay, Paddy and Gaethje don't deserve it. I get what you're saying, I guess. But I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Soda Pop, any more neighbor lore or nah? Not really any more neighbor lore. Not really much for neighbor lore, Soda Pop. I don't got much for you. But I do have something. Wait, 1 second, Soda Pop. Don't leave yet. Fucking Soda Pop. I'm fucking paranoid that homie's gonna leave. 1 second. 50-50 probably Strickland though. 5 rounds benefit him. Okay. All right. Let me know if you start leaning towards, one side or the other more, Soda Pop. But here's what I have to say. Do you guys want to see the SD Dumas unreleased interview? I'm releasing it tomorrow. I don't know. If like 5 people say they want to see it, I'll put it up. Or like 3 people say they want to see it, I'll put it up. It's up to you guys. I'm only doing this because I promised I would drop it today, and I didn't. So, if you guys want it, I'll give it to you. Any free game. Any free game. Shit, let me think about some free game. Some free game. Do I got some free game for the boys? I don't know if I got any free game, Dylan. I'm trying to think of some. Eli says you want to see. Okay, anyone else want to see? Anyone else want to see? You boys love you. A lot of you boys love the non-MMA stuff. I got fucking Dylan asking for some free game. I got Soda Pop asking for neighbor lore. Shout out to you guys. I like non-MMA stuff too. I'm trying to think of some free game to give Dylan real quick. I don't, Dylan. I don't got anything for you, homie. I'm trying to think. You got a question for me, Dylan? Maybe I could answer it. If you got some lady troubles, you could drop it in the chat. Maybe I got an answer for it. I'm trying to think of something good to deliver, but I can't think of it. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Nico, I want UFC to feed Paddy Pimblett to John Pork. Alright, Nico, alright. Shit, I don't be fucking with John Pork, I'll tell you that right now. John Pork a dumbass for self-snitching. But that's okay. Merab is desperate for a wife, according to DC. Yeah, he is desperate for a wife. Alright, I got something for you boys. Nothing, no crazy game, but I'm trying to get you some game. So if we're speaking about looking for a wife, react to Dr. Insanity. I like the non-MMA stuff. What's Dr. Insanity? Alright, let me look up Dr. Insanity. But here's what I gotta say. If you want to get yourself like a golden retriever type chick who's gonna ride for you and deal with your bullshit, even if you broke and all that stuff, right? Because I know some of you boys, you gotta be broke out there, right? Shit. You gotta lock in when you're young. You gotta find a chick when you're young. Because once you hit like 25, bro, shit. All that shit goes out the window. A chick just gonna want you to be successful at that point in time. The only time a girl really gonna stay with you when you're not successful is when you're young, bro. You gotta wife them up when you're young. Otherwise, you gotta wait till you become successful to wife a girl up. And then at that point, you know, it's like, she wouldn't have taken you if you weren't wealthy. So do you really want her? You know, I just get jaded with that shit. So my recommendation to you boys, first of all, don't waste too much time on the chicks, bro. Don't waste too much time on the chicks. Second off, wife her up early if you want to lock in. Or, your best bet, wait until you got money if you're older. Because I'm telling you, if you're like, let me put it like this. If you're like 26, right? If you're 26 and broke. Shit. No chick's gonna stay with you unless you get money. You feel me? If you're 26 and broke, no chick's gonna stay with you unless you get money. Now, if you're 21 and broke, yeah, she might stay with you because she sees like, oh, we can build up together, right? But if you're 26 and broke, bro, just stay away till you get money. Stay away till you get money. Trust me. But that's all the game I got. It wasn't anything crazy, but I try to help out Dylan when I can. Soda Pop saying, react to Dr. Insanity. I like the non-MMA stuff. He makes the best videos, I'm telling you. I go to the bodega when the vid drops so I can eat some snacks and enjoy. Bro, watch Superman. Do you like Henry Cavill and David Corn? Sweet. I don't know those guys. Nico, fill me in, though. Fill me in on those guys. Louis says, when is John Pork making his debut in the UFC? Probably never, Louis. Probably never, because he assaulted Dylan Dennis before his debut. And I don't know. The UFC should punish him for that shit. If they're punishing Dennis for getting jumped, why wouldn't they punish the people jumping him? Dr. Insanity. Is this it? Soda Pop? Dylan? Shout out to Dylan. If I get some better game, I'll give it to you. I mean, shit, you want to see something I saw today? Nah, I don't have it anymore, actually. I de-bookmarked it. Never mind, my bad. I didn't mean to tease it. How old are you, bro? I'm 29. I'm 29, Nico. Oh, you said, which Superman do you like? Henry Cavill or David Cornsweet? Let me look up. You know my Spider-Man is Tobey Maguire, though. Soda Pop, can you let me know what Dr. Insanity is? I'm trying to look at it. Is it this? Oh, my bad. My bad, Soda Pop. Is it this? And Eric, I know you want to see the SD video, but not enough people want to see it, man. What's going on with that? They should, but they seemed okay with it. Yeah, they did. You know what I'm going to do? That new video is crazy. Genius killer. How police captured Colorado's smartest killer. Dang. It's an hour long, Soda Pop. God damn. All right. You look like a college boy. How do you look so young? Did you quit sugar? Nico, I don't. Yeah, I fucking don't. I don't fucking. I stay away from the sugar for sure. I mean, like, I have sugar from time to time, but I do stay away from sugar. I do stay away from sugar. I be hitting the sauna too. 30 minutes in the sauna, 15 minutes in the sauna. Shit. If we're talking looks maxing, boys, if we're talking looks maxing, not on clavicular level. If we're talking looks maxing, hit the gym, get some cardio in, hit the sauna. That's like the trifecta right there. Lift some weights, 15 minutes on the treadmill. You could just do some speed walking or something on incline. Then 15 minutes in the sauna. That's a fucking trifecta, homie. That is the trifecta. Nico's 20. Okay, shout out Nico. 20 years old. Still young as hell, homie. You got the world ahead of you. Meanwhile, I'm fucking having a midlife crisis, about to turn 30 next July. Oh, you started to watch Clavicular or no? No, I didn't start watching Clavicular, bro. But I've been seeing all of his clips, Soda Pop, so I know what you guys are talking about now. He wants to heighten his legs. He fucking busts up his cheekbones. He fucking is on test. He on all that shit. The Clavicular, not really my type of guy with all that stuff. Watch the Clavicular Fresh and Fit pod. It's super funny. I don't like the other two guys, though. Nico, do you practice semen retention? That's so funny. Not like crazy, homie. But I mean, I don't be jerking like all day. I'll say that, Nico. I don't be jerking all day. Like, I fucking, maybe like, I'll keep that shit to like once a day or something like that. Maybe fucking like, you know, twice or something like that. But I don't be jerking like all day long. I mean, I used to some degree, but it's just like low frequency. That's so funny that you say that, though. Let's see here. HD, you don't look 29. Thought you were 24 max. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I'm 29, boys. I'm 29. But you know what? I always act young, so that might be why, too. I'm a kid at heart. That's for damn sure. I don't like being serious too much. Jew, what up, Jew? What up, homie? Jew. Good to see you, Jew. Hope work's going well for you, homie. I saw you fucking watching on the fucking Amazon tablet. Soda Pop, I'm in my looks maxing era. Yeah, bro. So all I got to say about looks maxing, you should reduce sugar. Definitely, I'm telling you, boys. The trifecta, though, the trifecta. Hit the gym. 15 minutes on the treadmill. 15 minutes in the sauna. Shit. I'm telling you, looks going to be maxed. Looks going to be maxed. Then with a fresh shave, right? Fresh shave, bro. I mean, shit, you maxed. You know Fit X Fearless, right? I don't, Soda Pop. America First goes, stop the cat, Brandon. You be eating a dozen a dozen pistachio donuts. No, I do enjoy for sure. I do indulge. But I keep it fucking balanced. Like today, what I had like a banh mi. I had a chicken banh mi from some Vietnamese place. Then I had my fucking struggle meal I showed you guys last night. The fucking potato pancake with some cheese, some bacon, couple eggs on top. And then for dinner, I had some eggs and rice. So. All right, let me look it up real quick. But fucking chats are coming in, boys. I'm having a hard time here. Who else we got here? I'm trying to like finish them up real quick. Dylan said Hawaiians don't age is what I noticed. That's kind of true a little bit, Dylan. When I went to Hawaii, I feel like I saw a lot of people that kind of like reminded me of myself, if that makes sense. Because, you know, growing up in California, there's a lot of like white people, and so to speak. But in Hawaii, there's like a lot of people kind of like me. You feel me? So that makes sense, Dylan. Dylan also goes, I tried that glycerol you recommended once on stream. That stuff is good. Thanks. I got you, Dylan. I got you. I got you, homie. That shit good for you too. It's just extra hydration. Nico, man, I practiced semen retention for 87 days and suddenly all girls started getting attracted to me and started talking to me first effortlessly. God damn, Nico. Okay. All right, Nico. Shit, I never gone 87 days. That shit crazy. Nico went 87 days and he fucking started aura farming. Chicks just coming up to him. That's insane. Fit X Fearless. Tell me which one.
Here's how to become.
Come on, just the 15-minute video, or which one, Soda Pop? While Soda Pop is responding to me, I'm gonna show you guys the trailer for the SD Dumas interview dropping tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna show you guys the trailer for the SD Dumas interview dropping tomorrow. Give me a second. Give me a second to pull this up. Look up the trolls. Okay, I'm gonna look it up, Soda Pop. I'm gonna look it up, but before we do that, let me just show you guys the trailer for the SD Dumas interview, okay? You boys are gonna love this shit. This unreleased now. This dropping tomorrow.
No, I'm not throwing no fights for them.
This interview dropping tomorrow. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up. SD trailer. Okay. Take a look at SD, boys. We got him live in the flesh. We got him live in the flesh. All right, let's take a look. Let's bring this down a little bit. All right. Let's take a look at the SD interview. I want to let you guys know now, though, okay? This interview took place at like 6 fucking a.m. in the morning here. So I was tired as fuck. So if I look crusty, boys, just know, yes, I just woke up like 30 minutes before this. My face was swollen as hell. I'm probably the only one who notices it. And I was overdue for a haircut. I'm just telling you boys that now because I'm low-key self-conscious about it. Soda Pop, are you going to be live during the UFC break or not? Yeah, bro, I'm still going to be live, bro. Fuck it. We're going to be live every day, bro. Fuck it, man. Fuck it. 100%. I don't plan on slowing down. I'm definitely going to be live streaming too during Chase Demore versus Andrew Tate and Jake Paul versus fucking AJ. Definitely. Okay. Here's my preview trailer for the SD Dumas interview. And look at this. We got SD Dumas for an hour and 4 minutes, boys. Hour and 4 minute interview with SD Dumas dropping tomorrow. Literally nobody does this but me. Nobody does hour-long interviews with fighters but me. And Demetrius Johnson. Anyway, enough talking. Here's the preview trailer of SD Dumas interview dropping tomorrow.
No, I'm not throwing no fights for them betting odds. No, I'm not faking any injuries. I know the last fight, people was like, oh, he's about to tap beforehand. It wasn't in the sense of me even about to tap beforehand.
How's the right nut doing? Because Zach Reese destroyed it.
Yeah, it's better now. Bro, it took almost about 2 weeks for me to like piss right.
Damn. Yeah, because you said you didn't even piss for like 24 hours or some shit like that. I remember making a post.
Yeah, I couldn't even pee for 24 hours. I feel like I didn't even feel my dingling. And everybody don't know, like I had a surgery like on my ball sack because my testicles got twisted up. So both of my balls like twisted, like to the point like I caught it in time. My testicles got twisted up. So both of my balls like twisted, like to the point like I caught it in time. Because if I didn't catch it in time, they was gonna literally have to snip my balls off, and I was gonna have no kids or no balls like twisted, like to the point like I caught it in time. Because if I didn't catch it in time, they was gonna literally have to snip my balls off, and I was gonna have no kids or no balls in my nutsack.
Bro, what the hell were you doing to get your nuts twisted like that? Dang. So what, they had to literally cut it open and untwist it and then stitch it back up?
Yeah, they literally cut my ball sack like down the middle and literally opened it up and went inside and untwisted my balls. And then stitched my balls back up.
Because I saw some posts like SD Dumas added back to the roster. You were never cut though, right?
I was never cut, bro.
Okay, and you still got some fights on your contract?
I still have plenty of fights on my contract. Y'all niggas want to judge a book by its covers, but they ain't even never read the fucking pages. Go sit your ass down and go smoke that damn Newport Shore on that 9-to-5 job, nigga. I'm not playing with these niggas no more. I'm gonna make y'all niggas fear me like I used to make niggas fear me when I was in the streets. Don't fuck with me at all, and it won't be no motherfucking problem. Period.
Blueface, he's out of jail. I know the 4 extra fade got, that's a lot of cologne sprays, homie.
Shit, hey, when you smell like gas pack going in the establishment, you got
you. Would you ever be down to do like a boxing match type shit, like Aiden Ross's boxing events type shit against like a Blueface or a fucking even Aaron the Plumber or some shit like that? Because people call you the Blueface of the UFC.
Yeah, basically I am. Like, I hate to say it, bro. I'm basically I'm like the Tupac and NBA Youngboy of the fucking UFC.
Okay. Interview dropping tomorrow, boys. The Tupac, the NBA Youngboy of the UFC, dropping tomorrow, all right? Tap in. If you want to know what happened with SD Dumas's balls, tap in. No Diddy. And, boys, 3 likes on the stream. Come on. We need 3 more likes to hit 100. Do me the solid, boys. Do me the fucking solid. Do me the fucking solid, boys. Okay, let's remove this. Look up the trolls. Is this it? Yeah, Louis, that was insane. SD, I didn't even understand what the hell happened. But he said it happened in football. I'll spoil it for you. He said he was like playing football. He got hit so hard, his nuts twisted up inside his fucking nutsack. How crazy is that? He went and told his mom. His mom took him to the doctor. And they had to fucking cut it open and untwist it, bro. Untwist it. It's crazy, bro. Crazy.
I don't like working out because it hurts.
We have officially left MMA topics, boys. Before I get started real quick, Jew, we got fights next weekend, but I don't even know who's fighting. Anyone know who's fighting? Who's fighting next weekend? And then Nico asking me, what are your top 5 favorite video games? Probably like Call of Duty, obviously. And I'm talking Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Probably like also, probably like Tony Hawk Pro Skater when I was a kid. I guess I'll throw Madden and 2K up in there. Madden and 2K. And then, what else I got for you? Skyrim. Skyrim. That'll be my 5. That's my 5 right there. Oh, yeah, we got Royval versus Manel Cup. Oh, that's a great card. At least a great fight. Oh, the return of Kevin Vallejos. Shout out Kevin Vallejos. Oh, Morgan Charrier versus Malik Costa. Great fight. Nizet Chekwu versus Buchecha. 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 Joe Anderson Brito versus Bogdasarian, great fight. Magny versus Almosov, great fight, bro. Okay, we got a card next weekend, boys. We got a fucking card. It's got like 3 wins fights on there, which is unfortunate. But we got a card next weekend. Shout out Soda Pop for that. Lord of the Pies. What up, Lord of the Pies? Good to see you. Damn, Dylan says, I have a friend that they had to do the ball surgery after football too. That's insane. That's insane. I never heard of that in my life. I never heard of that shit in my life, boys. I'm sure it's horrible. Dude, it sounds fucking terrible. Soda Pop, Vallejos, Brito, I got you. That's a good fight right there. Or no, well, you know, they're not fighting each other, but they have good opponents. Also, Michael Oleksiejczyk's younger brother is making his debut. I saw that. He fighting Cesar Almeida, and Cesar Almeida's a beast. He fucking, you know, he did his thing with Dylan Budka. We all know. Nico, top 5 favorite video games: Black Myth, Wukong, RDR2, Spider-Man 2, Ghost of Tsushima, and Batman Arkham City. Damn, okay. All right. We got 2 different genres of video games, homie, but shout out to Nico. Shout out to Nico. Much love to Nico. All right, let's watch this video, boys.
Oh, little boo-boo. You need somebody to help you with...
I don't like working out because it hurts.
Oh, little boo-boo. You need somebody to help you with working out because it hurts. Oh, guess what, buddy? Everything in life hurts. You're a man. Getting in good shape is going to hurt. Going through rejection is going to hurt. Learning how to make money is going to hurt. What is the hardest thing you have experienced in your life? Nothing. 21, you have a roof over your head. What are you even doing with your life? Are you in school?
Nah, I'm taking a couple gap years.
How is that possible? How you get to afford to take a gap year? Did you go to high school?
Yeah, I got a high school diploma, yeah.
And your parents are allowing you to stay in their home. You don't got to do nothing.
No, I'm unemployed. I just play games mostly and socialize and party.
You don't have a job. You're not even in college. You play video games and you're wondering why girls don't text you back.
I've paid for girls to like...
You've paid for girls. The more you talk, the worse it gets. You've paid for girls to do what?
Sleep with me.
Where did you meet them at?
My house. Well, not my parents' house.
You got to be kidding me, right?
Nah.
Where did you meet these women at?
On a website.
I can't even believe some of y'all are real, bro. Aren't you like ashamed of that?
Nah, I mean, my life's pretty good right now.
I got homies just like this dude. Well, shit, they're not my homie anymore. But I know people who fucking pay for puss too. You boys are crazy, man. Just fucking shit. Just lock in, bro. Fix yourself. Don't be fucking paying for that shit.
I don't got no worries.
Your life is not pretty good. And you're undesirable to women. And you're living in your mom's house. You can't even get a girl to sleep with you for free. How is your life pretty good?
Yo, what's good?
What the hell's going on with your hair, bro?
Big fan, man.
I appreciate that, but what's going on with your hair? It looked like you got electrocuted, bro. What are you doing?
Like, it looks better when I condition it, you know, like the curls.
But why are you leaving it up like that? Like, do something with it. You know, you about to get on a live stream.
That's true. I was not expecting to be like dragged.
It's not about being dragged. I'm looking at your presentation, bro. If a girl saw you like that, she would think something wrong with you. It looks electrocuted, which is making your forehead look huge. You should drop that hair.
Somali.
Huh?
Somali.
Okay, but you have to go to that place, right?
Yeah.
And you go looking like that?
No, hell no.
You sure? I gotta go to the gym and give it the best shot I can give it. I gotta make sure my hair is presentable at all times. I gotta be well groomed. I have to try. Do you think a girl just gonna come knock on your door and just give you some ass?
Like, I feel like these girls, they want Duke Dennis. They don't want me. It's not fair.
Oh, shut the hell up. But most men have to earn it 100%. Which one are you?
Here's what I gotta say. For the guys out there who trying to get some chicks and shit like that, like I said, we off the MMA topics for the night. But if you're trying to get some chicks, I just gotta say something real fucking simple for you boys. And if you get it, you get it. It's not that fucking hard, bro. Homie saying all the chicks want to Duke Dennis. Listen, 90% of the competition out there, as far as the other dudes that you're competing with, bro, do you know how hard it is for a chick to find a normal dude? As long as you're fucking normal, okay? Clearly homie ain't fucking normal, right? Clearly homie ain't fucking normal. I'm telling you boys, it's not that fucking hard. All you gotta be is normal. I'm not capping at all. Anybody who's self-conscious about chicks and all this stuff, bro, listen, if you a normal dude, you shouldn't have a problem at all. There's so many goofballs out there like this. Come on, like this. There's so many goofballs out there like this. All you gotta be is normal, bruh. It ain't fucking hard. Okay? Yeah. Don't be overweight and shit like that. Try to lose a little bit of weight. Get your muscles up a little bit. You feel me? But like if you can have a good conversation and be normal, bro, shit. You already won, bro. You already won. Because guys like this exist. Okay? Because guys like this exist. Soda Pop, I can't really pull girls because low-key I'm a gaslighter. Soda Pop, can you elaborate? You be gaslighting them or what? Elaborate, Soda Pop. AD, the storyline for Ilya to fight Paddy is 3 to 4 years in the making. Fighting isn't simply about records, but entertaining. And Soda Pop, I will say, yeah, the gaslighting probably doesn't do you any favors, homie. The gaslighting probably doesn't do you any favors. But that's what I'm saying. So just lay off the gaslighting, bro, and you'll be fine. Lay off the gaslighting, you'll be perfectly fucking fine. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. I got a homie. He there's nothing wrong with him. But he just doesn't think that girls really want him that much. But it's like, bro, trust me, bro. You're normal. You're normal. Like, trust me. They want you because you're normal. There's so many fucking goofballs in the world, bro. So many. For every normal guy a girl comes across, she probably came across like 2 to 3 fucking weirdos. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Soda Pop, I like getting people angry. It feeds me. Very bad personality type. No, I got you, Soda Pop. Hey, gaslighting works. Soda Pop, if I could give you any advice, gaslighting works great, right? Gaslighting low-key kind of works good. Once you kind of get them in, though, you got to get their guard down first. You got to get their guard down first. Put up a little front at first, get them to like you, and then gaslight their ass, Soda Pop. Then gaslight their ass. They'll never leave you. They'll never leave. Once they start liking you, then you can gaslight them all you want. It'll actually probably work in your favor. They're going to be like, why the fuck I'm not good enough for this guy? Why the fuck I'm not good enough for this guy? I like this guy. I want to be good enough for him. I want to be good enough for him. I want to be good enough for Soda Pop. Nico says, what if we have all the money and looks, but we can't take the risk to approach girls? Oh, Nico. Oh, the classic. The classic. Bro, all right. Shit, bro. First of all, it's not bad if they reject you, homie. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal, homie. That's the thing that gets people, like, away from trying, right? They take it personal. Shit, if she don't like you, she don't like you. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. But I got a piece of advice for you, Nico. This is going to help you out right here, all right? This is going to make you a subscriber for life. I know it. I'm going to give you the cheat code. If you're too scared to approach a girl because you're afraid of rejection, first of all, okay, but this isn't, I'm not going to give you bullshit advice, but this is part of it. First of all, you have to get over your fear of rejection. It's okay. Don't take it personal, bro. Honestly. Like, somebody will like you for you. That's what you have to realize. Somebody going to like you for you. All right? Maybe she don't like you, but everybody got a type, right? Some hot chicks like ugly dudes. Some hot chicks like ugly dudes, all right? So don't take it personal. Like, girls just have a type. Some girls like a hairy-ass dude. Like, people got types. Don't take it personal. Don't fear the rejection. But here's the most important part. Here's the real game, all right? If you're scared of the rejection, here's the best way to approach it. Go up to her and ask her straight up, you got a boyfriend? Just like that. Walk up. Hey, you got a boyfriend? Because this is why you ask you got a boyfriend, right? You're giving her an out. You're giving her an out. That way, she can lie to you and be like, yeah, I got a boyfriend, when she doesn't. She's just not interested in you, right? But you'll never know that. You could take it either way, right? So that's what I would say. You go up to a girl, you say, hey, you got a boyfriend? If she says no, then okay. Well, what's up? You feel me? Can I get your number? Boom, just like that. Just like that. Hey, you got a boyfriend? No. Okay, I'm Jacob. Shake the hand. Okay, nice to meet you. You live around here? Okay, you live in this place? Okay, well shit, I'm about to get going. Can I get your number? You down to kick it sometime? Yeah, sure, boom. Get the digits, then fucking follow that shit up with like, when you free? You free on like the weekends usually, or like when you free? Okay, you're free on the weekdays. Okay, perfect. For sure, I'll text you. All right, bye, nice to meet you. Boom, text them right away. Don't be playing no fucking bullshit ass games, boys. Text them right away. Hey, nice to meet you. Don't be texting them tomorrow and shit like that. You just fucking locked it in right there. Text her right then and there. Okay? Make sure she got your number. Then chop it up with her a little bit. That's the game, boys. That's the fucking game. If you're scared of rejection, then just go up to her, ask her if she got a boyfriend. If she don't like you, she's going to say yes. Okay? Then in your mind, you're like, oh, well, she's taken anyway. You didn't technically get rejected, right? She's taken. She probably would like you, but she got a boyfriend, right? That's how you can twist it in your own head. But that's what I'll say, Nico. If you're afraid of approaching chicks, that's probably the best way to do it right there. That's the best fucking game I could ever give you, homie. And I even gave you the whole fucking blueprint. I gave you fucking what to say and all that shit. I gave you what to say. I didn't just stop it at, oh, you got a boyfriend? Okay, ask for a number. I just gave you all of it. For free. For free. Soda Pop says, oh no, wait, Lord of the Pies goes, I don't understand it. I'm a little bit older, but when I was in my 20s, women would just throw themselves at me like Donald Trump said they just let you grab them. Yeah, here's the other thing I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to tell you guys this. It's a tough truth. I'm going to tell you guys a tough truth, though. This is a weird catch, right? When you're kind of like 25 plus, chicks like you a lot more. When you're 25 plus, chicks like you a lot more. When you're like 20 to 25, you have a harder time. Or no, 20 to 24, you have a bit of a harder time, right? Because chicks do like a more mature guy, or at least a guy that gives off that image. So when you're 20 to 24, it's a bit harder because even all the girls your age are going for like the 25-year-old guys. So that's just a part of life, though. You got to deal with that, right? You got to deal with that. Don't let that stop you from trying, but just know your odds might be better once you reach like 25 to 30 something. But like Lord of the Pies says, now that Lord of the Pies is a bit older, back to it. They don't like you no more, right? That sweet spot probably like 25 to like 32. But again, you got to wife up in that time period. You know, it's a very, you guys got to think about this shit. Okay? You got to wife up in that time period. Don't fucking use all that time, get a bunch of puss, don't take anything seriously, because then when you're 33, 34, 35, you're going to be like, what the hell? Why don't girls like me anymore? Well, shit, bro, you wasted that opportunity to lock in. You feel me? So yeah, obviously like 25 to 29, 30, all the chicks like you. All the chicks fucking like you. But that's dangerous too, because shit, 20-year-old chick's gonna like you. You know what I'm saying? So, but hey, when you're 25 to like 29, 30, shit, you can get the younger chicks, you can get the chicks your age, and guess what, boys? You can get the motherfucking MILFs too. You can get them all when you're 25 to 29 or 25 to 30. So, hey, that's my free game to you, boys. And Lord of the Pies, yeah, when you are older, they're not as into you, huh? I mean, I'm not older yet, but that's what I would imagine. I would imagine when I'm like 32, 33, right? Chicks aren't going to be looking at me the same as they're looking at the next fucking 29-year-old stud, right? Because now you're in competition with the 29-year-old stud, 27, 28-year-old stud. So make of that what you will, boys. Make of that what you will. And I'm also going to say that getting with a bunch of chicks all the time is low frequency. You know, I know I'd be fucking speaking about getting chicks, but listen, at the end of the day, boys, you can get chicks and stuff, but that shouldn't be your main thing. That shouldn't be your main thing. Like Dylan told me in the Discord, get your money up, not your funny up, okay? Get with chicks, but shit. Letting that be your identity is low frequency. Like clavicular. Clavicular, low-key, like low frequency type shit. That shit's his whole identity. Kind of goofy. You feel me? He like cucking his fans too. That's what I don't like about clavicular. He like cucking his fans. I know a lot of people be watching that shit, but it's like, dude, you're literally watching a dude with another chick. Like, I don't know. That couldn't be me. Soda Pop. Bro, this girl was texting me for like 2 weeks straight, like 3 months ago, but I think I cracked too many jokes because she stopped out of nowhere. Definitely could have happened, Soda Pop. Definitely could have happened. Definitely could have happened. Or you know what happened, Soda Pop? She might have got cracked by some other dude. She might have been cracked by some other dude and just moved on. Which is okay. That shit happens. Mech Warrior, bro, Merab needs women advice too. Only men in the jacuzzi. Shit, I could give Merab some advice. And also, I'll say one other thing. You got to be a good communicator, bro. You got to be a good communicator. But shit, it's so fucking complicated with chicks, bro. You got to be a good communicator, but at the same time, bro, a lack of communication also attracts them. So you got to be in the middle of that. You got to teeter it. You got to be a good communicator when you need to be, but also you got to know when to pull back when you don't need to be that good of a communicator. So there needs to be this fine line. All right, boys? That's what it is. Chicks, it's just a fine line. You can't be too hot, you can't be too cold. Soda Pop, sometimes he'd be too cold. You feel me? Dylan says, is it just me or does anyone feel comfortable hitting up girls blatantly out of your league because there is nothing to lose? Dylan, no, bro. I think you should hit up a girl in your league. You can mix in hitting up girls outside your league, but you're better off hitting up a girl in your league. Because I would imagine that most girls you hit up that are out of your league are going to deny you. But that's just my take. Mech Warrior, Merab tried that carrying the belt around, but I still see all dudes in the jacuzzi. HT says, Jay, do you watch any of these 5? Sewer King, Johnny Bravo, Fillion, Aspen Gold, and Steve Knight? I don't, HT. I don't know those guys. I mean, I know the cartoon Johnny Bravo. That was funny shit. Soda Pop, the guy on your screen while talking right now is hilarious. All right, we're going to watch it. I was just on a rant. Mech Warrior, Merab tried all this advice. Told Nina Drama he is the champ. Has lots of stamina, but she said, ew, get lost, Merab. I only want Pereira. Yeah, and honestly, the guys who kick it with Nina Drama. Well, first off, you guys know that MMA fighters got like no game, right? MMA fighters got like no game, like zero game, bro. It's okay, but yeah, MMA fighters got 0 game. And it's proof because they all like kicking it with fucking Nina Drama because they never fucking kick it with girls ever. Shout out to Sean Strickland. Shout out to Poton Pereira. Shout out to Merab. Shit. You guys should never kick it with Nina Drama. HT, the real cheat code is being good looking and being funny, making the girls laugh. That's definitely a cheat code. HT, definitely a cheat code. Shit. Scratch even being good looking. If you can be funny and make them laugh, shit. That'll get you very far. That'll get you very far. Eli Gator, shit, I'm gonna be pulling even at 40 plus. Shout out to Eli. Shout out to Eli. Mech Warrior, yawn roasting Merab about the jacuzzi thing will last forever, man. It will. It will. Eli gonna be like Rampage, getting baddies when he's 40 plus. Shout out Rampage and his baddie. Soda Pop, yo, I have a screenshot of the Loco rizzing up some girl in the IG DMs. Let me know if you want me to send it to you. LOL, I gotta go find it. Yeah, Soda Pop, send it over to me. I would love to read that shit. I was saying, Soda Pop, in the stream, you heard me, right? I was like, Loco Torres is gonna be hitting that Tijuana strip club ASAP. All right, let's watch this video, and then we'll probably just end the stream, and I'll see you boys tomorrow. I hope all you guys like the stream. If you're a new viewer, welcome. Now you guys see what we about over here. We just chop it up half the time, all right? But let's finish watching this.
Give you some ass?
Like, I feel like these girls, they want Duke Dennis. They don't want me. It's not fair.
Oh, shut the hell up. much. But most men have to earn it 100%. Which one are you? Are you having sex?
Not yet. I got to get right, man. Like you said.
I don't know what that means. Are you having sex? No?
No.
How long have you been? How long have you been? How long?
Well, last time, 8 years.
How long?
8 years.
8 years?
Yeah.
Why the fuck why the fuck has it been 8 years since you had some pussy, bro?
I wasn't confident back then.
Because, no offense to anyone in the chat, but I'm just being honest. Bro's overweight. Bro got an overgrown beard, not even maintained. Fucking overgrown haircut. No wonder, homie. No wonder. Take yourself seriously and you'll probably get someone. Even if you're a bigger dude. Like, he pretty, like, big, right? I'm not saying even become skinny. Like, lose, like, 10 pounds, bro. Like, all I'm saying, lose 10 pounds. Add a little bit more muscle to the frame, right? Clean up the beard. Get a nice fade. Bro, that's all you need. You could definitely find a girl in your league. Dude just not trying at all.
You wasn't what?
I said I want confidence then.
It's been 8 years, though. You still not confident? What the hell you talking about?
Yeah.
Why you ain't getting some pussy right now?
No car.
No car? Well, where do you live?
Mississippi.
Who you live with?
I live with my dad.
You live with your dad. And how old are you?
27.
Okay. So I believe you called on here before. What the fuck have you done differently before? What have you done differently since then? Are you talking to girls?
Well, from like Instagram and stuff.
Instagram? You got a nice looking Instagram?
See, no, I made beats.
What the fuck? Oh, beats ain't gonna get you some booty. You ain't gonna beat your way into pussy. Why? Man, you fat as fuck. What the hell you talking about? You fat as hell. How much you weigh?
I don't have a thermometer right now. The last time I checked, it was like 250.
You said a thermometer? What did you just say? A thermometer? Oh, wait. Yo, this man said a thermometer. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord. He said I don't have a thermometer. Bro, it's called a weight scale. Right?
Scale. I meant to say scale.
How old are you? You say you how old again? 28? You 27. You don't even know what the fuck a weight scale is. You talking about some thermometer. You ain't getting no girls. Do you have a job? So let me guess, you beat your dick? You beat your dick?
Yeah.
So you're addicted to pornography?
Sometimes.
I bet you know all the porn star names, huh?
Not really.
Not really. You ain't had no sex. You ain't had no pussy in 8 years. Of course you know all the porn star names. You probably know where they live too. That shit's sad, bro. You gotta wake the fuck up. You look like a father. Like you got like 3 kids.
Thank you.
No, that's not a good thing, bro. That's not a good thing. Okay. Look at how obese you are. And I want you to look at yourself in the mirror right now. I want you to have a true moment with yourself. Why the hell would you be confident talking to women looking like that? What in the world makes you think that looking like that, you looking at yourself in the screen right now, you looking at yourself in this mirror image. What in the world would make you think that you should be confident talking to women? You guys think that confidence is something that comes out of thin air.
I am able to approach women in real life and be able to have about 10-minute conversations, but unfortunately, I'm having a lot of trouble trying to pull in the women.
So let's walk through how that conversation will look like. Let's say I'm the girl.
How's it going?
Pretty good, and you?
I'm doing well. I'm just going through here trying to study right now.
I'm just going through here studying. Take that out, and then you put this fake smile on your damn face. So start over. Do it again.
How's it going?
Pretty good, and you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm doing all right.
So, what are you doing here today? What are you studying?
That's a much better transition. Use the location, if you're just introducing yourself, to extend the conversation to see if she's interested. That was a good job.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm just studying for my mat test.
Ooh, mat test. That sounds pretty interesting.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do, mat test. Sounds pretty interesting. You're showing too much interest like you care. You don't give a if she's studying for no damn mat test, do you?
No, really.
Exactly. So don't fake it. So try that again without forcing that part.
I hope everything is going well with studying your math test. So what math class are you currently in?
Calculus 3.
Ooh, Calculus 3.
You just did it again.
What math class are you in?
I'm in Calculus 3.
Calculus 3, huh? Is everything going well in Calculus 3?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's good.
Soda Pop, I saw what you sent me. And if I could rate the game, right, Soda Pop? Loco Torres got better game than Terrence McKinney. That's a fact. Loco Torres keeping it short and sweet. I bet you Loco cracked before Terrence did. Terrence was fucking low key, like, I don't know what Terrence was thinking. Terrence like talking about flying the chick out, like have a nice day, like shit. You guys don't need to be doing all that shit. Don't be too friendly. You feel me? Don't be too friendly, bro. You always got to keep them chasing a little bit. Oh shit, my bad. I didn't mean to fucking expose and shit. My bad, T-Rex. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't even think about that shit. But you feel me, Soda Pop? McKinney gives off controller vibes. Yeah, that shit kind of crazy, bro. That shit kind of crazy. Loco got way better game. See, Loco, she goes, "How are you?" He responds, "How are you?" Don't answer her question, bro. Don't answer her fucking question. Make her answer that shit first. Loco got the game. Less is more. Less is more. Always remember that. Less is more. Look, the girl sent Loco 3 messages. Loco hit her back with 1. Girl sent Loco 3 messages. Loco hit her back with 1. Fucking my man Loco. Did this dude eat Derek Lewis? Potentially, I think so. Lord of the Pies, he be yanking it. Is he getting paid to roast him? Cause I could do that. Shit. I mean, that guy making money off his ads probably by roasting those dudes. He definitely getting ad revenue from roasting those dudes on a live stream. Fit role playing as a girl right now. Goddamn Fit. Nico, if God has made the world like guy always have to approach girls, then I hate God, man. Oh, man. Nah, Nico. I mean, shit. Girls can approach you, but at the same time, bro, come on, bro. Don't wait on them. Go up to them. Go up to them. I wouldn't fucking wait on... I mean, a chick will probably come up to you and hit on you, but I wouldn't be waiting on that shit. I would definitely go up to a chick and hit on her if I had to. Dylan says, Castro, she's a 10 out of 10 golden retriever, but she tells you to quit MMA YouTube. What's your choice? See you later. See you later. See you later. There's a million 10 out of 10 golden retrievers out there. You just got to find them. If you want me to quit MMA YouTube, you're not the one for me. You're not the one for me. And this is why. Think about it. You quit your shit, right? You quit your shit. Now that chick don't like you anymore. You know why? Because, okay, here's my advice. I'm going to give you... Have you ever been approached by girls? I mean... I hate talking about myself, boys. But I mean, like, yeah, like, it's happened before. But, that's not, like, what I would rely on. You feel me? Not what I would rely on. It happens, but it's not like, that's not bread and butter for any man. Soda Pop, the way McKinney's sending emojis is so cringe. I know, bro. That's what I'm saying again, bro. Them emojis, fucking... The whole thing. McKinney, his game is terrible. Flying her out, like I said. Telling her, have a nice day. Smiley face, emojis. Asking her what she's doing. Saying she's with her friends. Not trying to go kick it on Halloween. I mean, Terrence McKinney had a lot of issues there. He goes, hey, what are you doing? She goes, like, gonna go kick it with my friends for Halloween. What about you or something? He's like, oh, for sure. Let me know when you're free next week. It's like, bro, Why not be like, oh, for sure, what are you and your friends doing? Oh, for sure, let me come through. Like, I don't know, bro. McKinney got some issues for sure. But here's my game. I'm going to tell you boys this because I see it. I see it. I don't rock with that. I'd be creeped out. Yeah. Okay. Wait, Soda Pop, you'd be creeped out if a girl walked up to you, or you'd be creeped out about the emojis that McKinney's sending? But Dylan's saying, Castro, she's a 10 out of 10 golden retriever, but she tells you to quit MMA YouTube. What's your choice? This is what I'm going to tell you guys. Okay. And shout out to all the women watching, but you guys know it's fucking true. All right, here it is. Now, this is just off the dome, so hopefully, I'm going to try to make it sound good, but we'll see how it goes. Off the dome, here's what I have to say. Let me gather my thoughts real quick. Okay, women do not have the ability to necessarily see into the future. Women are controlled by their feelings and their emotions, okay? So they're really in the moment. Women are in the moment. They have a hard time looking past the moment, right? They're so locked in on the moment, okay? Because they're controlled by their feelings and emotions. Whatever's happening right now is what matters the most to them, right? Because they're controlled by whatever feelings and emotions they're feeling in that moment. They don't have the ability to necessarily detach from whatever feelings and emotions they're feeling right now, right? And think of the long play per se. Have more perspective, okay? Women lack perspective, okay? They're really ruled by their feelings and emotions. They don't know when they make a mistake until it's glaringly obvious, until the mistake's already been made, until they already lost out. Now they realize, right? You could tell a woman till you're blue in the face what's gonna happen in the future, okay? Whatever it may be. Let's say you got like some type of girlfriend or something like that, and you guys have a great relationship going on, but she wants to leave you over some bullshit, okay? You could tell her till she's blue in the face not to leave you, that it's a stupid reason, right? And that, look at all these reasons for us to be together, right? I'm a better guy than the other competition out there, so to speak, right? They will never realize that until they go out on their own, get fucked over, experience all of it, and then they'll realize it. And then the sad part is, then they'll come crying back to you. So, that's my advice, is like, I don't even know if it's advice. I'm just letting you guys understand something. Women lack perspective, okay? They want to do something, they're going to fucking do it. You can't even talk them out of it, all right? And the reason why is because they don't have the ability to see into the future kind of like we do. We aren't necessarily as emotionally driven, right? We kind of think more with logic. That makes sense to you? We think more with logic, right? Women don't. And they only realize once it's clear and once they've experienced it on their own. So take that advice as you will. But the one who leaves you, let's say she were to have left you, right? She bet against you. Okay? She thinks you're going to fail, and that's why she's not rocking with you. So at the same time, if she bet against you, she went out to go try something new, and it didn't work out, never take her back. Okay? That's my advice. I don't know if you guys get that, but I think you guys do. I think it makes sense to you. Like, I'll give you guys an example. You guys know that chick Bobby Althoff? That girl Bobby Althoff, right? You know who I'm talking about? Let me show you her. Okay, this girl right here, she's an interviewer. She's kind of like the Nina Drama of hip hop. Okay? This chick right here, she came into the game just like Nina Drama. She had a husband and she had a baby. Okay? Had a husband and a baby. She got some clout. She thought she wanted to go experience and have that fun, right? She bet against her mans. She said, I'm going to find a better man than you. Right? My life's going to be better without you. right? She went out, found another man's after divorcing her husband and the baby to go sleep around, okay? Meanwhile, this chick, she already ran through. Don't nobody want you anymore. Because listen, just like I said about men, when men are like 30 plus, it kind of gets a little bit harder because there's like mid-20 dudes they're competing with. It's even worse for women. When women get above like 23, 24, 25, they're undesirable. The younger fucking 20 chicks, everybody wants them. So this girl, she's like 30 years old. She left her husband and her baby. Okay, no guy's ever gonna want her. No guy's ever gonna want her. But listen, she got clout. So she got a couple dudes already. She's been dating black dudes. All right, and she's been getting roasted for it. Okay, absolutely roasted for it. She even made a video recently crying about it. That all the comments are all negative. They're all talking shit on her. But guess what? She was so ruled by her feelings and emotions that she just needed to go experience whatever she wanted to go experience, right? She wanted to go experience whatever she was desiring. But she didn't have the perspective to think to herself, damn, I'm like in my... How old is Bobby? How old is Bobby? She didn't have the perspective to say, damn, I'm 28 years old. Maybe she was 27 when that happened. I'm 27 years old, 28 years old. I got a kid. No guy's really going to want to be with me, right? Because I'm past my prime. There's a million younger girls that are better looking than me, who aren't divorced, who don't have a kid, who are fucking 23, 24, 25, 26, shit, even 27, right? She didn't have that foresight. She had to go leave her husband. And guess what? She left her husband. She's so stupid. She even posts videos of her and her new boyfriend. She even posts videos of her and her new boyfriend. And guess what happens? I mean, a male could predict this shit. A male could predict this shit. Guess what happens? She goes ahead and she's getting all this shit talked on her, saying she's ran through. You know what? I think we're going to pull up the video. Can we get a video of this? This is the pic she posted with her new boyfriend. And look, on November 24th, Althoff hit back at the hate-targeting commenters who repeatedly say she has ran through and question how quickly she appeared to have moved on from her marriage. Every single time I post him, we've been together for a year, but every single time, without fail, all the comments are about how I'm ran through, just mean things. She said, if I post any video in general, the amount of hate comments I get are just unreal. I think it's because I have a lot of men following me and they just have to have so much to say. They have so many mean things to say. As much as I wish these comments didn't get to me, it's like I'm human, and if you got this many negative things said about you every day, it would get to you too. She left her husband and her baby. She left her husband and her baby. Right? Her husband and her baby for this treatment. Imagine that. You leave your husband and your baby to get called ran through. I could have told her that. I could have told her that. I could have told her that any dude you're going to get with, he might get with you for a little bit, but he going to leave your ass because you're not in your prime. You're past your prime. You got baggage. You got baggage. You're over 25 years old. Okay? Why would a guy want to stay with you? He's probably going to use you for your money if that. If he's going to stay with you, he's going to use you. Okay, you got to be a sugar mama because that's what you're being dwindled down to. But listen, you had everything. You had everything with your husband and your fucking baby, but you left them. You left them to get ran through. And that's the truth. So here's a perfect example of a girl who is in her feelings and emotions. Oh, I just want to go have fun. I want to feel young again. I want to go get with another guy. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, look at all that comes with it. And guess what, Bobby? You're not going to be wifed up. Because listen, that dude that you're dating, he sees the comments too. What dude wants to be with a chick who everybody says is ran through? Who? Who wants to be with a chick that everybody says is ran through? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. That's my example. Soda Pop goes, the emojis, if I was a girl and a guy is sending those, I wouldn't talk to him. Facts, Soda Pop, facts. Nico says, thousands of years ago, there was no tips, tricks, communication tactics. That's why That's why are today's men finding it hard to get their mate? Shit, I don't know. I don't know, Nico. I think it might be easier today. But I don't know. HT spent time with Drake on her child's first birthday. See what I mean, HT? You see what I mean, homie. You completely see what I mean. But anyway, I think that'll be the stream, boys. That'll be the stream. I went on my rants for you boys about some chicks because you were asking for free game. So shout out to everybody who was asking. Soda Pop goes, I don't even think she's attractive. Facts, though. Facts. Dylan goes, I see this pattern a lot with chicks, but I couldn't put my finger on it. You did a good job of contextualizing it. Well, thank you, Dylan. I mean, it happens with all women. It happens with all women. They lack perspective. But listen, when you find a chick who is understanding of the situation and who has perspective, you should keep her. You should keep her because many women don't have perspective at all. At all. Soda Pop, need more non-MMA streams. Well, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it, Soda Pop. A lot of people dipped out, but it's probably because it's 1 a.m. We'll do more non-MMA streams for sure. We'll do more. We got more content coming in the new year. We're gonna have to get creative during the break, so that's what's gonna happen. But shout out to all you guys. Long live Mech Warrior says, only Yan can say with a straight face, I think Merab should go to the jacuzzi with the boys and think about whether to do the trilogy or not. Gold. It is gold, Mech Warrior. It's fucking gold. It's fucking gold. Petr Yan is hilarious. Mech Warrior, great stream, by the way. All right, I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad you guys like it. I know that some people don't like the female talk. A lot of the MMA fans don't like it. So I usually save it for last in case, you know what I mean? Just so we can have peak viewership throughout. But at this point, we just got the hardcores in here. Shout out to all the hardcores rocking with me till the end of the stream. I appreciate it. To Soda Pop's comment, we are going to run more non-MMA streams in the future. So, and at the end of the streams, we can always go non-MMA. It's all good. At the end of the streams, we can always go non-MMA. But all right, boys. I will see you boys tomorrow. It's 1 a.m. here. Shit, it's like 4:30 a.m. in Soda Pop's fucking city in New York right now. So shout out to Soda Pop for sticking with me. If you're on the East Coast, shout out to you as well. Dylan, Mech Warrior, Soda Pop, HT, Nico. All right, you boys were locked in the whole stream. Lord of the Pies was too. Eli was as well. Shout out to all you guys. And also, I think Tuxedo Mask is long gone probably. But Tuxedo Mask, if you see this, thanks for the donos as always, brother. I appreciate them. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? See you guys tomorrow for the stream. And you know what? Let me just do something real quick. For you guys, if you want to get like updates on when I'm going live, I have a Discord. Okay, I dropped the link in the Discord and shit like that. And you know, we can react to news topics and shit like that as they drop. So I'll give you the link to the Discord. If I can fucking find it. I'm getting it. Just give me a second. All right. Take care, lads. Peace out, Mech Warrior. And here's the Discord link. If you guys want to go into the Discord, you can get updates on when I'm going live. And then also, like I said, we could talk about random topics in there too. Got some flaming hot Doritos. See you, buddy. Peace out, Soda Pop. Peace out, Soda Pop. I will see you. See you, everybody. See you guys tomorrow.